road to VCT Ascension 2025 is long and savage. Across 3 stages, Challengers NA teams have battled for their shot at promotion. Each stage features a Swiss group stage and a top 8 double elimination playoffs. Teams earn circuit points based on their playoff finish. The deeper you go, the more you earn. First place qualifies for the Ascension tournament. Then 80 points for second place, down to 30 points for 8th. Consistency is key. Every point matters. At the end of Stage 3, 2 teams will move on. The Stage 3 champion qualifies directly. The top team in circuit points takes the second spot. If one team claims both, the next best in points ascends. Consistency, dominance, clutch factor. That's what it takes to rise. Welcome to the fight for VCT Ascension.
GMD has the perfect timing! Gonna inspire. It's just gonna double down! Caillou caught! Will get away with 1, 2, and 2 now! Come on the train, baby! Let's give Envy another ace! 3, and there's your real fragger talking.
It is the beginning of the end after a long season of Valorant here, and I cannot wait to get started with none other than Stage 3 playoffs here for Valorant Challenger North America. My name is Sarah Dawn. I'll be your host for today, joined here by Gompers and Ash. Ash, this has been a whole season, 3 whole splits of teams all vying to try and make it to Ascension. Playoffs remain. It is anyone's game right now. Anything can happen.
I think anyone's game is the perfect way to put it as well, especially when you're comparing the 2025 season of VCL compared to the last 2 years that we had prior to that, and how those top standings consistently looked with, TSM, with previously M80 and other teams. And meanwhile, you go into this year and it felt like every single split, and not just felt like on paper as well, in the results, things were consistently shaking up. And the players have talked about it as well, how close the competition has become here. And the fact that now we're wrapping up this year is honestly insane, with so much still up in the air.
And the fact that the players have talked about how it can be up in the air and anything can happen, and to see the mentality shift to we're just here to compete, to wow, this is actually a real possibility, like this can happen. And it's really exciting to see them get closer and closer to that. Looking at the teams as well, I mean, Gompers, it's a very Challengers sort of thing when you look at this bracket, because again, it's something that you wouldn't fully quite expect. I mean, these are all very deserving teams, but then also a couple teams that just missed out, really proving that Stage 3 did not give many room for mistakes.
I completely agree. And it's like teams like Corrode, right? And NBG that like last second really did make their last stride and put themselves up to this playoff bracket. But that's when things got tough, right? Like your last matchup, your last 3 matchups when you're down in the lower bracket stage. I mean, in the lower bracket, and one match can really just testify for the entirety of your season. And I think Corrode, kind of honestly like a really, really big indicator of how hard you really have to work to be in this position. I think they brought themselves back up beautifully to put themselves into playoff. Obviously, teams like Hubert, who did take top dog like Envy down as well. Like there's so many teams here that have just proven their strength, and I feel like they're gonna continue doing so.
I have to say, Nightblood Gaming, their season from going from the premier team to now, I think is just so impressive, especially Ash, when you're looking at the other contenders. Because Hubert, the level up has been crazy. Maryville University, this is their Challengers debut, and they are just, wow, dominant. And these other teams as well that we've really been able to follow throughout the year, TSM, Winthrop University, like there is so much here.
Yeah, there really is. When you're looking at the talent across all of these squads, I think you shouting out Nightblood there is perfect, because the last couple of rounds of the Swiss stage, we were talking about how this team really looked like they were becoming that threat. A squad where we've seen the individual pieces before. We knew that they could absolutely be a danger to the other teams in the bracket. but it really felt like within the past couple of weeks that things have been really coming together for Nightblood and Core. I'm really glad to see them back into the playoffs bracket as well. I feel like that team has always consistently been slept on. I'm curious to see if we are going to see one of those dark horse opportunities and Cinderella runs coming out here for one of the teams that we're looking at from those underdogs.
I think one of my favorite things about challengers is you can never get too comfortable with what you know. Things can change so dramatically, so quickly. And I think, too, that's going to be a big storyline for me, looking at our very first matchup of the day, looking at Maryville University and Winthrop University. Because for these two teams, this history between these two is longer than any other two teams that we see here within challengers. But it's always been one that has been back and forth. Things can change, Gompers. And I love that we have the collegiate clash to really kick off our challengers playoffs.
Speaking of change, too, it's so cool to see Maryville playing against Winthrop. I mean, they have long-standing history, like you said, also playing against each other. And something that fascinates me is Maryville, they've had their roster for so long that they've actually played against Winthrop when they had a completely different roster. So they're not only fully understanding of the previous members and also Infiltrator, who's been on Winthrop for quite some time, but also now quite acquainted with the current roster that they're formatting with Winthrop today.
I think that's where it's a little difficult, though, for Maryville University, because let's start talking about the rosters. Maryville University, they have such a talented team here, but we do get to see a little bit of a switch up coming into this due to I believe it was some travel stuff. It will be Wildfire that is stepping out of the roster for today for Zerona to come in. Ash, we did see Zerona step in earlier in the season for Chloric, and we know Zerona is a superstar. It definitely hurts to have a little bit of a switch up for playoffs, though, but I definitely think this team is more than capable of the talent here.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like Steph is also downplaying it. Like you're talking about Zerona coming in as that substitute early on into the season when Chloric wasn't able to join the team for the first couple of rounds of Swiss. Zerona was a star, like you were mentioning there, Sarah. You really couldn't ask for a better player to come in as that super sub here for Maryville. I know that with it being Chloric last time around, this time with Wildfire, the thing is Zerona is absolute Swiss Army knife when it comes down to the agents, to the roles that he's able to play. The ability to honestly pick up anything and slot in so comfortably with this team like we saw previously. I'm not too worried for Maryville with this change coming in for today's matchup.
I mean, Maryville University, this is a team that's always had that confidence, and I think deservingly so too, when you look at what they've been able to achieve, not just within the collegiate space, but their introduction into challengers as well. Reminder, this is a team that only joined us for stage 3, and yeah, Chloric's talking about that. We're coming in pretty confident. Gompers, as they should, because wow, what an impressive run. Like, as a team, like, we've always talked about how much, just how great Winthrop is to showcase that talent in collegiate, and Maryville to step up as well. It's been so nice.
And the confidence has been working, right? Only one series lost in the entirety of their stage 3 Swiss stage play. So I think coming into playoffs, they're feeling very confident with, just this advantage that they've been giving so far, right? Understanding Winthrop University, having this win down inside of their pockets, and also knowing, like, we're a very strong team. So what is the point of not really feeling that fire?
And to look at their run, because as you call, they, only really took that one loss during Swiss. I doubly think that's impressive. It's an entirely new playing field out here, and they have gone up against some really, really strong teams. Looking through this, Ash, I mean, the one loss to Cubert, the fact they took a game off of them in this stage, but you're looking this current iteration of Cubert Academy, I think is so wholeheartedly impressive, and a clean sweep across the board beyond that.
Yeah, you're talking about this iteration of Cubert Academy, the squad that went 4-0 undefeated during the Swiss stage. And make no mistake, that one match, that one map that Maryville was able to win up against them was a stomp as well on Ascent at 13-2. And you're taking a look also at some of the other names up here, right? I know Burger Boys definitely fell far from the heights that they were able to reach during our second stage, but they still were definitely a team, to be feared, that had that ability to take it, toe to toe up against a lot of those bigger names. And for the fact that you see Winthrop, that was their qualifying match to put that final nail in the coffin, get Maryville over the line and into playoffs, and they did it in a really comfortable fashion. It didn't seem like Winthrop was able to get any read up against Maryville last time around, and up against this current iteration of Winthrop, Maryville have had no issues, I don't think, solving any of the problems that Winthrop were throwing their way.
And that's what's going to be really intriguing going into today's match, because I love that you called out that, yeah, Winthrop didn't really know how to deal with Maryville. And now they've had a little bit of time to learn, especially too when you do look at this Winthrop University squad. It is a team that, well, we know of the talent. This has been a team that has really showcased and proved it to us throughout stage 1 and stage 2, and be back within the playoffs for stage 3. I think that's just so wholeheartedly impressive. And let's pull up this roster and be able to talk a little bit more about it. Because yeah, Winthrop University, again, Ash, this was the original team to really prove what collegiate was made of within this tier 2 space for us. A team that has been pressed so much, and they have a real opportunity to take this thing.
They definitely do. They've been so consistent across the last 2 splits heading into stage 3 as well. And this squad, that core, they've just looked so comfortable with each other, right? Moves, you've always got to watch out for him on those lurks. Meanwhile, Infiltrator is going to be that duelist that's all up in your face to allow those lurking players like Moves to be able to capitalize. I think the last couple of matches that we saw from Winthrop definitely left a little bit to be desired. It didn't feel like they were in their usual Winthrop winning ways. It was kind of just getting back into the groove of things. But there was also that conversation that Dan mentioned on the desk, the fact that typically they're used to playing during the school year, right? You've got all of their collegiate matches going on, and then maybe some scrim time behind that as well. Now within the off season, you're not getting as many of those reps as consistently as Winthrop is used to, and having to fill that downtime with different ways to practice. But definitely felt like they were able to bounce back after their win up against Blue Otter to land them into the playoffs bracket.
And a team too that, yeah, I love that call out about how they've had to switch things up. And they've also switched things up internally too, with just the situation of, yeah, they can make it all the way. Talking to Moves, he was talking about after that realization that Gompers, this is a team that can go to Ascension. They've been putting in the work. They've been putting in this practice. So I'm fully confident that, yeah, there is this possibility of the bounce back today.
And again, gameplay wise, it shows how much support these collegiate players are honestly kind of like receiving from their colleges as well. I know Maryville, they have their own dining room in their esports facility. So they have great peripherals, amazing PCs and computers. So as well as Winthrop, right? That support, they have 5 private rooms that they can play in within varsity teams to kind of like have access to and do strat calling with and really just indulge into their gameplay. So it's so evident in the fact that they're here in Challengers, and just having that extra support system does really push them that extra step.
And I mean, piggybacking off of Move's quote, I do think that we will see a collegiate team at Ascension. Which one we'll have to see. Winthrop University, going back to this stage 3, though, it is one where they have definitely been put through the ringer, Ash. I mean, they have had to fight throughout it. But again, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. So this is going to be that extra reps, a little bit of that extra practice to really make sure they can be solid.
I think it's good too, considering, I guess, how some of those matches did go for Winthrop, right? That ability to learn from those mistakes as they were adjusting to their new schedule, I think was huge. And then beforehand as well, they weren't able to play together as they usually were, on campus and whatnot. I think from what Gabe was saying, I'm pretty sure they are going to be back on campus for playoffs. Don't necessarily quote me on that, but that also makes a huge difference. Being able to actually being in the same room for your teammates, and then having to all play remotely. And we could kind of see how those adjustments were affecting the team. But through the gauntlet was that is for sure. All 7 rounds, Gompers, that is a crazy amount of games for Winthrop to be playing and to have to adapt from as well week for week.
Yeah, and thank you, Ash. Like, the amount of games they played is significant. They really did have to take a step up after that loss from Maryville. So that in itself is difficult. But what honestly catches my eye is you have them winning against all of these teams except for the really tough ones, right? The ones that are at the top of the leaderboard here, trying to break through to Ascension in the playoffs. So it's Maryville, right? Envy, Qbert. So that's just the threshold they have to pass. And all it takes is really just focusing and honing in on all of your mistakes and just taking Swiss stage with not even a grain of salt, like improving every single aspect of it and then moving forward with that. And I genuinely believe they can do it.
I think that's the important thing, was highlighting that these are the top teams that they're losing to. Like, losing to Envy, there's no shame in that. Qbert Academy, like, they're the top team. And of course, the Maryville University, I mean, Maryville University has been so strong. Looking at this last match, though, Ash, when you are looking at that victory and you are looking at the history between these two teams, again, it was a Winthrop University that was fairly outclassed. So I'm curious with where we're going to see the adjustments today to try and take it to a map 3 or to even take down their collegiate counterparts.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? The fact that this year alone, they faced off against each other like what, a total of 5 times at minimum. That's just from what's showing on VLR, right? Between these two squads, whether in collegiate or in third-party events outside of Challengers. And for this last and most recent matchup, to have been such a one-sided affair where the last 3 matches have gone the way of Maryville University. I know that the experience, I know that the guys on the side of Winthrop are going to have that mentality of wanting to like snap out of that, right? Not allow it to be like this looming amount of pressure. But at the same time, as much as that's also a force that you're working up against going into today's game, at least it is an upper bracket matchup. You're still safe, no eliminations at the end of it. But it's still kind of that pressure, Sarah, that shadow that's looming around the corner of, okay, is this the time where we're able to actually find the answer back to a Maryville who have been taking the win against us most recently?
And I think when you look at these two teams on paper, this result, I think, was a little surprising because I think that Winthrop University has that capability with this current iteration of roster to really be able to push Maryville University to their limits. It's something where maybe a bit outclassed last time, maybe just not having that expectation. But even when we do look at how that match transpired, specifically with a couple of the players, looking at Ren's an Infiltrator, it was an Infiltrator that was really stepping up. That second match where that second map where maybe not the greatest result for Winthrop University. Everyone on the team had 9 kills and Infiltrator 22. He was just everything. And I think too, when I look at the matchup today, if Infiltrator can go for that step up, of course, the whole team needs to step up, but Infiltrator already proved, Ash, that he's more than capable of being able to push Maryville around a bit.
He definitely has proven that. I think that's the conversation around Infiltrator all of the time, right? Is the fact that he's this duelist that's able to go in and take over the server, have these extremely flashy plays, and play often for himself as well. Yes, off the back of support he's getting from the rest of his team, but he's also able to make his own plays. And I think that conversation lends really well into this head-to-head because we've already set up what we're expecting from Infiltrator, right? Ren's, although the stats are the same, they could not be any different or more different, I should say, of a duelist players when it comes to their style. I think for Infiltrator, he's definitely a huge part of the win condition, his ability to just pop off for Winthrop. Ren's, in a different vein, is that player that you're looking to make space for Maryville, but doesn't have that same, yes, okay, he's able to pop off and whatnot. But when it comes to those first engagements, he doesn't have that same energy where he's trying to take over. A lot of it is a lot more reliant on Maryville with those quick follow-ups to be able to get the trades off of the space that Ren's is taking for his team. And those are two very different styles that we're looking at for the duelists to make those opening plays here round for round.
And it's a style that's worked so well for Maryville University. So I'm still intrigued with where we can see a potential shutdown for Winthrop University today. And let's start talking about this series, because with that recent information with how the maps played out, I'm curious if any adjustments heading into today. And it looks like we're not going to get any repeats. So I love this, Gompers. Everything else that we've known from the last matchup, map-wise, throw it out the window. Fresh slate.
I think this is so silly too, because Corrode was the third map we never got to. So Winthrop was like, all right, let's throw this in there. Let's see what happens. You know, like we didn't get to really experience Corrode because of that 2-0. So it's nice to kind of see that come back. We'll be able to kind of get a feel for Winthrop. But I like this. I mean, obviously, I don't think I'd go with the same maps that I got stomped on either. They just had such a solid foundation from Maryville. Obviously, I just felt like overall, like the play style and just the mechanics and every single small adjustment, the utility usage was perfect. So to fix that in just a week or two, I feel like is very improbable. So Icebox and Ascent maps that we know Winthrop University have dominated on, I feel like this is as safe as it gets.
I think that this selection still leans slightly towards Maryville, though. The last time that we saw these two teams face off, yeah, we didn't get to see that Corrode. I think I'm excited for it because I wouldn't expect any composition changes out of either of these teams. Both have only played the map once in stage 3. So I think ever, actually, in officials. So they haven't revealed much on Corrode. A lot more opportunities to kind of innovate, catch each other off guard. Icebox and Ascent is where it gets a little dangerous for me. I think that, yes, they're comfortable maps for both these squads, but during the CVAL Grand Finals, it was an insane sweep from Maryville up against Winthrop that time around on Icebox, and it was a crazy scoreline. I think it was like a 13-2 or something like that, and Maryville were very comfortable on defense, so I'm curious to see what Winthrop have learned since that last matchup.
Especially too, since it's Winthrop University that's picking into Icebox. So I feel like when you do have that history, that could be a little bit of a dangerous one. So I think for me, when I see that, it definitely gives way a little bit more to, okay, there has been some learning for Winthrop University. This is something that they feel like they've grown on, and they can contend a little bit up against this Maryville University squad. I think this first map of Corrode, though, is going to be big for Winthrop University, because I do agree that Icebox does look a little bit scary, and this does look a little bit scary for the Winthrop side. But again, anything can happen in Challengers, right? But getting into our official predictions for it, even though anything can happen, I am a recent history Randy over here, and Maryville took it last time. They took it so strong. I had to go for them. And Gompers, I mean, you've always been one for Winthrop University. You're not going to waver today.
I never do. And a big part of my reasoning is this team is so driven when it comes to just improvement and victory. I mean, they went from never practice and not never practicing, but never scrimming, right? To now understanding like the stakes are higher, and they're just applying themselves as much as they can, taking every single moment. And I think to me, that's so admirable.
I mean, going into this, Ash, I mean, you're right here with me for the Maryville University. So yeah, just another indication of Maryville last time just looked too far ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. I think it's tough. There might be, I feel like it was really hard for me to still choose between these two squads, but I've been very impressed with Maryville. I think the fact that they have a sub coming in today, the fact that it's Zerona, it's taking me back to the first 2 weeks of Swiss stage. I've got to feel confident in that pick. I do think this is probably one of the best opportunities for Winthrop with this clean slate to try and get that revenge on Maryville finally, especially with the fact that they will have that buff of getting to play in the same room together again. But I don't know, Maryville just looked too darn good.
They really do. I will say that it is such a bright spot for collegiate Valorant right now when we have two of the top teams here that have just been so strong. And to face in the first round of the playoffs, of course you're not out. It is that double elimination, but it breaks my heart just that wee little bit. But let's start narrowing in on this very first map of the series. Because again, Ash, you had called out, we've seen Corrode once from both of these teams. We did see victories. And yeah, I don't really anticipate changes going into today because it looked really clean. But I still have a question mark with Maryville University because of the sub, if there is any kind of room for discussion there.
Ooh, okay, so you're wondering if Zerona coming in is going to change what
Change their comp a little. Yeah.
I don't know. The thing is, Zerona's just so good on every agent, and the fact that he's stepping in for Wildfire, I feel like he should still be comfortable with the fade. I think a lot of the lineups that you see on Corrode as well aren't too hard to pick up, and a lot of them are pretty standard as well. I'd be very confident in Zerona being able to fill those shoes today.
It's the super sub of all time, right? No matter what role. We'll have to keep doing the musical chairs of filling in for different individuals. But all right, anticipating we're going to keep things the same, but let's get the confirmation because the agents are ready for the very first map of the series, Corrode, between Winthrop University and Maryville University. We've seen it once from both these teams. It's looked so strong. And getting into this, Gompers, I think there has been a little bit of a change on the side of Winthrop because that was a Moves was on Cypher before. No, am I crazy?
You're not crazy.
Thank you, Ash.
No. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But I like the Moves vibes. I think Moves plays out. I remember like the Moves Reyna era where Moves are super aggressive and like to play a lot with their just selfishly. And I feel like Vibes gives a more way to that. I don't know, especially with the development of the composition coming through for Corrode, I do feel like they needed something more significant in regards to holding. And this just has such a big area of effect with Vice's util that it makes it almost a little bit more impossible to gain that entry, especially like knowing Renz's Neon and the fact that Ange is so incredibly creative with their Omen. I feel like this might be a really good deterrent.
I definitely agree with that call from Gompers. I think the fact that Maryville opt to run the Fade, it's a lot more difficult for the Fade to find that value up against that Vice setup, where you can really just slow down a lot of these pushes compared to the Cypher, where, yeah, you could have the Prowlers going out, break those trips. It's a little bit of a different story. So I do love this adjustment coming in, and Moves is always fun to watch on the Vice.
I mean, it's a collegiate clash that we've seen between these two teams before, but now a different battleground and a little switch up. It's time to see in the first round here in the playoffs which collegiate team is going to come out on top. Let's get into the server and find out with your casters, Henrik and Shift.
Should be a good one. Actually, the whole day should be good ones. We got history brewing between both of our opening matchups. Of course, this one is the easy one. It's two universities playing each other. And like the desk could really hit home, there is no lack of familiarity between these two. So why not go ahead and see what is essentially a one-for-one battle with these two teams. I'm Shift with me, Tedrick. Give me your thoughts here, brother. Corrode to get us kicked off should be fun.
Yeah, like the desk said, a continuation of the previous best of three that these two played all the way back in round 4. They just wanted to pick the ball right back up in this varsity brawl, and I love it. That being said, with Wildfire gone, it seems like Winthrop University want to try and outstructure Maryville a little bit, coming into a map that lacks a lot of it. Moves on this Vice should be a little more stationary. That being said, I don't really care what agent Moves plays, he's going to frag out.
Yeah, that's true. I also say this, and I don't know if you've heard me say this. Whenever Moves has a sheriff in hand, he's always good for one. Now, that's not always true, but I feel like every time I talk about it, he doesn't get one. When I don't talk about it, he's good for one. So we're just going to say both right now and see what happens. The other big news, Infiltrator has really, I think, stepped into his skin, I will say. I mean, we know what he has to offer in terms of an individual player, but it does feel like this Winthrop team has really locked things in the last couple of weeks. Whereas, and we've seen this before, I don't want to just like throw out into the universe this like giant caster curse, but teams that qualify in the first week of opportunity to qualify sometimes can come out a little slow. So we'll see if Maryville can try to stave that off. Of course, they're very active in their competitive schedule as a collegiate squad. So we'll see what they're able to cook as Winthrop will be on the opening defense and just a little pistol feel out over towards B, but nothing major.
Allowed some time to develop, much like the group stage has. And 100% agreed, not to curse it, but especially in the previous stage, you did see some, rust coming off of the teams that had a bit of a longer break, despite the fact that they were playing in off-season matches.
Toxins going up.
And Infiltrator has definitely stepped into that role as that win condition purely and fully. Rest of Winthrop, can they step up as well to meet this threat that has been pretty easily decimating just about every other team in front of them?
Well, a little bit of information gathering there for Maryville. Essentially allowed to happen, though, by Winthrop. Smoke will cover the close cut onto A, forcing Maryville to have to make their way over towards double to the 1v1 at the middle of the map. A little bit of damage onto Caloric, but nothing crazy. And meanwhile, the focus has to turn back, so really good for Caloric to keep their life. Renz, Caloric, follow up, find a couple of eliminations. So yeah, perfect stuff. Spike can now be planted in a 5v3.
Nice slow game of follow, the leader being played to start things out. Winthrop tried to interrupt it at the point that Spike is being dropped, but you got more than enough resources to toss at the problem. From there, Winthrop forced to file in on the defensive end, and from there, it's completely toast. It's a nicely orchestrated pistol round coming up from Maryville, very slowly paced, but still ultimately going for the safest and strongest option, that A pinch through the mid presence that you're able to slowly wean out. And from there, it's total funnel for Winthrop University as Governor will
finalize the pack here on this Sheriff, and we'll get away with one. But Maryville already showing that they are not slacking, they are not sleeping at the wheel, they are here to play and get to that top 6 out the gate.
And just good discipline, right? Like, Caloric in trouble. Like, if he falls there, that's a 4-man hit through elbow that I think Winthrop are probably able to get a pretty solid read on. Plus, it makes that post plant just so unstable with the potential of a flank through mid. So really good opening first bloods coming through. Giza doing a lot of the legwork while they're in the site on the plant. And then really the only thing to talk about for Winthrop is they avoid the flawless. Not that it matters too much because the Sheriff is collected. And Maryville can get to work now with the Guardian, Phantom, Bulldog, couple of pistols. And Giza is, some days it just be like that, you know what I mean? Just timing right to the smoke, good for 1, almost 2. Infiltrator will show themselves, and this is just one of those rundowns, see if we can grab a weapon. And nope, not so fast, everything backs off.
First case of many of why the hell nots we'll see today, coming out from Maryville to start. Again, the experimentation you're allowed to work with at this stage, they're gonna take that and run with it as long as they can. Maybe knock on this front door again, see if they can inch away at what utility is left. Winthrop's already been willing to drain too much, and again, already with 4 players still standing the previous rounds, potential to shatter on this opening, but Maryville, they will be able to fully bluster through.
Yeah, pretty casual. The big news, though, for Maryville is that this could be a flawless round, which means it would be a true bonus if they decide to hold on to the pistols. And yep, Caloric, wow, already? Okay.
Jeez.
You know, in other games, they say you never shoot bodies before the fat lady sings, but that's a round 2 body shot. No love lost here.
So at this point, Winthrop, unfortunately, just starting with the pistol, having to play with that individuality, not able to cut the right target down. Wondering how the packs are going to end up aligning when they actually care about what guns they have held up. Because this A-Link is really screwy with the way that Renz pushes it. As the desk put well, he's not necessarily a win condition. He's more just like the pinprick, the first mortar tossed. That opens up the field. Tough to come back from here on Corrode if it's opened up.
Well, one thing, of course, that we know is that Governor's going to pull out Node wherever possible. He's still first blood. Infiltrator following up, able to get blessed with a second headshot to turn this into a numbers advantage for Winthrop. But Maryville still have the brute force of their bonus weapons still in play here for this 3v4, especially with Infiltrator just on 1 point of health, essentially. Moves is also low, but that may determine the round right there, and it will. Governor getting to work with the Ode and a Dugo Bird, though. Infiltrator with 3, and we were really close to starting to see some of our early ultimates come together.
Yeah, just playing that sequential defense to the letter, and Winthrop University able to allocate each other to the proper angles to make sure that you didn't have to lose the lower health pools earlier on in those follow-up fights. So already good prio coming out from Winthrop University, good head on their shoulders, despite how fiery a start Maryville are trying to get going here on the attack, clearly trying to win a foot race first in order to gain ultimate presence on the site and just dominate from there. That can work pretty well with the level that Maryville plays at.
Oh, here we go. Oh, Ali just able to scout out Renz while he was in a mad sprint. So it keeps their life. 5v5 will continue into the first full gun round. Winthrop really kind of putting together a line of scrimmage that's right at the front of every single choke point, especially with these 2 Razor Vines in place. So you got a 2-2-1 stack, but most importantly, Moobs does have his wall to play off of. Same can be said for Ali over at B, which means, yeah, this is what you would figure. A lot of the attention is going to go over towards mid. The Aldrin won't see anything, and an opportunity for Winthrop to make a decision. Do we push up, or do we just stack one of these 2 sites?
You just got to dynamicize these boundaries, keep pulling and pulling and pulling back so you still have some ground to hold on to and fight with. That's what makes this map so fun and tough to defend, is you just have to keep backing out. Ollie, first line of defense.
Yeah, think about that little fake for Maryville over towards A as the recon bolt reveals a player over towards B. So you got a Prowler, you got a little bit of extra utility out of the fade for Maryville, but it doesn't really give you much of an indication that this is actually a hit towards A. Even more so, I was going to say, if Moobs can find this first blood, not the case. And what? He's able to find another while being paranoid. Ali in a bit of trouble will find a little bit of nearsightedness himself. Ange will follow up with the teleport, and Maryville is off to the races. Only a small stumble in the bonus, but this has looked pretty much perfect for Maryville.
I mean, that's a perfect way to just tie this map right back up for yourself after the presence was not fully sold. You just grab the kills anyway. Giza daring to press and then grabbing that second. That's bar impossible. Glyph pounding the desk after that. And Ange's paranoia definitely working a little better for the rest of Maryville's push, which they spring that trigger the second they can. They'll find Governor as well, make it a 3-1 game here, and already show the level at which they're able to immediately tip the scales at any given notice.
Some days just Valorant be like that, but Glyph and Moobs 0-7 is not common. That was not at all a storyline for Winthrop in the last couple of weeks of Swiss stage, but this, you're absolutely right. Glyph is sitting there saying, what? Are you like, there's no way. Yeah. Come on! And then on the flip side, Ange, perfect on his follow-up. So back to a save goes Winthrop, and Maryville a chance to really dominate this first half early.
We'll still see Governor pay early attention to mid here. Interesting to see how many people Winthrop are going to toss at this, especially if Maryville are going to start making pleas to control it, which they will, creeping up on the toxic screen, even tossing a Prowler out nice and early. No A-pinch presence yet. They're just going to cross this smoke. Ange daring to try and challenge Moobs, who is now held up on top.
Now Smokes will envelop most of the middle of the map. A little bit of pre-fire for Maryville. Nothing to be super concerned about, though, for Winthrop. You just have to kind of split this defense around a touch as they're going to wait for Moobs to try to work a way around the back. Again, he's got a Sheriff in hand. See if he's able to find something. Good shock dart. Well, you thought. Zerona actually doesn't take as much damage as I thought they would have. Ange's going to push a little bit further forward, scale deeper, trying to see if they can find more eliminations. His Infiltrator, well, got to make a decision now with this dark cover in your way. Ange is in a pretty perfect spot to get a crossfire setup with this, and that's exactly what they'll set up. Good relay bolt. Nope, doesn't make a difference. It's only a mere aesthetic status effect. Glyph Governor, though, Hunter's Fury going to be called into this, able to find a couple of eliminations, but do we have the time to even get back onto site here?
Yeah.
So much you have to clear, but they're clearing it. Ren's by themselves. Trigger discipline from in the corner, but cannot satisfy as Governor over the top finds the elim, and I don't know where that came from, but Winthrop find their second.
Too close to call at every given moment, but it's a thrifty round that Winthrop University are happy with. That was a great sandwich plan to start. You saw, I really appreciated the start, actually. Ange moving up and then smoking those chokes that he was on top of. I think it wasted a lot of extra time there for Winthrop, having to continuously just inch into whatever wall was there. They weren't completely sure how much was present for it. But in turn, the Hunter's Fury lobbed on top of the Paranoia. As soon as they toss that ulti in, they're able to just pressure those remaining kills out, and then luckily they make quick work of the rest of the crowd.
Unreal stuff. And that's just kind of one of those things that there is no such thing as a unwinnable round for Winthrop. Opening op shot for Infiltrator goes just a bit wide. And that'll allow Maryville to assess the threat, and instead look like they want to go a little bit quicker over towards B. Steel Garden will hit 2, but there is a chance, yep, for Ali to get away, and it does not actually affect them. I thought for maybe a moment it had, not the case. So maybe a chance here for Ali to step up and contest, but not going to happen. Governor going to get a lay of the land and set up the retake attempt, but if Hyperspit now blooms in their way, and that might be about what solves this round here for Maryville 4v2.
A perfect setup for Ange as well in that corner as that Viper's pick goes up. He's getting shrouded as he's fragging away. Harder and harder to counteract. You appreciate what Ali did there as well. Again, playing sequentially. And again, continuing to just press into that pressure point when he could, but only good for the one. And the rest is all Ange here. Good Lord. He's on one today to start things out. Just searching for it. Really active, knowing that Giz has already gotten so much control as this singular controller.
Well, a couple of eliminations keeps Maryville on the respect side of this 1v3. Ange will not be able to satisfy every audience member's desire, which is the ace. And we will admire, well, the bloom of the spike explosion, except for Glyph, who falls to it. So 4-2 going to be the count. Maryville still with a very severe advantage. Although, to be fair, their economy is not as really blossomed as you would figure. So still chance here for Winthrop to turn this half around, and they're going to talk about it.
Yeah, as long as you can keep your foot on the neck of Winthrop for this round, Maryville should be able to keep the snowball rolling from here with way more stability. You'll have the overdrive coming in either this round or next. Again, whenever you can sort of pile drive it, but a big investment like that certainly does leave the window open for Winthrop, and they're going to try and run with it. They've already challenged with stacks. They've already played the mid game. just from very far back, that is. And they've already proven that they're able to hold their own on each individual choke when it leads into the site. So Maryville does have to reopen this playbook fully in order to find a way to really breach this second half of their attack. I think that Winthrop have enough of a read to scare Maryville into not necessarily coming in with that same level of aggression. Of course, not with 3 ultimates either.
Well, pretty important set of rounds coming up for Winthrop to see if they can execute off the timeout with exactly what you're saying. They will be the full purchase here, so we'll get our first indication. Does Infiltrator choose to purchase, or are we going to go to the finger guns and something else?
I think we finger gun.
No, maybe.
Whoa.
Could be hard, you know, it's hard to tell. Could be. What I'm trying to say. Operator, possibility of the overdrive. Meanwhile, like mentioned, Maryville is able to full purchase themselves, but money is not as luxurious as you figure. Definitely no trips to Saint-Tropez in their near future.
Standing ahead.
Good reveal.
Really aggressive A pinch here. That's a great spot to stick Infiltrator.
Especially with the extra bonus of the information. You know, when Ward's on the corner, you're going to have a little bit of help from Ali, and that works out nicely. Infiltrator actually going to pull out the lightning. And Cal will watch that just blaze by his ear, and then eventually Visa will fall. Opportunity for more on the corner. A little bait and switch. Actually, headshot does line up, but it must have been through a wall. Maryville are making this competitive, though. I'll tell you that, considering the first pick had come through. 1v2 situation not over yet, especially if Ali misses, but no, not going to happen. Ali good for another, and Winthrop keep us within 1.
Still pretty touch and go, though. You got to say, Winthrop University, they're trying to play into what Maryville want to, it appears. I think both these teams understand that these opening 2 maps are really just going to be a shooting gallery. Who is fully on today? And Winthrop proving that they have, again, the reaction time, that they're locked in. An Infiltrator on this operator. Going to keep on holding on to it after Ali's able to secure it. Maryville, their buy is going to be fractured here. You know, losing those resources does mean a lot for Winthrop to be able to get something going. Again, though, it is inches apart.
There we go. First guard activated.
Well, quick burst potential onto B. At least it's in the cards for now. Held off largely by this Razor Vines, though. Doesn't stop Ren. Doesn't really care about it, but nice follow-up from Governor. Whoa, that's saucy. And now has the Aldrone just to see if this is a confirmation on the hit. It is. And Winthrop are in perfect spots to deal with it. What a set of opener chops, though, from Governor to save that site.
That's a perfect spider's web. And yeah, Governor with that hail of bullets onto the opening line. Maryville not prepared, not able to counter. And it'll tie us up here at 4 with Winthrop now holding all of the cards out of nowhere. The ult economy did not have enough time to reset for MU. So they're still treading water here, as it'll be a very sparse buy. Winthrop University able to try and go the distance here, hold on to everything, recline, and play for these last 3 rounds.
Well, here we go again.
That's
this time, whoa,
so aggressive.
Yeah, but why not? I mean, you get the angle, you just spam it, you've got all the ammunition you could possibly want.
But you're through the screen, though. You become vulnerable. You become one shot.
A touch for sure. So there is a trade, 4v4. That's a bold peek by Renz, and Governor is, I'm sure Maryville's like, he's got no, never mind, he's got an operator. Never mind, he's got a freaking showstopper. Like, he's just got everything. Giza follows up, though. That's an opportunity for a weapon collection. That'll work. But Glyph is right there to trade, shuts down the Prowler in the same breath. And just a paranoia to try to set a little bit of distance between him and Verona, who will be finished by moves, and then Caloric will fall as well. So how about this? I mean, considering the start for Maryville, Winthrop find themselves up by 1 somehow.
Yeah, this has been very chaotic, and Winthrop playing into the madness almost a little too well that round. But you can see that they're able to kind of wrestle the boat back when people start playing in panic mode. And that paranoia was a good call from Glyph to just split the board and reset things, fully guarantee the round. You're just seeing, you know, everybody in the lobby really test the waters in this opening half of the match. Figure out how much everyone is able to get away with. And it seems the punish game is pretty good from both sides today.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. I think you're right, though, just kind of going back, and we saw it with the operator through the reveal and that aggressive angle. Winthrop haven't backed off at all throughout the entirety of this half. It's just been, again, like if you were to go back, and I'm going to sound like I'm flip-flopping a touch here, but if you were to go back and tally how Maryville wins some of the opening key rounds, spam through smoke. You know, that's a lot of it. You get damage done on your bonus. Like, there are a lot of things that you just get fortunate because you did your diligence of paying homage to the Valorant gods. So now you find yourself in 3 in a row if you're Winthrop. Timeout should expire here at a moment. And with the Operator and the Odin and Ultimates, Winthrop have a pretty severe advantage to close out this half of their name.
Yeah, Maryville knowing this game, Winthrop playing it better for the moment. And you're wondering how aggressive Infiltrator is going to start getting at this point. Now back at that B door with this Operator. Looks like he's going to be, ready to go. Arcros is up too.
Prowlers denied by moves. Hard to say if that op had been seen or not from that. We'll come to find out here in a moment. Is there going to be any sort of, oh my. Whoa! That will work.
Come on!
Yep. That's just like, I don't care about your dark cover. Got a flashlight, easy to see through, no problem. And then Glyph follows up 2v5 in a very pivotal round as Maryville are gonna have to consider just backing off and saving here.
One enemy remaining.
Or not.
Oh my
Spike
gosh.
down B.
Wow.
Just going through the motions for that round, man. An Infiltrator walking up, grabbing that collat. Everybody gets that confidence boost. Everyone just starts walking it down. The game turns to melted butter. Everyone's just flip-flopping around.
Yeah. Well, here's the last chance, Rens. Yeah, an attempt was made. Flawless round for Winthrop, 6-4 the count, and just like that, look at the economy switch. You got Winthrop up major. They can still bring the Odin and the Operator. They still have 2 ultimates. They're getting close to Hunter's Fury. They're about to earn a kitchen sink to throw at Maryville at this point, who are now on Stingers and Sheriffs.
Yeah, they broke we up for sure. Crazy turnaround to start things out here on the defense. And it all comes from Winthrop's just willingness to keep going, to keep moving forward. That really does send so much of this game for both sides, honestly. A confidence game for sure. And again, figuring out what you're going to be able to do in this match and, hell, the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah. Oof. I mean, that's just one of those things that, again, it's just like, Infiltrator's just feeling himself today. We've seen it in a couple of moments. And you have to feel like Maryville's probably like, all right, dark cover down. What do we want to do here, guys? No, like, surely no one's going to push through this. Bang, round over. Patience, though, for this time for Maryville. Maybe seeing if they can maybe catch someone off guard, which, to be fair, if they all decide to peek through mid, they might. Glyph is still just playing a jump peek, though, so he should be okay. Has help nearby as well. But Steel Garden comes through. Here's the push-up. Glyph has only got a shorty by the look of it, but Governor makes good use of it, even switches back over. Infiltrator shows up to help. And Zerona cannot hit the shot, so it's just shorty on shorty. It's like a 2000s T-Pain hit, and you've got a 2v4 situation with Maryville just on a Sheriff and a Stinger, and Governor's hopping in with an Odin. Yeah, Winthrop's feeling it.
That is such a gamble to take. To try and go for 6-6, and now you're at risk of 8-4.
Last round
after that Steel Garden is just a drop in the bucket for Winthrop. Just reset your util cycle, because again, the game was being played so slow up until that point. Winthrop have the timing, they have the reaction time. Once it activates, I mean, how does Governor get away with that?
Yeah, for real.
That is unreal. And I mean, it's given a very easy ticket to 8-4 here if Maryville is not able to utilize this Nightfall to a hellish extent.
Oh, it's interesting. Oh, you still got. Whoa,
Come
okay, never mind.
on, dude,
Yeah,
come
dude.
on.
Yeah, you want to shoot bodies, my guy? I'll show you shooting bodies, my guy. You have to peek this. Like, you just have to find a way to get him off this angle. And, well, I was going to say, the Prowler goes the wrong direction. Infiltrator has a second chance. Doesn't hit. Viper's Pit will take over the B choke point, and everyone else will just funnel over and help out Infiltrator, who has another weapon to play with, and if he gets that, I lose my mind. But instead, Maryville brings this back to a 4v3. Glyph trades it back to even, and will hit them from the shadows and try to help out in the backside of A.
Face your fear.
Appreciate this rotation from you. Again, good recognition of when A becomes weak enough to hit. And they've saved this orb as well to prevent this ult from Glyph from really doing too much. Still got to snake back on the pit as well. You know you have a lot of time for once.
Have to get this first one, and they do. Okay, safe. Moobs gets that elimination. The Viper's Pit gets countered by Steel Garden, and it puts it into shorties again. So now Glyph trying to work their way around. Giza in the corner, and Glyph's able to find Zerona. Nice reaction, though, from Giza. Now it's just down to Ali for the 1v2. Hard-pressed, you would think, to separate this one out. But may get a chance to isolate onto Renz here. A little bit of pre-fire. Both players tag. And off the reload. Renz will back over towards at least the near side of the pit. Giza's going to drop a snake bite right on top of the spike, and that will conclude the half. 7-5, no stranger to fireworks. These two teams squared up evenly.
Yeah, enough to get over the line. Maryville just banging on the door of Infiltrator long enough, and they're barely able to escape with the kill on him. A becomes weak from there after Winthrop went for the lean, and they're able to secure it afterwards. Again, Maryville is just as tuned in, and Infiltrator now on the flip will not be able to play the same way with this operator, so you certainly do feel a little more comfortable, at least for a moment, as Maryville will swap over to the defense. But that being said, now Winthrop just get to execute their vanilla game plan, which is Infiltrator as the win condition, as the tip of the spear that just launches itself into sight.
Let's tally the leaderboard, the scoreboard right now. Again, we've seen Infiltrator do what Infiltrator does, but interestingly enough, Zerona just one elimination on the first half. You don't, again, speaking of things you just don't see all that often.
Yeah, so unlike him.
Yeah. Especially the position that he was playing, too. It's just unlucky situations, it felt like. But now onto the defensive side goes Maryville, looking to get this pistol back and what would likely get us back to a tie game with that. But, and it is a big but, and I cannot lie, Giza is going to find himself in a very sticky spot because it's going to be a 1v4. Owl drone to check. Ollie's creating a ton of noise at A. Help is going to make its way into the site in the face of Zerona, and there's Zerona. A little 2-for-1 special. Giza shuts down the play pretty much largely at B, as Ollie will have to try to finesse the cross back over. Footsteps are there. Nice shots. Renz. Okay, good for the trade. It's a 1v3.
Appreciate Winthrop trying to overwhelm here on the steps, but they tried to trailblaze on backside too, and you haven't cleared the hut. So Zerona got away with way too much time. And again, this is open season, the map. So you get one moment of getting to look at everybody. You get 2 or 3 free kills. Pistol round like this, very consequential.
Yeah.
So a super pivotal start here for Maryville. Again, tremendous discipline, not playing nearly as sequentially as Winthrop did as well. They're just very stalwart and willing to continue duking it out until they fall. But they're also much faster to rotate to each other. The cavalry comes in very quickly on this team.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, like, in terms of what we saw in that first half, like, there is a level of, like, Winthrop just do not care that they're down. They're still going to play forward and play aggressive. But the same can be said for Maryville. Like, both teams happy to challenge in and through the choke points on the map, which there are, of course, many. And we may see that kind of come to fruition here once again. Chloric is just looking for some opening information. Prowler doesn't scout out too much at mid as Moobs deletes that almost instantaneously. But the big key here is Ange is in the ballpark with this shotgun. And with Chloric helping out, yep, Ange can get a little bit deeper, and that will work. That's just the judge doing judge things. So looks like it's going to be another situation for Maryville starting off the half on about as good of a foot as you could possibly expect.
Yeah, that's a tough fight for Winthrop to take. The toxic screen, you saw them generate a good deal of space and pressure, but couldn't really act on it, and they made noise, so Maryville was able to rotate over, set up the stack, and with the toxic orb and that shotgun, it's pretty trivial. So yeah, a good setup, great way to get the half started once again for Maryville here, as they look to be just a little more disciplined. The confidence game is starting to wane just a little bit.
Sure,
you still see North American players doing North American player things, but I think everyone's gotten their feet in the water at this point and understood, you know, how much they're going to be able to get away with.
Yeah. The other important note, and this is something that I think does merit a bit of a conversation, is that both teams are now on their stronger halves on the one play time that they've had on this map so far this stage. It was a 10-2 offensive half against Nightblood for Maryville, but only a 13-11 win. Whereas for Winthrop, they beat YFP 13-10, but had 8 rounds on defense. So 6 of one, half a dozen of another. The old adage of the unstoppable force meets the immovable object, so to speak. So I like that we have a tie game here, and again, pretty much true bonus for Maryville to try to work with.
If there's one thing we know about this match is that it'll go the distance.
Put your house on it?
Bet your car on Tier 2 Valorant?
Careful. a little topically relevant.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Oh, that's a brilliant wall for
That's
Chloric.
awesome.
Down A.
So he's able to get the isolation onto one with the judge. Winthrop not going to be paused, though, trying to still force it. And honestly, Maryville's like, come on into our web. Yeah, that's just a perfect breakdown. Great micro play from Chloric. And now it's just down to Moobs, who is stuck shooting at a couple of different things at once. And that's a flawless bonus. And uh-oh, Maryville about ready to crack the code here on map number 1.
Yeah, there were like welcome mats on that site too. Maryville was inviting the fight in, being the bonus. They were fully ready for it, and they absolutely dominated. Winthrop clearly not coming with enough firepower for that round. Tough start, obviously, with the sheer. It's such a terrific setup to just immediately gain the step ladder up. And the spike as well. The fact that it was Governor that let that get stranded, you immediately start getting the stack over there. That was, yeah, perfectly orchestrated by MU, and a real chance to take this game away nice and early.
Well, opening shot from Ali is good. This is what Winthrop does.
Did you walk through a smoke for that?
It sure felt that way.
Yeah.
Brawler to figure out some action at mid. Doesn't really see too much, so now you start to get a little bit of development for Winthrop over towards A, but Giza clears out the lurker at B, can start to get the rotation back over. Good fast lane for Maryville to try to stop the inevitable hit. Relay bolt to follow. Maryville in a little bit of trouble here on the corner, but the weapon's just far too superior. Shoot through the wall all you'd like. You are now trapped. Can they find a way to double swing this, triple swing this? Yeah, eventually, but that's not a favorable trade. It does give Glyph an out and a weapon, though, to play the 1v3.
And 45 seconds, too, so he can trollops kind of wherever he pleases. But he's going to make that mad dash over to B. He knows he has to outrun Renz first, and him being only 30 HP, if it devolves into just that 1v1, he can still actually have a really decent shot at this.
Possible?
No.
Not anymore. Too much to deal with. So Maryville will keep on their winning ways here on the defense. First major lead since the opening 2 rounds, which means it's a tally of 2. Winthrop will be in a position to purchase, though, and we're going to start, again, dealing with some of our early ultimates as the Steel Garden is really close here for Chloric.
Yeah, Maryville already heavily denial geared, and I imagine the ultimates are going to do the same thing, just continue playing keep away and interrupting the pushes that Winthrop goes for. Just the immense amount of firepower and utility that they use when they actually go for these swings. It's so deadly when you're standing in front of it, and it's made these rounds, even that previous one, kind of close. But if Maryville are able to put a couple speed bumps in there, it looks so much weaker. And on top of that, if they make this read off the jump for the B site, oh goodness.
Well, there it is. Winthrop, a little bit of crossfire set up. Defense trying to assert some aggression. Not going to happen there. The pushback does at least occur. Governor is low, but regardless of that, it's a 5v4 in favor of Winthrop. And you would figure this is about the time where Ali will try to establish some pressure on the lurk. See if they can create enough noise to force the defense to reconsider.
About that time. Gotta try and get this lean from Ange fully committed. Oh, unless you're gonna rotate the spike over here and just full send on a fight. Yeah, they'll keep moves implanted here. This feels very improvisational, and Maryville are gonna meet this in the middle.
The thing about this little rotation for Maryville is they could kind of cut off this separation and possibly give Chloric a chance, especially off the Vice wall and the Razor Fine in front of them. You don't have a paranoia from Ange, but you do have the ability to supply a dark cover once this hit starts to come through. So we'll see how this starts to go. A little bit of, again, split decision here for Winthrop. Going to fake the fast lane, relay bolt as well. And they will, of course, notice that Moobs is by himself at B. Spike will be picked up, and Infiltrator will find not just one, but two, which will pretty much mean that this will be an 8th round for Winthrop.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
That was very well done across all straights from Winthrop. You saw they were definitely a little scared for a moment because they realized Glyph was going to be the one that had to lay back, which meant you didn't have as much immediacy in taking over an overwhelming Chloric the way that I would imagine Winthrop wants to, but you just adjust off of that the second that you notice the stack is leaning back in towards the A pinch, which Glyph was able to alert the rest of the team to. Get that TP over to B, get that spike. You already have Moobs, who has walked up most of the site, fully cleared it out. That's just terrifically handled. And now you have your economy almost fully back in tow, ults included, restabilization round. Definitely for the books.
Well, Recon Bolt thrown in for Winthrop, trying to get some early control at mid, or at least give the intention that that's the play. But the op is out for Ange, who's currently playing over towards A elbow. A little bit of noise from Ali. Moves likely to do something similar over towards B, as a smoke will get replenished at mid. So again, Winthrop just kind of keep the focus spread. Not really to any concern of Maryville at the moment, though.
It's all for monitoring, and Maryville are willing to respect it. Friends will have to toss out this relay bolt, though, to stall. Because again, this weakest opening requires so much extra attention paid to it, especially as that clock starts ticking. But now the smoke tossed up into A-Link, and no one from MU here. Already a crucial couple seconds where Winthrop can play with that guessing game.
Where do you go from here is the question if you're Winthrop. Because with 35 seconds, trying to work through mid around the back doesn't really work. The defense for Maryville at B hasn't really been moved much, although Giza now will fall. Paranoia will push one back from the shadows. That'll get Ange into the play a little bit sooner, but not enough to stop the spike. So this is going to be waiting for Zerona to get back, who has a Prowler and a C still available, but this is going to take time, and you still have to clear out this cut at B.
Yeah, Maryville didn't realize how quickly Winthrop could get on here. They're not ready to react to it, so they've got to dip a little bit more into it. Very committal retake about to happen.
There's the fast lane. Isolation over towards the left side of the site. Doesn't really work out, though. Winthrop for a couple. Steel Garden called in the middle of the battle. Zerona now has to be forced into the shorty. 1v2, and the angle and the distance for this is not ideal. Time's going to be really close to running out, and it's a little high-low stack to make matters worse. Winthrop, tie us back up at 9. That's a big round, as it looks like, for the most part, Maryville will still be able to purchase, but it won't be maybe with full confidence.
Winthrop getting a foot in the door, and rather than busting it open, they just snake in the little crack that they were open and close that door right behind them. That's a huge pick to start out from Moobs on the front. As soon as that screen goes down, divert the attention for half a second and you've gotten that opening kill, and boom, he's TP'd in, you've ran in, you've gotten 2 down, and you haven't even used your relay bolt to fully commit to that fight.
Cover going out.
Again, perfect timing, great collaboration coming from Winthrop to tie us back up here at 9. Now 0 B presence, just that sheer.
Renz baited with the op to start. Overdrive out, fast lane to follow. But Maryville have backed up and have really slowed things down by way of that haunt. Brilliant recovery and reaction for Maryville's defense through A elbow. Now has just Glyph and Ali by themselves, and they really don't have much room to work with. Renz, the perfect timing on the double scope, and almost finesses for another. Ali will punish for a moment, but you would think the lifeline on his play is running out, and it will be. Maryville back into the advantage, up to 10.
It was a great idea that Winthrop had for the push. He saw the light bulb go off in Infiltrator's head, and again, Winthrop able to follow suit so quickly off rip there, but as soon as they dive into this Viper, into this orb, they're stopped. The back of the push is just, it's got nothing. And Infiltrator has no one to play with. 2 players still coming from mid. Just no part of that push is strong enough, and Maryville able to chomp off all the weakest bits first, individually, and play for themselves. Again, showing that they are that leg up. Now 1 round up here and trying to finish off this map that they chose.
Deep Razorvine here for Winthrop. We'll have Zerona in a bit of trouble considering the Nightfall going to commit for it. And wow, what a peak that is. Zerona's going to find 3.
Himself.
unbelievable. I mean, there's a little bit of help from Renz, if you want to call it that, but with the op, no angles, really not able to spam things down. So that is a 1v3, essentially. Give it to Zerona, and Maryville's looking good for 11.
Just a bite so much bigger than the bark. Maryville continuing to find ways to completely quash the noise that Winthrop has tried to make. Early bit of the half, the individuality was reigning, pressing at different gates, forcing Maryville to continue checking their sixes, get a couple rounds. Maryville deconditioned that. They double down on the stacks. They read properly into rotations. They take care of the weakest bits first. That what does Winthrop do? They restack up. They try to go for the pure firefights. They try and go for those util dumps that work oh so well when they work directly behind Infiltrator. What does Maryville do? You send one guy out with an ultimate, and he lights it up.
It's a bold call. It really is. I mean, that very well may have missed everything, but that's the risk met with the reward this time around. So we're going to get 11-9. Ali moves able to save. Everyone else, maybe Infiltrator could purchase something to bring to the party, but everyone else is going to be on pretty limited purchase. So Maryville's probably looking at this saying we should be good for 12. Now, again, that's not a guarantee, especially with Winthrop finding an extra elimination here on the outside. If you get one more, oof, maybe not quite the case. So maybe enough to afford someone else, but largely speaking, again, this is starting late in the game to favor Maryville, and all is because of this play from Zerona.
And this is the moment, this is the point where you can not really rely on the point in which you can find a recovery round. That window starting to close. This might be Winthrop's only chance to hold on to it. Ollie, the pressure to find a place to let this Viper's Pit down to guarantee a round, so immense. But Winthrop, they'll go window shopping here in mid in response. Maryville, big press up with that Paranoia down B main just to scare moves away. Have a good idea that he's there.
Well, this is Winthrop saying, now we can play that mid play. Nightfall's not here. We can try for this again. But Zerona's still playing a little bit further up on the backside of stairs. Steel guard now, really good prowler. Moves is still able to go in for one. That's not bad. Winthrop can try to come back and see if they can take the battle over at mid. They're kind of forced to. Viper's Pit also creates an exit if Winthrop want it, but instead they're going to stand and hold their ground. May work out as trades continue to keep us into a 3v2.
That's such a good fork now, because now you've walled away Chloric and you've been able to basically exercise whichever fight you want to first. Of course, you're not entirely sure of where Giz is headed to at this point, and Chloric, I mean, any wanton shot can really make a mess of this round for Winthrop, but we'll inch on in. Giza, in he goes as well.
Have to try for something. Timing could be good on the Infiltrator if he goes back into the smoke. Not the case. Timing here is all right, though. 1 for 1. Chloric, understanding that he's got an opportunity right in front of him, spams it out, finds one, avoids the snake bite. So now it's just down to, can you hit the shots? Ollie still inside the green goo. Now pushing up, but doesn't expect Chloric to be in the corner. I think Ollie thought that snake bite got there. Not the case, and Winthrop will find a round. Really, again, it looked like a guarantee. Go astray, and Maryville's on map point.
Beyond crucial save there from Maryville University. Again, just getting ahead of that finish line. As the spike gets dropped, they're right in front of the screen. They can't spray through, but they know the stack is so close. Pressing in, turning it to that 1v2, and that one spray from Chloric was just everything. Poor Ali. Pushing just a little downstream. And that Viper's Pit was so integral as well. Perfectly placed to isolate these fights. But the onus was still on Winthrop to make that offensive choice, still plant that spike down in Maryville. They get the team stack back out. They have some semblance of a backstab. They manufacture a fight and a win. And now they have a pit themselves. Renz with the overdrive as well. The bank is spilling here for Maryville as they got 3 rounds of game point.
Oh, man, that had to have been a situation where Ollie thinks that snake bite gets all the way into that back corner.
Yeah.
So he doesn't bother to clear it, but it's just a touch short. So now you've got a situation on your hands where Winthrop will be at full purchase, but 3 rounds in a row against some adversity, like you mentioned, with the ultimates that are in hand right now for Maryville University. Little recap of the replays to what we've seen to this point. And that's a big one right there. I mean, again, Giza just able to find one, and just like this map had started, Cloric able to get another through the smoke, and Moobs cannot believe it.
Such a tough call at this point from Winthrop, because their recognition has also been very on point. Very quick to the punch. Moves has always been a little earlier than Maryville expects. And now he's got help here on the B stack with no one pressing in. Just that operator from Renz.
Oof. Okay. That's a serviceable trade for Winthrop. Hit out for Giza. Largely that was just essential bait for Winthrop to see if they could pull it. Oh, and they find Giza. How about a little VAC blessings of their own? Finally, I'm sure Winthrop are saying, like, we've been spamming to the smoke just as much as they have. So 4v3, and now the world is your oyster. Although, to be fair, this is a brilliant step up for Zerona to re-clear B and maybe give Ange an opportunity to cut off this play from behind.
Oh, he's got so much ground already.
Not quite. So now it's just down to how long can Cloric stave off this inevitable hit.
30 seconds.
Oh, it's got to wait a little bit longer. Good Arc Rose flash, but Infiltrator punishes before the gun can come up for Cloric. So now it's on to Zerona. Well, this 1v4 from a pretty predictable spot would be difficult. Gonna get information onto one, but the Paranoia will push him back just a touch. Still has a seize available, but the Snakebite encompasses that choke point, and that will likely mean Winthrop will get 10.
Certainly worth it for Zerona to try and find one more kill here, but he will not. As I was some really good isolation found out from Winthrop, of course, finding that kill in the Snake, in the Viper's Pit was just everything. After the op trade away occurred, you feel enough pressure on the B site for Winthrop to just have full control of that map again. Out of absolutely nowhere. That is preposterous from Infiltrator.
Yeah.
But it is something you'll absolutely take, and something that you should know to do at that point. You know how condensed the pit is in that moment. You understand how good of a chance you have at least doing some damage, and Infiltrator did a hell of a lot of damage there. Again, tables turned back. Winthrop on the precipice of integral ultimates. You have the economy to last as well. You can scrape by to OT here.
Could happen. Very well could happen. An expensive round for Maryville now has them playing a little bit more reserved across the board. Ange will not be seen by this Aldrin. He's going to give this a look. Sees a shoulder from Infiltrator, relay bolt out. That's an early Paranoia bait out, though, if you're Winthrop. Zerona showing the Odin at mid, but largely Winthrop have already crossed, so there is a chance that they could try to burst.
Feels appropriate, given you still have all of this opening util available. Paranoia is still free. Bite's still free to flush. Stuck on the boxes. Have so much of A here, you just gotta overwhelm.
We've seen this before, though. This time the wall gets procced with no push-up initially. Doesn't make a difference. Cloric still able to get the judge out. Trade is there, and then the follow-up for Winthrop just overwhelms the defense of Maryville on the A site. Plant will come through. Giza and Ren's decision to make here, 2v4 with one of the two holding an operator, would likely lead you to believe that they're going to try to save this thing and try to get this thing done next round.
Yeah, that's at the point they're at. Great call from Winthrop to just bite the bullet and use that Hunter's Fury, fully split the board and make sure that this A site is overwhelmed. As weak as it's continuously been, Maryville have been able to stifle so much of the work that's done on top of intel so that follow-up fights are impossible to read. And so if Winthrop can make this first fight so deadly, so overpowering, that Maryville is forced to this position, then it's exactly where they want to be. Fine to let go of that at this point. They have the creds to work into this final round of regulation, which we may very well cross-shift, as both sides have had hero moments and friendship moments alike. It's tough to say who's playing more as a team at this point. I think that the synergy is really starting to show.
There's also a level of, again, kind of like the first half had started to develop. Winthrop is just not getting caught off weird angles or weird moments in the first 45 seconds now.
Yeah.
At least they haven't in the last 2 rounds. Might be an opportunity for something wild here, though. Ren's looking, they want to get aggressive. Utility is being held, though, by Winthrop. Shock dart bouncing around. Not terribly placed, all things told, but doesn't affect Ren's angle. Is there going to be any sort of a peak here? Overdrive out. That'll be enough for first blood. And now numbers for Winthrop as they have a chance to try to take over the middle of the map and possibly flood to Angie's direction on A, but they see him and say, let's wait a moment. From the shadows, checks his position, and that will be enough for Winthrop to back off and play the numbers advantage.
So gutsy of Renz to be up that close, especially with the overdrive intact. He has no way of getting that reaction time up when you know that Infiltrator is going to be the first one sliding in. That's pretty free for Winthrop, and now that operator in too vulnerable a spot for Maryville to reliably take back. So they are planted. Feet are rooted. Winthrop, pick of the litter with entries.
Arc Rose to play off here if you're Giza.
My ultimate's ready. Adapt!
Steel Garden, though, at the ready, going to push off the B site. And how about it? Giza able to find 2. Well served.
30 seconds left.
Governor wants to plant. Oh, and you just would not expect this from Ali. Yeah, takes advantage. Governor finds one more on the backside of the site, and it leaves it to Chloric. It's a 1v3 or overtime, and we're going to get overtime. How about this matchup in map number 1?
Whew, wow, terrifically working off of advantage to the letter there from Winthrop University. Just taking every ounce that you can with it. Making sure that that was as safely taken care of as possible on their weaker site, especially after Giza got that disgusting opening too. Again, terrific slowdown, very dangerous for Winthrop University, for sure. But you have enough. You still have a 3v3 at the end of the day after that's traded away. And with the Steel Garden, also just saying no thank you to the engagement apart from that. Go ahead and stick Ollie in the middle for a little longer. See what you can get away with.
Yeah.
Glass cannon for Infiltrator.
Yep, I was about to say. You want to talk about him feeling confident today? Oh, and the Arc Rose gets destroyed immediately. Infiltrator will have a chance to hold this angle a little bit longer. Prowler, again, shut down. But the Paranoia connects. Relay Bolt being tossed in. Infiltrator not necessarily infected by it. Moves on the way, though, over to find a 1. Giza trading things back into Maryville's numbers. But Governor, another little transfer, almost takes down the entirety of Maryville, but it's only damage tallied. Giza, Ren's down to below half HP as Glyph and Ollie try to work the 2v2. How about now a 2v1? Just down to Chloric. Gets information onto 1. Glyph searching from the high ground. Able to see it, but Chloric still hits the headshot to the 1v1 with Ali. Oh, and Ali just pushes up, takes the vanilla off angle, and takes the opening overtime round for Winthrop.
The weaker forces of Maryville continuously forced to be the ones that extend first, and it leads Winthrop to easier fights as they go. Sure, they had Giza once again stop-gapping him, but that was after so much was used to flush Infiltrator's operator out. And even then, Infiltrator was able to slide into the double up that he already had with moves that they were able to turn into 1. And Governor planted as that next leg of the race. Again, Winthrop is always going to be there. From there, the health pool is dealt with. Governor's done his job. You're able to take the individual fights. And again, with such little time to be able to reliably plant that spike, you have to have your strongest person there on top. Easier fights with the lower health pools lead Winthrop to an early advantage in that 2v1. And now they're sitting on game point.
Well, this could be huge. Again, this is Maryville's map pick. Both teams have only played it once so far in the Swiss stage. Both teams finding narrow wins. Can Maryville respond on the defense? Feeling the pressure at mid. You can't even commentate that. Infiltrator follows up for 1. Zerona affected by the relay bolt on the trade. Governor feeling like maybe they can get the numbers back to even, but not going to happen. Ooh, but Giza may have given up the angle at the wrong moment. Moves knows that Giza's playing in this corner. Just comes down to the timing if there is a reach out on this angle.
Giza deny invincible from this corner to start. And with only moves here, this is so rough, but the gun timing may screw him over. Now it's Moves who's just gotta play Plants vs. Zombies for a second. The waves are coming, and there's your first one, Zerona, too much to clear.
Wow. The Prowler doesn't get to where it's intended to go. It was queued up before the action really unfolded, so Now you've got a plant situation. 2v3, trying to retake his Maryville, and Ali is playing at mid-map. No noise given yet, though, by these two defenders. So Ali becomes more and more out of the picture. And we develop further and further into the 2v2. Governor, first one to check, sees the shots. There's the flank from Ali, who wins it. And Winthrop strikes first on Maryville's map. Only took 2 rounds of overtime, but a huge advantage for the lower seed in our opening playoff match.
The ability to keep on taking hits like that and stay as slippery and quick as Winthrop University does. I mean, there's a reason Maryville made it to playoffs so early. Not many teams are able to counteract something like that. Not many teams are able to do that with the skill that Winthrop did, but they just kept finding new ways to find cracks in the armor for Maryville on both sides, finding moments of aggression where you would normally not expect it in the slightest, even here in North American Challengers. And honestly, the individuality really started to shine in those last 5 or 6 rounds. Everyone's starting to play those 1v1s much more efficiently, much better. The advantage was starting to show.
It's the way it goes. I mean, again, there's so many rounds. You could probably tally maybe 4, we'll say maybe 5, where like Maryville is just finding opening first blood through smoke, and it's just like, what do we do now if you're Winthrop? But composure, name of the game in map number 1 is Winthrop stick together, find the win, and now have a chance to go to their map pick to see if they can upset, quote unquote, in 2 maps. We'll tech with the desk when we come back after this break. Don't go far.
clash between these top collegiate teams, something we've seen before, and it was Maryville University before that looked so strong. But on the day in the playoffs, when it's most important, it's going to be Winthrop University, this step up on the very first map of the series to take Corrode and be up first. It took it to overtime, Gompers, and it was an insanely close match. I mean, Challengers is providing.
Absolutely. I wasn't expecting this, honestly. I think the way that the adaptions, for some reason, grammar is not, working for me today. But Winthrop,
The
I felt
match
like
is just so good. You have no words.
Winthrop, I felt like they adapted really well. And one thing I do really want to say is they utilized, honestly, their smoke utility so well. And I know obviously double controller is starting to develop a bit more on a map like this, but I think what they did really well was actually countering that Viper wall down in mid that we did see MU utilized majority of the time to try to occupy some of that space, and they had a really good counter. Of course, kind of like developing more of an economic despair for MU, giving them that leg up that first half, but then they had to slowly develop with Infiltrator, right? Peeking out of these angles, and I think overall it was really just reading into this team, seeing what they were doing, and then just developing a counter to it.
I really like that you talk about Infiltrator taking some of those angles on defense, because in that first half, we have to remember, started out 4-2 in favor for Maryville, right? Then you've got that round 7 timeout that comes to fruition. I think Maryville are doing a really good job of controlling that mid space, especially with the toxic screen, and then the layers of smokes that Ant is putting down there as well with the prowlers to go through, really allowing them to cut up that mid control and make it a lot easier to garner. And originally Winthrop weren't really fighting for that until that first timeout comes to fruition, and then that's when they start trying to get Infiltrators set up on some of those lines, fighting for that mid space that allows that comeback to even happen in that first half, netting them that 7-5. And that's where it all started. Without that chain of rounds, Winthrop would not have been able to make that run to take it into the overtime and take our first map of today.
And that lead was so big too, because when you look at that second half, when we saw that side swap, I mean, it was a Maryville. They get the pistol, they get the next few rounds, and it was a little difficult for Winthrop. They were able to have a great bounce back, but Maryville the first on that match point. So really, when I look at that first half and that impact made, I think was so nice. But again, when I look at these teams, Ash, and just across the board, we got to see such a step up and just teams that were very adapting to each other, which was big when we called out that was an issue for Winthrop in their first matchup.
Yeah, I felt like those timeouts were so impactful for both of these teams. I think, again, shouting out the controllers on the side of Maryville, Giza and Ange did such a great job in controlling that space, being able to cycle those smokes up. And then Winthrop finally finding that response, disrespecting some of the space that Maryville were trying to hold with that utility alone, and really allowing Infiltrator to activate. I think it was great look from Winthrop, looking to claw back into this. Maryville also looked so good, and this is what we want to see in this head-to-head between these two teams, right? It's just map 1 of this best of 3, and I cannot wait to see what's going to be coming on later today.
Yeah, and we had spoken briefly too about, is Zerona going to be of aid to Maryville? And I do think Zerona had taken a few steps up from time to time. Of course, not really resulting in a victory that they might have been looking for, but even with the Nightfall around 20, right? Winning a round to themselves in an instant for Maryville. So it's not as though the game is over yet. It really was just Winthrop, like Ash said, just took up so much room that it became almost impossible for Maryville to respond.
I mean, Maryville University, they definitely had a lot of great moments. It was so close, but history favors the victor. And let's talk about Winthrop University and Infiltrator moves and this impact that they had. And we already touched on a little bit of that impact that Infiltrator had. He had a huge step up the last time these teams faced off. And of course, that first half with the off with everything. But moves, especially when we see this agent switch coming out, Goms, you have to look at that step up as well. And even just so instrumental in that second half and that overtime to close out.
Yeah, huge play too, because we saw that Neon actually play opposite sides of Moobs on occasion. And what I really liked is it was Moobs just preoccupying space with their util and honestly just being very annoying in that sense of being that Vise player that just won't let you get onto site with the Omen. But also it was Neon where we did get to see Infiltrator push up with the op and actively take those first engagements and win them, right? Collateral down in round 10, things like that, that really pushed this game to the next level for Winthrop. And that was a huge just perspective as to how they pushed back Maryville and created almost like this fear-like structure.
Of course, that's only the first map of this series. And yeah, Winthrop University, fantastic job to be able to take down Maryville University's map pick. Now the second map, we will be looking at Icebox. And this is where the conversation gets interesting because, again, Ash, when we look at the history of these teams, this is something that we do have, whether it's recent or the last time they matched up.
Yeah, taking a look at this Icebox pick, it's no surprise. I don't think that Winthrop want to pick into it for the side of Maryville. This is also a really good map for them. I think the last time these two teams faced up against Icebox, that was the one map that Winthrop were actually able to take during the CVAL final up against Maryville. So they've got to feel confident going into this. Both these teams also have different approaches going into this map. We're expecting the Jet mirror to come through, that's for sure. But for Maryville, they opt for that Sage. And then on the side of Winthrop, they opt for the secondary initiator instead. And the fact that Maryville will be starting it on the defense first should feel pretty comfortable for them, considering that double sentinel, that Sage is going to be able to either slow down a lot of those pushes over towards B main with the deeper wall, or you'll see it being saved into the retake for a lot of those scenarios as well, because we're expecting Winthrop to try and go for some of those quick plants thanks to the Gecko.
I'm so intrigued with how different of a style these teams have and the agent compositions with how it's going to play out on the day, especially when we have gotten to see such a big step up from both these teams. And Winthrop University, that's doing a great job at adapting and making sure that Maryville never really got too much of a lead. And when I'm looking at, yeah, you're talking about those fast plants, et cetera, with the Gecko, and I'm curious where Maryville, when there's too many collegiate teams and you keep saying university over and over, you're bound to mess them up sometimes. But when Maryville does have tools to slow them down like the Sage, I'm so intrigued how that really matches in a head-to-head. But Gompers, I want your thoughts as well on this because, yeah, when Winthrop steals away Maryville's map, they're one away from taking them down and moving along within the upper bracket of these playoffs.
And it was incredibly close game too on Corrode. It really feels like, though, a big worry of mine is like, this being Winthrop's pick, but there's such a strong standing with Maryville. And I do have to agree with Ash. Like, I mean, yes, Winthrop have won against Maryville in previous times. 13-5, actually, which is incredibly, honestly, just impressive to be able to run away with that down in a grand final. But at the same time, it's a map that has a lot of instances where Maryville have adapted, right? They've developed a bit on that Sage and the Killjoy, the double sentinel. And I feel like Sage's wall has been a very big detriment on Icebox, where it's been abused to actually funnel players into certain angles to where you can fight it and you're expecting certain things. And I feel like that's where Maryville might actually come in a bit stronger with understanding how to actually position these players of Winthrop and make them play the way that Maryville want them to.
I'm really expecting this next map to get really brawly here on Icebox, considering the fact that we're starting off that first half on the strong sides for both of these teams. Defense has been the bread and butter on Icebox for Maryville. Meanwhile, an opposite look of attack looking very comfortable for Winthrop. I think more of my questions do lie on the Winthrop side to see how they are going to look to take a lot of that space to deny any comfort from Maryville from slowing down those plant opportunities, because little guy can't do it all on his own.
I mean, I cannot wait to see how this is going to go. And you saying Brawley just makes me so excited to hop into this. So let's get one step closer and head into our agent select. Again, we've seen this map played out quite a few times from our teams throughout stage 3 and to great success. This has been a really strong map for both of them. So heading into this, I don't necessarily anticipate the changes, but we're seeing all the stages, no Gecko Ash?
Honestly, I'm not too surprised. I think I like the idea of the Gecko. I don't think I love it paired with the Sova in particular. I think we've seen really cool iterations of Gecko on Icebox paired with either the Sage or like a KO, something like that. But there just isn't that comfort, especially when hitting over towards that B site. I think the Sage adds that additional flexibility to be able to open up more opportunities to get some more funky like plant spots down, block off a lot of those chokes, and add that added protection if that Viper's toxic screen does get cycled out early.
Yeah, and I do agree with Ash too, because I mean, I was gonna say as well, like Gecko, I've seen instances where Gecko was even paired with the Harbor, right? Like, and just to have that extra reassurance that you have that orb to like keep Gecko's util like just undercover, right? Wingman being able to plant without having any disruptions. So I feel like it was a good change, and now we're able to again see the meta of Icebox come to life a little bit further for Winthrop University, to which it felt like they were lacking that essence of the Gecko wasn't necessarily hitting the way it was supposed to.
I mean, I just love that on the day in the playoffs that Winthrop University are not afraid to be making these changes that they think are needed to take down Maryville University. Heading into Icebox, the mirror composition, time to see if they can close this map out 2-0 and move along within the upper bracket. Let's get to it with your casters. Back over to Shift and Tenrek.
Good old-fashioned mirror matchup always gives us, I would say, one easy call. The better team should win. Kind of the way it always goes, I'm being honest with you. Maryville Winthrop on the Icebox. Again, this is no stranger, not just to these two teams, but in particular, no stranger between them. 5-13 one time, 13-9 the other. Talking about Maryville's record on that. The most recent time they had played during, you guessed it, the Collegiate Valorant Championship. That was that 5-13. They couldn't figure out things on attack. So yeah, talking about to the point of the desk, this is all about maybe defense as we get into map number 2.
Yeah, 100%. Not too much that isn't by the book here on either side. Maryville obviously slotting in Zerona to this Sova role as expected. I think everyone understood what Zerona was going to be capable of doing. Coming back into this, matchup, just swap one top fragger on your team for another, and everything will be okay. The thing that sticks out is Ali. He doesn't play Sage. The guy plays everything, and he doesn't play Sage. This is really strange from him specifically, even here on Icebox. And so I'm curious to see what he's been cooking up with coming into what is going to be a crazy buff in the next patch for her.
Yeah, a little distance upgrade makes that res a little bit more stable. But on top of that, I think there is a level, and I don't mean to make Sage sound simple, but all you got to do is play reactionary. Throw a slow orb, throw a barrier orb, or on the attack, put a barrier orb down and plant the spike. So we'll see. Zerona's able to find first blood, kind of highlighting that Sova play. Not that there was much Sova action involved, just good pistol shots. Push through the toxic screen here. Winthrop feeling frisky, works out for one, but nothing more. Ali, last one left. Doesn't matter what agent you play, you got nowhere to go. That'll be an easy pistol for Maryville.
Playing the I don't care contest is just a little tougher when you're 4v5 on attack on this map. It's you're pushing through the screen. You have so many different altitudes to check for, and Maryville can just kind of win a war of attrition from there. Just shred away and pop whatever heads are in front of you. Pretty basic from there. After you lose your opening lurk, not really much more to work with other than that lone firefight.
Yeah.
Decent amount of ground gained. I will say, Winthrop already making it known that they're going to be continuing to just put that battering ram and W key.
Well, it's been nothing but pistol wins so far from Maryville in this series. Chloric gonna feel a little bit of pressure on to B, and honestly, again, this is the presence of having that Sage. Put the wall down, plant, and now it's just down to how far do you want to try to play this, and once again, Maryville able to receive the hit, trying to get over to Snowman. Governor finds one, but cannot stay there. Ali, good damage. Whoa, hold on a second, and almost got that to a 1v1. But Maryville will take the win. Just limits the bonus just a touch here going into round 3.
But you're seeing that blueprint that you mentioned with Ali being able to play so much more active once you get all that default stuff down. You know exactly how the round is going to work out with this Sage wall, and it's really hard to combat it as it's going up. So Winthrop knows a lot of the time, Maryville's just going to let the spike go down, let everyone take over their default positions on site, and then overwhelm in the fight. And Ali clearly playing into that confidence, saying, I will fight, and I will fight first. Very willing to just step the most forward and grab the most kills. Again, he can do it all, and he's going to do it on Sage today. He doesn't care. The bonus coming in with that res intact as well. Big setup to be able to get their own ball rolling here on the attack round, despite, like you said, Maryville having to play really heavy into this half.
Yeah. Well, Zerona going to kick us off with a huge first blood.
Yeah.
And that slows down Winthrop almost to a crawl. Finally, the trade comes through, but the follow-up is perfect, and Maryville's looking good for the bonus here. And there is an opportunity if they can maybe play a little bit further forward on this A site, maybe they can actually collect some of those weapons depending on how this next action goes.
I noticed a leg there from Renz. The Governor's still got a cross.
Oh, plus the tag on the side too.
So rough, dude. Wow. I mean, Zerona for one. Holy, with that second after lopping open, just holding down the ult orb. Infiltrator just kind of dip diving in a little too heavy to get things started. And it turns into MU getting to slow everything down so hard. You saw, I mean, Winthrop are so drip or drown when it comes to their attack rounds. Infiltrator is unnecessary evil in order to get this spear thrown. And if you don't have him, you don't have a lot of power going forward for your team. You don't have a lot of ways to activate it. And that's the one thing Winthrop needs with this comp.
Ooh, a couple of heads we're seeing on this cross. That's going to alert Giza that he's got to keep his eyes open. Giza, not even needed though. Renz is just getting freebies over the top with an outlaw. Granted, again, this is a save round. Did we not learn our lesson, Clark? He did it in round 4 this time instead of round 2, to be fair.
Exactly, it's more guaranteed.
I guess we'll come to find out.
Last player standing.
Don't shoot bodies too early, though. It's just lessons to be learned, potentially. It's bad mojo in the universe.
I think we're trying to make karma a complete non-factor this match. Maryville just want to completely suffocate this attack. If you can continuously find a way to turn the spear tip into a pin drop, and on Icebox, that could be really easy to do if you find the right sight line out the gate, like these guys have been doing, then there's really no stopping you from just having that iron wall up.
So true. And not to sound like a broken record, but this is starting off a lot of the same ways that we saw from map number 1. Both teams just happy to take opening engagements, trying to assert that dominance over these choke points early.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we're breaking walls and having our owl drones out. It's just, it feels like Winthrop's getting a little caught off guard by how aggressive Maryville wants to play the map.
You look like an NPC in the middle of that door, calling that drone.
Hunter's Fury earned with that play. It looked like there was going to be some sort of a call to try to challenge that, but
yeah,
Maryville counteract with utility of their own. So as slow as he may have been, doesn't matter if you're crouched grabbing it all to an orb. So
Maryville's keeping the stack here on A. All right, he'll start rotating Renz over, and that orb will do a lot of slowdown. So and able to play very confidently here for a moment until everything else is let go of.
Yeah, and Hanch really isn't calling for help immediately. Renz will make his way over, but only has an operator, so can really only peek this through Snowman.
You're just trying to wean out the screen, and you have, and you legged Glyph?
No.
Okay, that's ambitious, my friend.
It's also extremely unfortunate. And still holding closer to sight. Wow, nice shot from the top. Here's the ropes, but the barrier orb reinforces. That's enough time for Rez to try to come through. Giza trying to follow off that, but Winthrop do out-trade it. Zerona at mid-map, though, creates maybe an opportunity, especially if Chloric can hold Snowman. 2v2 action. Winthrop stepping up. Ali trying to bring one back to life, and that's enough to get Infiltrator into the fold. So we have a 2v2 again. And now the help is finally coming. Zerona can try to stall this with the Hunter's Fury. May even find the elimination, but where are we sending this? Doesn't matter. Still finds one. Infiltrator, full HP. Not affected by any of that. Recon Bolt not going to reveal. Barrier or breaks, and the snap is not there. Chloric hangs on to the site, and Maryville will get their 5th.
He was there practically the whole time during that fight as well. Maryville just trying to hold on to Snowman, and I mean, everyone was backed out into it by the end of it. But they can still overwhelm, they can still time out. So many moments of slowdown there from the Toxic Orb to that op from Renz, who was like, just like sauntering over there. Just a real dominance out the gate here from Maryville University with pretty minimal commitment to any sort of like compiled fight. Maryville's just putting up some roadblocks, and it's been doing so much. And it's again been kind of individual.
That we talked about that in the first map. Shooting through smoke, those connecting. Like sometimes that just feels a little bit lucky. This feels a little different. Like Winthrop is just not able to get through a lot of this opening contest, and that has to be the subject of conversation here. About, do we need to spend more to make sure we actually get decent looks as a healthy stack on some of these sites? Because their 2 attempts over towards B that have tried to play off of a plant has been pushed through the site, and that's been denied from the top of the kind of drawbridge up to kitchen. So got something to figure out here if you're Winthrop. They really haven't given a true go yet, and I wonder if that might be something they try for in the near future. But you're right, there is a lot of this that you look at the replays, you go, well, it is a little individual. Like that little shot from Ange before the barrier orb gets up, like, ah, darn it. Like quarter of a second later, we're chilling, but I don't know, not comfortable for Winthrop, and I won't say this is a must-win round here for them, but they've got the tools to possibly pull this one back, and with the Blade Storm being committed early, you want to see something, you would think.
It really does just have to be firepower. You relegated yourself to not having a flash now that you don't have the Gecko, and you relegated yourself to not having a secondary smoke, so it's got to come entirely off the shots, and that's a really good one, Infiltrator. Let's see more of those.
That's what we call a BDE challenge right there. A little shoulder, a little jump out, one tap with the knife. And stepping up and gives away his position just a touch there with that little pre-fire. Anything to flush him out? Defense is rotated a touch, but the spike is not here, so no immediate commitment. Shock Dart is sidestepped. And Infiltrator is just waiting for the call on what we're doing.
It's just such a tough conversation to have of how much you can commit to this, because I mean, even the shock darts cover such little space on one choke point that Ange is just continuing to hold. You really do just have to fight it out. That's all you can do at this point. It's so committal from Infiltrator, dude.
What are we doing?
He's alone with that.
You saw the defense starting to move over to say with the Jets here, but Zerona double checks his back before leaving. And we'll see. Nope, it's actually going to be a hit over here at A. And Giza right in position to deal with it. Lockdown going to stall this back even further. And there may not even be time to give this another chance here for Winthrop. I mean, there may be an opportunity for Ollie if he decides to sprint forward. But no, not even now. And Maryville's looking polished defensively. This has been perfect.
Yeah, I mean, they understand how minimal the attack ends up being util-wise. At the end of the day, they're so easily able to skirt a majority of what is thrown at them, and intel doesn't really matter all too much. Because again, there's not too many smokes. You can just kind of sidestep and move around and shuffle your players a little bit. That being said, obviously, Maryville are going to run into those same problems when we switch sides, because this is a mirror comp after all. So I expect Winthrop will have the same level of stagnation that they can play into. But, I mean, if Maryville make it 12-0, does that matter, you know?
12-0, yeah, that one probably matters, but like 9-3, you know?
We can swing that. We could. We could.
Let's serve the meme a little bit, 10. Zerona is going to step up again. Hunter's sure going to get called out for the attack. Winthrop trying to go quickly. If they don't clear this angle, though, okay, they got away with one there because Zerona almost got 2. Blades are out for the response. Ren's feeling the pressure, trying to find an angle over the top of the toxic screen. Can't see anything yet, but honestly, this is kind of whatever. Maryville have not been pushed off this site at all. The barrier orb for the offense doesn't really give them a path to get on North Plant, so there's still a lot of work to be done here. Move till they get up top. Ren's holding one angle, the rest of the team locking down the other, and how about it? Ange and Giza, casual energy. Governor gives himself a chance, though. This would be a 1v4, but the shot for Ren's connects just at the last moment, and Maryville stay perfect on the scoreboard.
I mean, it really is just like a feather hitting a punching bag. Like Winthrop, come up, sirens blaring, everyone gassed, alive, kicking. We're on site and we have something to say. And then no bullets are fired, no spike is planted, nobody is flushed out of sight, no real progress is made, and Maryville make it 7-0. there is no way to evolve from this at this point as well. Like there's no real progression you can make. The Hunter's Fury, that was what you do. You split the board with that. That was enough. That should have done it. That was the round. And now you have a pit up.
Lockdown, gonna clear the pit though. So now you get a plant. Ange detained. Barrier orb scaled deep. And you see a couple of barrels. Should be enough for Winthrop to get the shots locked in, but Maryville still coming away with the opening of eliminations. Finally, Winthrop start to find a couple, but their ammunition's just not good enough with the Guardians. Even the long-range action doesn't come through, and Maryville, that's about as free as it gets.
And it was so individualized too, despite the fact that like everyone is there, everyone is fighting, like everyone has time to reposition. Maryville make it so like step by step again. And also, two of them just walk in through heaven and get free kills. That'll definitely help. I mean, that is the round where you have enough to say. You have enough of a bullhorn to drown out everything else on site that normally you would have so much trouble getting through. Yeah, me too, buddy. These are the opportunities that Winthrop should be fully pounced on, and Maryville, they're just able to come right back and cut through all of it. Like it's mere brush.
Yeah, for real. And the more dastardly thing about these rounds is now Maryville with this lead and this economy can start doing weird stuff like this. Like you haven't seen this before.
Yeah, let's get silly.
Ooh, okay, I was about to say, Renz is off by himself. Giza was not able to supply the help needed on that barrier or breaking, but doesn't make a difference. Follows up to keep his jet safe. I mean, this has been, I won't say an embarrassing half, because again, a couple of these rounds are like 1v1 situations. It's just Winthrop cannot get on site comfortably.
Yeah. There's just no proper way to fully scare Maryville. And again, you can make the exact same, we're in a mirror matchup, you can make the exact same argument when we swap sides. There is a very feudal attack util base that both these teams are basing themselves off of. They are living for the firepower. And the issue is right now, Maryville is just fully denying. They're just fully overpowering. Again, can that translate to them trying to get on site themselves, them having to make all of this space? Because, I mean, Maryville, from previous history, has also been a little bit better at being able to stopgap more often. Winthrop tends to be more about that one-and-done play style of let's take the firefight, let's win it out, let's just be better in this moment when we know we have everything, when we know we can control things. And they've just not been able to shape rounds to that manner.
Yeah.
At least when they get the spike down. Up until then, everything's great. They're waltzing right forward until this round, of course, where now Maryville can start really sticking a fork in it.
Yeah, the old thinking face for Winthrop right now. Yeah, I mean, it is tough because they're having like you mentioned, with this composition, they're having a hard time getting early ground without having to spend key utility to do it, which means you don't have the ability to scale deeper onto site if you do have to use that utility just to get the openings. And that's a credit to Maryville, just forcing the issue, playing up close and personal, and really kind of being a forward first line defense right now. So purchase, it's not great for Winthrop. They've got a Hunter's Fury again for Governor. But even if like you look at the tally of the scoreboard, like outside of Renz and Caloric, who've been obviously very good, like it's been a pretty even battle considering it's 9-0. Like this is not a scoreline that you would sit there and see like, oh, Winthrop is getting throttled, but they just can't find those last couple of kills to either get on site comfortably or finish off a round.
Yeah, it's been tip for tap, and then the dominoes just start following, and Maryville realizes they can just death ball back up and just smother. This comp is just very defensively oriented. Just almost every one of these agents is so built to be able to just fully bear hug a composition attacking them like this. Like Viper, KJ, even the Sova, the shock darts do so much better a job at stalling than opening on this map. Because again, the chokes are just so massive. So again, Maryville, I can't say it enough. They could very well run into the same roadblocks, but they've also gone 100% on pistols so far.
Ooh, Giza in a little bit of trouble here. Never mind.
No.
Governor tried to throw a shock dart with no help. And this is just supposed to be a show of force at B while the hit develops slowly at A. Nice moment from Moobs. Little snap gets us to a 3v3. Spike is not in a position to be planted yet, though. And that means Chloric can still hold an angle. Ren's up top. Gets us now to the 2v2. Viper's Pit for Glyph off the plant. Is there going to be a quick challenge here? Giza and Chloric are thinking about it, but we'll hold for a moment.
You don't know where Infiltrator is, and he's already too close for this. He also, yeah, he cleared for the res as well.
No
and Giza finds the
way.
kill on Infiltrator. That's preposterous.
Yeah, that's just not supposed to happen. That's just how this map is going, though. Winthrop, I won't say they're making critical mistakes, but now we can say with some definition that they're just not shooting as well here in map 2 as they were in map 1.
Nope. It's been a shooting gallery for MU, and by default, that should make it one for WU2. They've had the same opportunities to pack in and fly out, especially on that B site. It's looked so vulnerable from time to time. Dude, remember back in the day, it feels like ages ago at this point, where Ali was just W king forward. He was just able to play right on top of his own walls. Those days are done. Over. We've got to clear out. We've got to flush away. We've got to get rid of all of these open sight lines, all of these open chokes, and play for these moments, these individual lone moments, 2-second-long moments where we get a spike down and we have slightly more people in this particular vicinity for these 5 seconds. It's just still not enough. Such a good defensive comp. So tough to run into and to be run against. And wow, Zerona. He's found a 1.5 tap? What is that with the Fury?
Well, it hits once after the reveal, I think, had come through behind that.
Yeah,
but the
yeah.
heal is up, so Infiltrator will get back to full health, obviously losing the shields. Moves?
I mean, this is normal for him.
Top 2, yeah, but it's just like, how do you get a chance to actually peek this and put pressure on the defense from this position, which we haven't seen before? He would have to peek and win that 1v1, you would think, but...
He might just be purely playing for somebody to creep up tube as soon as they make noise on A.
Well, he might get it.
Oh my
wow,
God,
okay,
dude.
well, you call that right, 10. It's just, you gotta hit those shots again. So now the hit is underway to A, and Ange even finds a 1-for-1 trade. Lockdown comes out for the defense. Zerona trying to hold their ground with a little bit of help from the snake bite. Hunter's Fury on the flip side, trying to counter the lockdown, but there's an angle for that too. 11-0, and we may be talking about Ascent just like that.
I feel like sometimes when Governor uses a util, it feels like sometimes he like completely shuts everything else out in the universe. And it doesn't matter if it's like the Hunter's Fury or the Shock Dart or the like he's just fully in his own little pocket universe for those couple seconds that he's using it. And Winthrop has just been so unable to stack on top of that for one, because again, that's supposed to be your primary flushing tool. And two, just each other as a whole.
Yeah. Well, it's not been ideal for Winthrop, and it's not getting any better here. All right.
We're thinking of next map.
What are we thinking about Ascent? Yeah, where's our thoughts there? I think the thing, too, just to speak to it, like, pending this becomes a 13-0, if you're Winthrop, you're just like, all right, shake that off. Like, whatever. Like, shoot.
Yeah, it almost means less if it's a 13-0.
It almost does, dude. Like, I would rather lose 13-0 than 13-11, I think.
Yeah, imagine the fake comeback happening here after all this talk of like how good the comp is defensively if Maryville runs into the same problems until 12-11. Oh, couldn't you imagine?
I think we all could, but...
Manifest with me, chat. Come on, let's go. Let's get a circle going.
Well, kumbaya. No, this has been... I mean, this is a playoff match, by the way.
Yeah. For top 6. And for Winthrop, it means so much, dude. Runners up right now, points-wise. I think this cushions them away from one more team being able to catch up to. I think it only makes it so like 2 or 3 teams are able to beat them in points. Pretty influential. Meanwhile, Maryville, I mean, they've got to come out guns blazing. They have to win this tournament in order to make Ascension.
Yeah, good call. Good call. All right. Oh, a little shoulder check. Ollie sees a bit of info. Still hanging. Sheriff versus Classic. Who do you like? I like the team with more people. That will happen. Maryville for first blood, and there's an opportunity to get this quickly planted on the B. Moves really can't do anything about this. Like I said, moves of the Sheriff. Always good for one.
Planted.
Didn't need more than that, though. There's the first. Ooh, whoa, just over his shoulder. But Maryville are going to have the setup they want.
I'm going to just push right in on top of it, too.
Yeah, only way they can do it, and it's just not looking good. Glyph inside the Poison Cloud, Giza, right-click territory. Doesn't matter. Wow. When was the last time you saw a 13-0 between 2 good teams? Because I don't know if I've seen it. Ever.
That was the most unskippable cutscene I think I've ever watched in Challengers. Just like out shooting, I think is a good way to summarize the majority of that. A lot of individualized fights after a lot of really empty util usage, and then I don't know. Honestly, in those last 4 or 5 rounds, Winthrop was just kind of floundering. We were already our heads are already in Ascent, dude.
Yeah, this might be one of the easiest upcoming death segments you guys have ever heard. Maryville clicked better. Set up Ascent. Production, we can do a 30-second break.
Yeah.
But with that, break is upcoming. I'm really curious what Jess is going to say because it very well could just be Maryville better than Winthrop. Maryville good, Winthrop bad. Hard to say. We'll see. We'll come back to map number 3, though, after this.
from it to GFT has the perfect timing. Hop on the train, baby. Let's give Envy another ace. With 3, and there's your real.
Welcome back, everyone. Sooner rather than later to the analyst desk. There's a lot of things to be said about that second map. Well, simultaneously, not really that much. Winthrop University, they switch up the composition, something that looks a lot stronger on that defense side. Too bad we don't really get a chance to see it because it's going to be Maryville University, the clean sweep, the 13-0 to take the second map to put us into a map 3 in the series. Gompers, I cannot believe we went from an overtime map in game number 1 to what we just witnessed. I feel like Maryville took Corrode personally, and so that's never happening again.
It physically hurt at some points, I'm not going to lie. And I say that in the nicest way possible, obviously. But that was a hell of a map. And honestly, like, Maryville were just on top of it. When coming into this, you know, obviously I had high hopes for Winthrop. I thought the change of composition, would it have worked out? Oh, absolutely. You know, they're now finally just going into that Sage era where they're going to try to utilize the wall to help them out. But I would have preferred the Gecko at this point, to be completely honest with you. It was not what, you know, I had expected. They lost every single gunfight, constantly were caught off guard, and Maryville were just really on top of their game.
Well, I don't think it was an issue of the composition, right? It really just came down to Maryville, like you said, being on the top of their game. They were hitting every single shot necessary and moving as a unit. You can see it in the highlights here as well, right? The fact that the spacing is constantly so tight that there's always someone there to follow up on those trades. And that is where the biggest difference was in this map of Icebox. The fact that for the side of Winthrop, that was the part of the puzzle that was missing. It felt like a lot of those moments where we saw some of those solo swings coming out when there were opportunities to try and get those trades down. And I feel like where Maryville really do shine in general, and they showed us on Icebox here as well, is how they swarm across around their opponents, isolating them, putting them on islands to find those duels and win as favorable of fights as possible. And they absolutely capitalize off the mistakes being made there by Winthrop. You can see it, like, look at the first bloods. It's 10 on the side of Maryville. Winthrop, they have 3. Maryville are able to claw those back. It was devastating to see a 13-0 here in playoffs.
And shocking, honestly. I've not quite wrapped my head around that yet, considering that first map. It just seems crazy to me, especially too since we highlighted that this was Winthrop University's map pick, and throughout the season we've gotten to see both of these teams here, and it's been strong. So to really be able to see it come to a head and ended the way it did was absolutely crazy. And I mean, I have to say then, kudos for that Maryville University to be able to, like, all right, we lost that first map, we didn't win that overtime, that's all good. And just how drastically Gomps we got to see that turnaround, to really get to see that step up across the board.
Yeah, everyone. I mean, when you look at the leaderboard, just everyone on Maryville are higher than anyone on Winthrop could be at that point. So it was just, honestly, I agree with us, just the placement of everyone. There really isn't much more to say other than that. It was just a lack of understanding. They weren't as adaptable as they were before, and it honestly felt like they just didn't know what to do, like a deer in headlights sort of situation. So quite difficult to move on from that. I mean, I guess they should be happy that this map is out of the way too. Obviously, moving on to the third map might be the best play at this point.
You know what? Happy we're done with it. Let's just get it over with and go into the third map. That's, you know what? Just move on. Let's just forget about it. I mean, I'm curious to see the bounce back now, because of course this is the playoffs. To see this in the playoffs, I think, was the most surprising thing. But we do have a map that yet again goes back to being something that we think is quite strong for both of these teams. When we look at that third and final map of Ascent, looking at the decider, I think the biggest thing for me too, I know, Ash, that you said that you didn't necessarily think a composition issue at all on that second map. I think for myself, Ascent, we get to see such two different comps. It's not necessarily the comps for me, but the style of play that we get to see encapsulated by those compositions, to where I'm intrigued with Ascent and feel like, despite that Icebox result, that this should feel a little bit more comfortable for Winthrop.
Yeah, that's the expectation, right? Knowing that we're anticipating seeing that Deadlock Cypher composition coming out, I think there was a lot that they could take away and learn from that Blue Water matchup as well. Because even though they won that 13-9, the defense started off pretty slow for them. They will be on the attacking side first, though, for the side of Winthrop, heading into our third map of today. And looking over towards Maryville, I think that when they're running this kind of very vanilla composition on Ascent, right, with the Killjoy and the Jet, there's a lot more pressure on Renz. Once again, I think I'm going to be looking for Maryville to try and get that operator on as early as possible to help Renz lock down one of those lanes so that it makes it a lot easier to try and funnel the players into the waiting arms of Giza on the other side.
I think my biggest question for Ascent is, even though we've gotten to see on tape in a composition that looks a little bit more comfortable, we've seen Winthrop University in the first two maps switch things up. Not anything too drastic, but really just like the one agent. So I'm kind of curious, again, even though we've seen this be strong for them, Gomps, if we are going to then maybe see the swap, or if it is going to be, hey, we may be switching around things a little too much. It's not working out. Let's just go back to what we know.
Man, it could potentially be that. I mean, for the map of Ascent, I did really like what they were pushing with the Deadlock. I know that there was in the beginning some conversation of whether or not Deadlock was the agent that we want to see on Ascent, but I've seen a lot of teams just kind of take advantage of that, and especially with the pacing and just the lack of cohesion we've seen from Winthrop. I'm hoping that maybe the Deadlock can kind of aid in that effort of playing with maybe the util a bit more, or kind of just giving away to more information down in mid, because there was so much space getting taken away from Maryville that it felt like, you know, there was really no response, especially on Corrode. Yeah, they've taken the space a bit more there, but at the same time, I mean, it's just one mistake and you're out. So for Winthrop, put everything into this game and you'll get your results.
I think that the expectation is for no changes to be made for Winthrop, right? And I think it would be insane, honestly, to see 3 composition changes in the first 3 maps that we see coming from this team in playoffs. And I just don't think that risk is worth the reward, especially when they're going in a matchup where they are anticipating that Jet composition coming out from Maryville that plays into the hands of the double sentinel on the side of Winthrop, right? It's going to be having eyes on Ali for those trap set plays. But again, it's all about the pistol rounds right now for Winthrop, in my opinion. We've seen Maryville pick up every single pistol round so far in this best of 3.
I mean, let's get into the agents and get confirmation that they're going to run with what's been a little bit more comfortable. Because as you said, it feels like it could be a little crazy to switch up the compositions, but I didn't think they're going to switch it for the other 2 maps either. But going into it, it seems like, okay, Ash, I feel like I can exhale now. This seems, we're going back to what we know.
Yeah, no changes. This looks comfortable, right? Again, I think I have my eyes on Winthrop. I really want to see them get the first pistol round on the attacking side, try and slow the roll of Maryville University from trying to get that operator online a little bit earlier on and breaking that economic cycle to start things off right here on attack.
To have the KO2 for Zerona, I mean, we've seen their capability on Fade, right, and other agents. So I don't know, to play the Initiator, it feels like it fits so well for them. So the one thing that does worry me, obviously, they're not a part of Maryville. They've played with them before, you know, the cohesion sort of, the thing that you need to have cohesion-wise with the Initiator, I feel like does need to be in placement a bit more here. But Maryville, they're on a roll, right? Just keeping the momentum and pace of play. Honestly, I feel like with confidence here, they really can't miss.
I love that you have that shout out on the super sub in Zerona, because up against the double sentinel composition as well, there's going to be the most weight on his shoulders to try and dismantle it alongside those shock darts coming out from Corrode.
I mean, going into this, there's weight on the shoulders of Zerona. I feel a lot more on Winthrop University to try and right the wrong. That was the second map in the series. It comes down to Ascent, the decider, to see who's going to be moving along within the upper bracket of playoffs. Let's see what type of map we're going to get this time around and head into Ascent with your casters, Shift and Tenric.
Yeah, 2 really, really different ideas here in terms of how these teams want to play Ascent. Maryville going the more... what word do we want to use? Original flash and dash? maybe the appropriate way of saying it, whereas Winthrop are trying for the crazy lockdown special, and then, of course, the Euro to do Euro things. Are you leaning one way or the other? I mean, I kind of want to just eliminate map 2 out of my mind a little bit. It's hard not to when it's 13-0, but if you're going to pick a composition in terms of the current meta, if you want to, are you leaning towards one school or the other right now?
I gotta say that Yoru deadlock on Ascent kind of really scratches my brain for some reason, so I do tend to lean towards Winthrop's composition more often than not, but the way that Maryville plays Ascent is so different when it comes to their composition, despite how conventional it is. And again, it's very individual. It's very just playing for oneself. Like Maryville is very willing to just shell out whoever, wherever, whenever to deal with whatever problems. And Winthrop's composition is designed to try to punish that to some extent. Try to find the lepers, the leechers, the leakers, the people who are straggling and dish out damage on them before actually getting to the main issue. But it's going to be slow, it's going to be monotonous, it's going to get tedious.
Yeah.
And Maryville are going to find ways to punish it. So Winthrop, I hope that they have studied coming into this map, because it will be a very influential one, and hopefully their first round in quite some time.
Yeah, it's true. Renz? Able to see some information on the market push that will have the defenders inside of B scrambling just a touch, and a brilliant first blood from Giza, followed up with more. Trades are decent, but Ren's able to push his way into the site, or at least the contest from the connection until it moves. He's able to get some spam shots in. Governor. No Valorant timing there, holds the angle very avidly, and it leaves Zerona by themselves, and he's trying to chip away at the barrier. Well, he's gonna get a 1v1 here. Right clicks galore for both. Headshot lands, moves is low. To the 1v1, just comes out as he checked the right corner and went to the right click, doesn't hit. Fragment to get a little bit of space and reset. Spike will make its way to B.
Worst case scenario for either side. Really. But Zerona able to re-enter, and he finds the shot! The streak will continue! Who's shooting?
That is just, another one of those rounds that Winthrop is going to be sitting there and just, furling their upper lip. Like, are you kidding me? Another one of those rounds that the trades look so decent, but at the end, it's Zerona 2-0 start. After we talked about it, he was 1-9 at one point, stepped up and has been lights out since.
Oh yeah. Only took, what, half a map to really adjust?
Yeah.
And he is back at the top of the leaderboard yet again. That's where he exited when he was this sub, and that is where he enters once again, despite the fact that Chloric is still on the team. Just constant talent streaming out of this collegiate squad.
Oh, now we got an Ares with a reveal. Good grab. Locks everything down. Chloric able to still find one. That's not enough, though, especially with a miss from Renz. Just trying to pepper some of this offense, making its way on to B, but it won't really hinder it too much. Spike will be planted, and a numbers advantage develops here for Winthrop with a couple of the weapon upgrades. Cooling down. Chance for Maryville to reset. Winthrop have used a lot of their post-plant utilities. Now it's just down to, again, can you hit shots?
Cleared everything else out.
Yeah. Off the reload. A little bit of spam coming through. Renz, Zerona still find the opening kills. Last couple moves already. Gonna get himself onto a neural theft to the 1v1 with none other than Zerona again. Problem this time is the clock is ticking away on this spike. Zerona trying to force some sort of a peek and moves. Yeah, that's a little bit too simple this time around. Winthrop respond, countering the anti-eco.
Moves his turn to clutch up for the side of Winthrop as both of these lone fraggers have finally gotten a real chance to activate.
You just thought for a moment that that Ares spam was gonna actually get the job done for Maryville. But good recovery.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's the right way for Winthrop to take that sort of fight with the flood. That's the kind of fight that they're constantly looking for with really any map, any attack plan. Infiltrator on this Yoru makes it a bit more unconventional and definitely a little more reliant on the players behind him to actually do some damage. So Winthrop, after that 13-0, really having to play into their confidence yet again.
Ooh, shots straight on both sides. Dashing away, though, will be Rent, so he'll keep his life. Moves will not take any extra damage from the sentry. Governor. A lot of critical talk about, has he actually provided to the level that you would expect? Sees a little bit of information through the backside at mid. Market now going to be the next muse of attack here for Winthrop. And yeah, the Aldrone will scout out that Rent's still playing nearby. Giza trying to get a little bit of separation. Doesn't fully work out. Flashed up, dealt with quickly. Winthrop on the site.
Again, doling out what's required and still having enough left over. Despite the fact that they know that Maryville is going to be able to pack up again. Playing pretty minimally into this. They might, honestly, yeah, with the wall up, they might just play for exits if they can.
Well, it's interesting because you would think that they're playing for exits, they were just going to four-man stack at market and just watch them all come back through stair side, but set up for a little bit of a split fire in case.
Yeah. Just sticking around.
Well, dude, Corrode is on a heater, bro. It's a nice 2. Ange not able to get the reset off the reload. But this is trying to see if Winthrop can get away. And yeah, they will still hold 2 rifles. Maryville, I will say though, in terms of, you know, finding maximum value in what was just classics and 1 sheriff, that's not bad.
Yeah, shoot, maybe I should have gone for it at that point. Again, Maryville proven that they are continuing to line up and they'll keep Winthrop on their toes here. That's going to drain the well, and the ult cycle is not super great for Winthrop just yet. They need to probably just get through another quick 1-2 punch, or at least scrape by with enough to make a good round out of it. But Maryville have a lot of ways to play reactively going into this, starting with that null command, really starting to watch Zerona and where he's going to end up on this intercept.
Well, opening op shot misses. Cloric also showing that there is an Odin in play. Full gun round for the most part, except for Governor, who is stuck on the single tap. So we'll see. Can we get any long-range contact? Moves has been tagged just a touch by some of that spam, but the big power weapons on the map are kind of watching the same thing at the moment. Aldrone will really only see that Moves has backed away to deny information. Aldrone, Recon Dart, clearing out anything over through the middle. So now it's just down to what does Cloric want to do? He's trying to step up, and Moves shuts him down before he can get the scope up. Op shot hits the decoy. Giza in position, deals with the grab net. Nice angle from Governor, though. And a follow-up set of tags has Winthrop looking good. Shock Dart should finish the job, and it will.
Nice.
And that likely is about it here. Zerona, unless you've got some more magic built up. So likely be a save.
Planted.
It almost feels overeager from Maryville, the way that they played into that, and yet they still could not really make any distance.
Yeah.
Again, Winthrop doing a tremendous job of condensing that defense first and then being able to overwhelm in the one-and-done fight. They're setting the stage very well to start things out here. And again, I have to appreciate the ways that the Yoru and the Deadlock are kind of pulling the sandbags in the background, setting up pieces of util and little checkpoints along the way, whether it be that TP or that sensor, to force Maryville to just continuously second-guess themselves wherever they end up rotating or exiting or just trying to fight. Environment entirely flipping to their nature.
I'll make them remember.
And that is replicable.
Yeah, that is, I think, the biggest walkaway point, is that you found something now. And yeah, appropriate timeout here for Maryville, because you're right. It has been a little bit too free at mid. I think that's the biggest thing. Like, yes, there's been a couple of contests from the backside, like on the jump through Cistern, but realistically, Maryville has left market alone. And outside of them kind of out-fragging and reducing the play a little bit, honestly, it has been, again, a very big linchpin of success for Winthrop's attack to be. So That's probably the conversation. I imagine Giza, with his position right now, is probably thinking we can just throw an alarm bot down there and just let that be our system of defense for now. But I would have to imagine that there is a secondary protocol built for what Maryville want to do defensively to stop this playthrough market.
In a perfect world, you'd give Renz an operator, but they're not at that. I mean, they're not at that point economically. They can't set themselves up for that.
Yeah, and that's the other side too, right? Is he had one last round, but used it to watch B main. So.
It's really tough. It's really tough for Maryville to find the button when Winthrop are kind of just dangling the idea of a fight over their head at any given moment. But they're doing a great job of kind of just spinning the right hurdles. It's a fun stack.
Yeah, I mean, it's something, right? Like, this is, again, you're on limited purchase here, so you're trying to get away with something a little sneaky. They're going to get in front of this dark cover, though, and also delete... Whoa! Say delete the recon dart, but Zerona still connects. That weapon's not recoverable, though. And honestly, Winthrop doesn't see much besides just the Zerona peak. So now the alarm bot gets placed late, and you can stack at A.
Yeah, and Winthrop have to clear it with util. They don't know how many people were there now that Zerona popped them so early. So they're slowed down a bit.
That's good separation, though. Maryville able to isolate. That's going to be a weapon upgrade. 3v2 situation, and Governor is low on health. So
Another forced reset.
You've got moves in a spot to watch the cross, but he's going to have to hit. That's really what this comes down to. You're going to get the plant, but you have to get one here and stay alive with your moves.
That's how these rounds can swing so often back in their direction, moves being that implant. A person that is able to facilitate what is normally a weaker rotation coming from Winthrop. Maryville going to slow it down until it's fully confirmed so they can clear chunk by chunk.
Well, they've got the weapons they want, really, except for this Marshall. And Jesus is playing his bait. Good cyber cage. Governor able to set himself up for the bait and switch. Now it's just down to one. Ange going to hit from the shadows, though, and put himself into position to stop this dark cover out. He can maybe even try to hold this a little bit. Move's going to go quickly. He knows he has to clear it. Shorty out. Cross watched it, Ange. Able to secure the round. A brilliant play with the from the shadows.
Thrifty.
Such a fulcrum to how this defensive half will go. Ange finding that ultimate just in time. And sticking it right on top of that spike as soon as moves overextends. As soon as that confidence bubbles over the pot. And it had been boiling after Winthrop were able to generate that much space yet again, despite having that disadvantage momentarily.
Find you, Omen.
Maryville spotting the gap, and now gonna try and just completely jam the door open.
Deep recon bolt has Ange in a little bit of trouble. Grab net down with the teleport, plus the fragment to give a little bit of a buffer. Just enough to keep him safe. That's a huge commitment, but regardless, it keeps you 5v5 and also keeps the null command as an option.
And mid should be seen as super vulnerable from both sides at this point. Winthrop selling a stack on A main, so Maryville know they're not there yet, but Winthrop spotting 3. With all that util dumped in, they know they can at least play in the courtyard at least a bit. That's what they'll do. Maryville can just go back to their default positions. And again, play the waiting game.
Yeah. I think especially with that null command. Little flash so Ange can check to make sure no one's playing through A long. They will not see that Ali is still playing on this lurk. Hit on the way. Null command's going to be able to perfectly read that. Operator out. Ren's not able to hit for the first 2 shots. Ange still in position deep at long. And this hit is going to be all of a sudden rerouted to make a play through glass. It kind of has to. Ange gets shut down at A long. Zerona gets dropped. And that will likely be the round, as Cloric's not going to want to take the Odin into a 2v5 retake.
Yeah, you see the vision there with Zerona popping that null command a tad early. He spots that there's 30 seconds left on the clock. He knows Winthrop is already playing kind of slow, understanding that they have to pop it basically the moment that he does. And Winthrop actually adjusts very quickly off of that. They are willing to contact Tree off of it. barrel their way through, and then they divvy things up through glass very quickly. And they're able to turn that site and then finally focus in on Zerona after all of that extra dirty work is done. Maryville can't rotate to it quickly enough.
No. Our observers love to give us that. I see you. But that's a big confidence boosting round for Winthrop, and coming off that timeout from Maryville, it's been one of those that's like, we haven't seen that same hit through mid anymore. So now Maryville's sitting here like, God, I mean, what do we have to do? Like, we got our mid defense restructured, but now they're breaking us by playing through tree to A. So it's just like everything's being challenged right now. And honestly, if you're Maryville, I think you need to start to set up something like on a bit of a trap. Like, you've got knives for Rens this round. You're not going to have it here, but I would like to see some sort of a dark cover one way, let Rens try to take an angle at A long, take that away immediately, then stack everywhere else.
I think any kind of slowdown is huge here for Maryville. Winthrop is already playing so slow until they contact, and their contact is strong. It's just they wait forever to actually start it. If you're able to just set up a couple obstacles, the clock is going to start really melting away. And again, a lot of this util, it's great, it's dynamic, but it's also pretty committal. You know, this deadlock util that Ollie's going to have to set up, and the pinprick that Infiltrator is going to settle on, like, those are one and done decisions that Winthrop has to make. And if Maryville is able to kind of funnel them into just one, then they're able to control fights a whole lot more often.
Well, they know the knives are out, so you can see eyes are still up just in case Rens decides to go to the updraft to try to peek this. But they're not getting the contact that they want. That's a great knife. It reveals everything except for Glyph. So 45 on the clock. You may have to just kill noise and create a little bit of doubt here for Winthrop, but they don't really have the time to do that, especially with the positions that Maryville are in defensively.
Yeah, again, you really haven't made much headway here, and you still haven't cleared the alarm bot. Rens early checkpoint, annihilation in response, and they don't catch Cloric in the back, and Geese is able to hold off one at least. Cloric just trying to burn through with that Odin and can't find much damage, so Winthrop can still gain that sight and still a personnel advantage.
Yeah, there's not a lot of tools here for retake. You've got a couple of flashes and maybe the ability for Cloric to clear an angle. This would be about the time that you want the shock dart to come out, but no. Hunter's Fury gets called in to stop the play through defense spawn, and that will be the round as Zerona and Andrew just going to back off and maybe try to find an exit.
With a Bulldog, too.
Yeah.
That's so rough. Bulldog rough. Sorry.
Well done.
I won't do that again.
I think we all know that was unintentional. Oh, they're going to get a chance at exits, though. Maybe.
I was still very by the book, too, for like they were willing to let the clock go down to 20 and just execute. I'm wondering how far in advance they have their actual game plan set up. Like, how much of this pre-plan are they really in control of?
Yeah.
Like, because they're not, I mean, they're not even passively gaining a lot of space, but they seem so confident with like little time left on the clock.
I think there's also a level like that is one of those that, like, if you're Rens, you're like, that just shouldn't happen to me. Like, that's not going to happen again. Woo!
That's also a little silly.
He had his left pocket pulled by that annihilation.
His keys got in that.
Well, here we go. Again, another moment where you can see Maryville's just trying to take away an angle at B main, but not really much there. Zerona does get caught a little bit by the op of Infiltrator. Not enough to do too much to the setup at A, but the big question is here. Yeah, and Rens once again gets caught, this time at mid. And the whole setup for Maryville defensively was framing that Rens is going to stay alive there. So now you have to push up B main to give yourself another setup to hold defensively, and they can't even pull that. This is just like the opposite of map 2. It's just Maryville's just not hitting the shots they need to.
Yeah, mid was the one place that Maryville still had no variables left. They could actually maintain, and Winthrop finally deciding to cut into that because they can. Cloric, though, holding down Market. Gonna grab 2 quick ones. Zerona still tough ask in the 1v2 as Winthrop have, again, more than enough time to get the spike down, but Ali getting a bit of time after getting the door down, so Zerona does have a bit of an early peek into this.
One enemy remaining.
Well, Zerona's going to find one. Resets this just a touch. Infiltrator still holding on to the op. Knife reveals, so he knows he's playing somewhere by staircase. This comes down to can you hit the shot? And again, another moment where we could just frame this up as you hit your shot, you win the round, but not the case, and we go into a 6-2 tally to round 9.
And it just continues to speak to Winthrop's ability to continue to get back up after being hit. We see it time and again, their comeback potential, and in playoffs, it's been no different. These guys are just willing to continue to play, and they are back, they are shooting, they are here for Ascent, and they're here for it quick. This is a very dominant start, and it seems like they have barely scratched the surface of what they can get away with.
Yeah, I agree.
So far. Mid is still feels like a treasure trove right now. They've already dipped 2 more members into there, and Gies is playing close. Winthrop, they can really start to play a psychological battle here.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the thing about it is, like, I think you just can't do anything else if you're Maryville besides just say hit your shots. Zerona's done well. He's been really the only one providing, though, for Maryville at the moment. He gets one and gets traded in a round that is essentially pistol upgrades. Spike planted at B. And Maryville, I think, largely have been recognized that the retake threat would be through mid-market. Moobs wants to avoid the Owl drone. Could potentially set up Governor here for a pick, and yeah, just wait for the flash and profit.
Standing.
That's tough. Giza does every bit of damage you could possibly deal with, but it's a stinger. And that'll be a near flawless round for Maryville, 7-2. Now it comes to must-win territory, you feel like, if you're Maryville in this next round.
Gotta shout out Infiltrator's dynamicism at the moment between opening up with the flashes and throwing on that operator, although he will apparently be tossing that responsibility onto Ali, as he's been the secondary opper so far this game, because he's gonna use his dimensional drift this round.
True.
So again, Winthrop, playbook wide open. Maryville forced to call this timeout after another streak gets going. If anything, it's to like just slow down the momentum here, mental wise, get your reset here, because Maryville, they have all the tools they need in order to put a stopper in this. They've shown that they can, again, very quickly interrupt whatever push Winthrop is going for. And Winthrop has shown that they are very vulnerable once they are interrupted once or twice. So like the building blocks are still so there. Hitting your shots is definitely a factor, but Winthrop have just been also just a little quicker to the punch consistently here. I think
agree.
that they've understood the read on how to approach these early chokes, and yeah, the confidence is there to help boost them all the way.
Yeah, I think the other part about like what's to come with that confidence in mind is that, again, if Winthrop can continue to just find success without having to use the dimensional drift as an entry point, then you save it.
Right.
And you put the pressure onto Maryville to decide how they want to use a Hunter's Fury and a lockdown. So, you know, this is not one of those, like, in that timeout, Maryville says, all right, we'll wait for the dimensional drift and then we'll use our stuff. Like, you have to find a way to get some pressure on to force Winthrop to have to use that dimensional drift. And we are going to see Ange once again planted in towards Wine. The rest of the defense going to leave him alone. And finally, we get that early alarm bot at middle. So you've got a 3-2 stack kind of here in terms of how Maryville set themselves up. And if Ange can get one here or just stay alive and have some help, that may force something like the dimensional drift.
Yeah, the drone's already been used, so he does have a lot of confidence to just hold this, but two swinging out. Yeah, he's got to just use the paranoia and fight it, and Infiltrator beats it. Chloric with the Hunter's Fury on top can at least catch Infiltrator and reset the fight. Zerona, though! Oh, that's actually a massive doorstop.
Yeah, Ali looked like he was about to have a freebie. So now Maryville, can you hold from inside of the site? Eyes towards tree. It will be a 3v2 on site, if that. How about Winthrop? Oh, this could be so brilliant. They could stop the defensive rotation as soon as you break the glass.
Left.
Thing is, Maryville would be aware of that. Instead, they're going to take the long wrap, keep the noise quiet, and you just would never expect this if you're Maryville. First shot good for Governor. Recon bolt going to come through. Chloric staying alive, but the movement, maybe a touch too good. Chloric can't finish the first kill. Now Moobs is up. Here comes the follow-up, and that's an isolation. Now to a 3v2 the other direction. Rent. Quick scope. No. Moobs shuts it down. Just down to Giza. 1v3. Governor low, but still feeling down to the shock dart. There's the first elimination, but that's onto the softball. Now it's down to can you isolate the 1v1 here, and Moves is caught with some utility, but Glyph is there to find the trade, and it's an 8-2 with 2 rounds to play for Winthrop.
God, they keep doing it by the hair on their chinny chin chin. 2 seconds to go. 1v1 to end it all. And yet it still looks so in control for Winthrop University. Masterful snake up to A Heaven as Maryville stays static as can be. Winthrop reading it like a book. Even after that free frag offered the visual reset. And Heaven was being watched as well. That was still purely a fight win at the end of the day.
Well, it has not been a fruitful half at all for Maryville, save really the pistol, which they have been perfect on pistols. Keep that in the back of our minds, but really nothing else has gone well for them here in this half. So there's a lot to be desired in terms of trying to finish things off with maybe an 8-4, especially considering the weapons they have in hand. Moves on the lurk, a little bit of chip damage there. Focus for Winthrop, at least at the 60-second mark, is towards A. They need to beat this one way first. And whoa, that's a big first blood, although it does bait the lockdown a little bit. Talk about not having confidence in your setup. Dimensional Drift was going to come through because why not? Fragment trying to slow down the follow-up. Little pop flash off the back wall. Paranoia getting sent in Zorona in some major trouble and gets dealt with by Infiltrator. Now over to Andrews' direction. Trying to beat the barrier and does find one before the door shuts. Good damage tallied. Winthrop trying to punish, but everything stabilizes. We'll go to the 3v3.
God, they just don't care no matter what happens. They just want their game plan to work, and they're going to execute it.
Spike planted.
First contact good for Cloric on the backside of A-Long. Governor follows up, though, with one of his own. Just down to Governor for what had to be a 1v2. Avoids the owl drone for now, but then gets tagged. Oh, boy. Yep, that's what you figure. Guardian in hand. Giza just going to spam it out, and Maryville will catch a third on a limited purchase. That's a very valuable round for them, even though it is expensive.
Yeah, good fights retaken there by Maryville. And it's I really appreciate the fact that no ultimates were used on A site once the fight was actually started. Maryville's confidence was maintained there after Winthrop had a really solid opening. That one reset was all Maryville felt they needed, and all they should feel they need to fight against Winthrop. Again, very sink or swim, very by the book, very let's stick to our roadmap. And if they can just break that apart, put a couple fingers in their eyes, then Winthrop becomes so much weaker by default. Big setup here on A. A lot of ultimates in the bank as well for Maryville. They're able to slow this down to a hellish extent.
That'll help. First quarter off the rip, Ali, though, responds. Hunter's Fury largely dodged. Giza will take a bit of damage. Isolation on the way here for Winthrop, trying to go quickly onto A. Good flash over the top, gives Giza a chance. He takes good use of it to at least go 1-for-1, but Zorona drops in the null command. And can Renz get him back up? Instead wants to play for the eliminations and gets punished for it. So Zorona will fade, and it'll come down to Cloric for a 1v2. And the neural theft reveals, but the Aldrone is being navigated, so there is no entry for the spike plant yet, and it looks like Winthrop are going to try to bait out the kill.
One enemy remaining.
Instead, Cloric finds one. The shock dart could win the round, and it's just a little bit wide. So now it's just a little Sova on Sova action. Governor playing off the off angle towards Hell, looking for an angle. Shut down as Cloric patience works out, and the last 2 rounds go to Maryville for an 8-4 half.
Quite the recovery, a necessary one for Maryville to be able to hold on to this map as they're able to continue to get back up just as Winthrop has.
Switching sides.
Overconfident plays that are immediately followed up by the restabilization, the deep breathing, and that retaking of a fight that Maryville is so aware that they can win. Again, like a lot of this setup is so pre-plant as well for Winthrop. So Maryville has a lot of reason for these post-plant fight, for confidence in those post-plant fights. They just haven't been able to really set them up as well as they've wanted to a lot of the time there. Winthrop was able to work the pre-plant so beautifully.
That's the spark notes of the entire first half, I think, just kind of in a nutshell. But those last 2 rounds, huge, especially with Maryville being so far 5-0 in pistols. And it hasn't really been close, I'll be honest. Like, a lot of pistol rounds get a little scrappy. It's like a 1v1 for the win. No, these have been like 3-4 players alive for Maryville.
Yeah, decisively Maryville.
Yeah. So this one way will fade, one will replace it. And Maryville will just show a little bit of presence, maybe at mid if the spy cam catches some feet. Hey, how are you? Gets deleted. That's not bad. May pull the focus back a touch here for Winthrop, and it will. That grab net that's being held onto instead turns into a barrier orb, and now maybe a chance for a little scuffle to happen. Ollie's right click connects, flashes on both sides, has both teams pulling back just a touch. Glyph stepping into sight. Start cover, not respected by Maryville, just running right through it, and Glyph punishes. How about that from Glyph? Just down to Chloric, who was last seen at mid. Grab net will have to be dealt with, and the door will shut on his face and on the spike.
Chloric was the one that played the round the best after getting a lot more confidence to poke and prod at mid after he knew both smokes from Glyph had been cycled through. But couldn't find a kill, only a little bit of a scare, and so Winthrop able to readjust very properly. And like you said, Maryville just disrespecting the smoke to try to win the foot race, but enough of Winthrop is already there. Glyph popping off, and now gonna try and look for a 4th here against Chloric. Oh, Ollie will steal it though. But that'll be a pistol for Winthrop.
Yeah.
At probably the most important time to win the pistol. So everything going right at just the right time for WU here.
Yeah, that's the definition of better late than never right there for Winthrop. I mean, legitimately.
Just in time.
Yeah.
They pick it up.
I saw a couple of stingers purchased for Maryville. After not getting the spike and only having a single elimination. We don't see that all that often, but this is a pretty grievous differential. And yeah, we're going to get a scuffle. No immediate stack would lead to us believing there's going to be any quick executes, but there will be a chance to burst, especially with these smoke setups. They're going to try to hit hard over towards the catwalk. Infiltrator in position. Sees one, backs away. Help on the way from Ollie. Stuck with utility out. This fight about to rage. First shots miss. But Infiltrator stepping up at the Classic, not enough to hold off the force of Maryville, who get on as soon as they deal with this barrier.
The perfect takeover, executed beautifully by Maryville. Restabilization, so imminent here as they're able to stall again and again. Governor, early to the party here and try and find something cheeky, but yeah, Maryville all too ready for it. As Winthrop flipped the follow-up in the first half, so too will Maryville flip the follow-up in the second half. And this match just gets more and more interesting by the round.
Yeah, that'll flip things economically for just a minute. So technically a little bit of a boost. Won't call it like a true bonus because you still have to purchase a little bit here if you're Maryville, but it doesn't look like Winthrop is going to even bother trying to really contest this round. Just Classics in hand here. So they will have a chance to establish some early economical control here in the second half. And I just kind of have to ask the question. I know we often try to avoid talking about, you know, low score lines on the board, but this one I think is pertinent. 4-12 for Renz after having a great couple of maps. How much of this half do you think relies on him stepping up?
Yeah, he unfortunately just hasn't really been able to activate. There's just been no proper way for him to actually set up a perch on the defense. So it's definitely important for him to go searching for those opening frags, which is what it looks like he's going to be doing with this Outlaw. Again, I think a lot of confidence swings are going to be coming his way. And many of this push is going to be contingent on exactly how much of an opening he can start making. Again, it's not necessarily about kills, it's just about making that space for Renz. So even if he doesn't go positive for the rest of this half either, as long as he's able to open the window up for Maryville to get through, he's done his job.
Oh, what a set of initiation here from Infiltrator behind the play. He's able to find one, can't get a second, but lots of damage does get tallied. Meanwhile, though, Ange holds the angle, shuts down the play from the pinch, moves inside the site, does get another. Wow, nice shot at range, and okay. Things should be pretty calm and comfortable from here. Ollie only has a Classic. There will be one weapon potentially available for them to pick up in the 1v2.
Moobs just always finds a way to get a clip in there somewhere. Doesn't matter the context. Despite that, the gun diff still permeating. Ollie with this Phantom. Only that grab to work off of, and has to find this first to properly get that. But yeah, has to extend first. So Maryville will get that third here on the attack half, set themselves up to get the ball rolling themselves. And it seems like they have a couple of good ideas as well. The question is, how committal will they be to those plans compared to WU?
Yeah, true. And I think the other part about this is, where is Infiltrator going to take the early operator to? We talked about Maryville having issues at mid. We've seen Winthrop put a lot of focus, largely thanks to the deadlock, that Infiltrator can just take an opening angle and then gate crash back to wherever he sets himself up afterwards, largely, I imagine, based on what the setup looks like on paper. So there's opportunity to be very mobile, obviously. Dark cover will come through, that takes away the mid angle. And Renz is thinking about playing this one up. No recon bolt sent this direction. Infiltrator can still teleport back for a time. And, ooh, I can't imagine he stays here much longer. And yeah,
No.
Aldrin will force him out.
Yeah, so Maryville will start to condition a little bit of dominance here in mid. But obviously, with that Cypher from moves, you gotta do a little more talking. So, again, you put that responsibility solely on Renz. Let the rest of Maryville suss out the remainder of the map. Find
I
that
like this.
weak opening for Renz to just stick a shoulder into.
There's just not a lot of opportunity at the moment. I mean, you got the barrier mesh down on A long, sensors all over the A site. You have the op watching the mid cross, spy cam to follow up in case Infiltrator wants to play passive, and then you've got a trap to allow Governor to get some space, who already has a recon bolt back. So, I mean, Winthrop have the perfect setup right now.
Renz just has to screen this. He just has to kill Infiltrator. And he does.
30 seconds left.
Easy analysis 101. Just hit your shot, win the battle, and now you can
That's
flood into
literally what
B.
he had to do, and he did it.
Yep. Nice shots from Governor back at the site, and he's going to find himself
Jeez.
3. Still has the ammunition to possibly take down more. Shots will land. Oh my goodness! Infallible Governor for the full ace. A little 1v5 on the back of the B side, and Maryville gets shut up in a moment.
Holy Governor! How does he just keep on firing? After all of that approach, just holding down that line, and Maryville not turning into it enough. That dark cover set up at the perfect time. A paranoia that is beautifully placed as well from Glyph there. That totally screws up that front line. And then the dark cover. What a setup from these two new members of Winthrop to just completely condense that push in one fell swoop after an insane opener from Renz.
Facts. It was the only thing that they could do. Just
And they
get your win
pushed
at
the
mid.
button so quick too on
Yeah.
that, on top of that. Like they were
For
ready.
real. Unbelievable. And how different this map and this series now looks.
Portal closed.
As you've got essentially forced purchase territory for Maryville. They're going to get a little bit deeper with Renz. Vandal in hand. Flash to allow him to peek. So now you've got an angle covered on the rotation. Can you pull Winthrop? Can you force them to rotate around the map? Do you have the time to? The other question.
You got to burn away at all this deadlock stuff. And then you got to burn away at Ali. He just reset a sonic sensor after he realized that Maryville was closer up. He's just going to force this out even earlier. Encourage the rotation even sooner. Force Maryville to commit to a plan with 30 seconds on the clock here, and they still have to do extra
30
flushing.
seconds left.
Oh, Renz's timing!
So Infiltrator drops, but another defender makes his way over to the A site. Ali, Glyph still holding on the site themselves. Renz has not been seen though. Opportunity for him to get here, but is he gonna get here in time? Finally finding one. But you can hide, you can peek this together, and Winthrop will provide how big a split second can be. Renz doesn't see the cross. He gets in the back line for free, but it doesn't make a difference because his teammates from the front all fall like dominoes, and you're still in forced purchase territory for MU.
Just continuing to win out the important fight and then dealing with the remainder. Winthrop's prioritization, their targeting has been impeccable. Even on this defense where it seems like They are the ones who have to break the mold. But now on the precipice of a 12-6 here, as long as everything goes according to Winthrop's ever-present plan.
God. And Maryville, after what it looked like was going to be a first forced purchase, have sold back down so they can afford in the next round. Cloric is one off of 100's Fury. That's about all that's available. Speaking of, defense going to pull one out initially. Annihilation also called in, and Winthrop have stopped this play before it can happen. We're going to have match and series point here for Winthrop, unless Corrode and Cloric can start hitting some heads.
They're playing heavier for 12 than I think they will for 13 here. They want to apply that pressure of 6 rounds a match point, guarantee it fully, and have that economic snowball as well. They'll keep all of those guns, give themselves a world of opportunities and a good amount of rounds to chip away at this ult bank that Maryville has been able to stock up for themselves now. Because we definitely got to talk about that. 3 ults, 1 orb away, 2 ults on the docket, and any of them could pretty fluidly open up a site and guarantee it for Maryville. It comes down to the read, I think, a lot of the time here. Most of these coin flips that the fights become are a result of how well Winthrop are able to interpret these first couple rounds that Maryville have, what little advantages they do.
And how about this? Something different. The defense setting up for some aggression. Aldrone out. Ollie's going to hold the angle and gets punished for it. There's no follow-up available for Winthrop's defense at mid. Still sticking. All the teleports going back under Fury. Going to allow Maryville to scale and run very, very quickly forward. And that should be a 7th round for Maryville as Glyph and moves are really far outside the picture.
I feel like Winthrop should be thankful that Maryville decided to use that null command with the minimal intel that there was presence on B. Moobs does escape with an opener before the spike goes down, though, so who knows? They could definitely play into this.
There's the spy cam. Ren's going to be seen, dealt with quickly by Glyph. No way. 2v5 down to a 2v3. Alarm bot dealt with. Still a chance for Paranoia to cut across this side. And seen on the close corner for Moobs. Cage up. Can't quite find the head of one, and Glyph only is able to tally Giza. So Maryville will get their 7th round, but it's a little bit more laborious than you would like. Laborious? Laborious? Laborious sounds like Dexter's Lab.
I think it's laborious.
We'll do either.
Yeah, I think you can say either. But
is it either or is it either?
I think you could say both. But I reckon that Winthrop was a little overambitious in approaching those fights. Not necessarily just Ali, but just felt like an early collapse when you know you have so much you want to kind of get rid of. Again, it feels like Maryville could have used 1 ultimate and been fine for that round, but Winthrop continuing to keep them on their toes, and no doubt probably going to have to use something early here again. Yeah, very early lockdown.
Just going to show some force. Infiltrator will be fine for a while in this corner, but the dark cover comes through. Ren's with knives. From the shadows to get on the B side. That's going to lead to a very, very quick plant. And now it's just down to what do you use to retake? You have Dimensional Drift available.
This round still doesn't topple the economy of Winthrop, by the way. They can still get away with 1 more after this. So if they can get rid of Renz's stuff to actually, yeah, Renz has got the blades open too. This is everything from MU.
Giza and Renz have been seen, but Renz is starting to tee off. First couple of the knives are good as he finds himself now onto 3. Right click doesn't fully connect as the kill had already come through, but moves on an op that was handed to him by Infiltrator will keep the investment alive. And Maryville will get to 8.
Have a decent chance at being able to fully say their piece. Just comes down to trying to slow things down again. Get Winthrop into these corners and slowdowns and punish them in these moments where they, again, still strain. Because Winthrop has still been kind of slow to rotate off the sides whenever the bell gets wrong. Despite, or, you know, not counting the rounds like these where these ultimates have been so heavily utilized. So Maryville, in theory, have a lot of rhythm control.
Yeah.
Coming into this round, they can do a lot, and they can play a lot of different ideas.
Well, Winthrop again, gonna show a new level of force. And Zerona drops with your spike down, and the rest of the team is separated. Not like this, not like this. Not like this. Governor for his second ace. Surely they let him go first.
Please!
Surely they let him go first, Governor!
Defenders win.
Unbelievable. An ace to finish off their collegiate counterparts. Winthrop, the lower seed, makes a massive statement in our first day of action here in Stage 3 Challengers playoffs, taking down Maryville in 3 maps.
Only having bested them once before in the previous 5 times that they have faced off in and out of Challengers, Winthrop have truly stepped up in playoffs once again, netting them that guaranteed top 6 spot. It was certainly a team effort, but there were hero moments across the board, and on Ascent, that was no different. Every single member of Winthrop having a spotlight on them at one point, really starting to string together that bulletin board at the end of the game. The plans were so well set. Just a terrific understanding of this map and their composition for it as well.
Unreal stuff. Hell of a series, except for map 2, unless you're a Maryville fan, in which case you were happy to see that one. But regardless of what happened and how it happened, it is Winthrop take one step further up the upper bracket, where Maryville will have to fight for their lives in the lower bracket later on in playoffs. That's just series 1, though. There's something about eggs and things, I think, that's coming up in chat next. We'll decipher that as we head to the break things down, and get ready for series number 2 of the night.
Congratulations to Winthrop University for finally taking down their collegiate demons. Map 3 of the series heading on into Ascent. I mean, we're looking at the bounce back after that disastrous map 2. And Ash, that was craziness. But Winthrop University, like the step up, the aces, everything else, so well deserved. And they're going to stay alive here in the upper bracket of playoffs.
That they will. And the fact that it happens after that bounce back, like you're talking about, Sarah, after a 13-0 to take it to an Ascent where Winthrop looks so good. They look so comfortable. They had great ideas as far as a lot of those mid splits, that pressure that they were looking to put on Maribel. And they did exactly what we were looking for as well, not allowing that operator to get online as early on. And it was just huge coming out from Winthrop, finally getting that pistol round into the second half as well. Everything came together at the end.
There was also such a difference with having the deadlock too. You could see them actively use barrier mesh to close off angles. So like, for example, Chloric couldn't help for a split push on occasion because of Ali's barrier mesh. And then they just fully focused down on tree or fully focused down on main, knowing that they had that coverage, you know, tree or main. So it was actually such a good agent to pick. And I feel like even though Ali wasn't the top frag, they still had so much to give to this team that it almost felt like it was impossible to push towards site.
I mean, this is a Winthrop University too. When you've looked at their season throughout stage 3, the losses that they've had have been to these top teams. It's been a Winthrop University that we've always praised. And at Winthrop University, I feel like when you look at this third map, you really get to see why there's so much to be talking about. And that we'll talk about it more in a second, but like that governor step up was crazy. But just across the board, Ash, even when I'm looking back at the match, like we get to see Winthrop take a pistol. We get to see Winthrop, I mean, even after Maryville takes the first one, be able to push back and kind of upset them. Like, I love that momentum and that pressure that Winthrop University was applying.
You're talking about the momentum, you're talking about the pressure. Take a look at those post plans. The fact that they secure that spike 12 rounds, every single round on that first half. Sure, they allow Maryville manages to break through for like 4 of those retakes and whatnot. But the fact that they're taking that much space, able to get that plant secured every single time, I think says so much about how the early round was going in favor of Winthrop University, and so much of that having to do with Governor having those standout performance, not only map 1 and not only half 1 but also half 2, and moves as well. A lot of those backstabs, some of those lurk positionings, cutting off those rotations when Maryville was looking to go for those retake scenarios, was chef's kiss on the side of Winthrop.
Yeah, great step-up performance across the team. Moves, I mean, you deserve to go talk your trash on Twitter, buddy. I saw Maryville was coming after you after that second game, so go give it right back to them. But I think it's time that we start talking about Governor here, because this series, this map in particular, was crazy. I'm thinking back to that first ace on the backside of B, and at such a pivotal point in that match, Ash, and just not letting up at all. Like, this was a showstopper of a performance.
And this is what we've been wanting to see from Governor as well. And it's so nice to see him in this form for playoffs. One of the most experienced players within the league, stepping up for his team today. He couldn't do any wrong. So much of it also, though, coming from the support from the remainder of his team as well, right? You see it in that paranoia that was coming out from Glyph. It felt like Glyph's utility was constantly hitting to allow his teammates to go for a lot of those multi-frag situations. But it is just crazy the amount of impact that we saw from the Sova player in the server today. I feel like we've always hyped up his utility. We've talked about the amount of value he gets from those Hunter's Furies, and everything comes together for the first match of playoffs.
And I love that he got that second ace at the end as well. I mean, I've been trying to rest my voice, and I just audibly started yelling. I was so pumped. So if I don't have a voice tomorrow and to go up, Governor, it is all your fault. But I want to start talking to Governor, and there is so much to talk to you about. Let's head over to our interview. I think the most important though, heading into this, happy birthday. I know this is, oh, and he's gone. Little magic trip. Hello. the timing. But Governor, first off, happy birthday. How's it feel? Did you get team do anything special? Little birthday buff?
I think I kind of forgot it was my birthday actually yesterday. When I think it was Glyph, he was like, happy birthday, bro. It was like 2 a.m. though. But I mean, today I think we plan on going out. I think if we lost, I probably wouldn't have wanted to, but I'm just glad we won. So can feel good celebrating tonight.
Perfect. A double celebration is exactly what we love. And I want to talk back on this series, especially too. You guys played up against Maryville University very recently. It was round 5, and it was a very drastically different result. So I want to know the biggest difference maker heading in today. Is it just as simple as the maps, or what was the fire to get this result?
I think every match we've lost so far versus Cubert, Maryville, I think there's only 2, but or no, we lost one as well to Envy. The biggest thing in all those matches was we don't play like scrims, like we're not calming, the energy's not the same. So like, I think especially after the Envy one, the full emphasis was like in like the prep before, like the team talks was just play like scrims and like we'll actually win. Cause like, I mean, today map 1 was pretty good, but map 2, you know, it fell apart. We did not play like, you know, third time getting 13-0'd. Pretty sad, but brought it back. I mean, it really just comes down to just playing like scrims, and that's what we did in 2 out of the 3 of the maps. So, yeah.
Just one question about that map too, and then we never have to talk about it again. Was it? Oh, what could happen? And I got to know, like, how do you bounce back after that? Because I think we were all shocked to see.
Okay, so I've been 13-0'd before in Pacific on Talon, and I told my team, guys, I've been 13-0 before, and we won the next map, but like I think we lost map 3. So, but the point was, next map after the 13-0 we won. So like I think it would have been worse had it been map 1 we got 13-0, but at the end of the day, it's like a BO3 for a reason, right? Like I told my team, like map 3, just whoever wins pistol, or like I guess, you know, we lost pistol but we killed them. The momentum is like literally just like back to us, because like map 3, like it literally doesn't fucking matter what happened to map before. Like who cares? Whoever wins map 3 wins, right?
I love that mentality. And I feel like we really got to see that with your gameplay in that map number 3, because we saw 30 kills. We saw not 1, but 2 aces coming out from you. Like, talk to me about that.
Oh, I think I surprised myself too, not gonna lie. I mean, I'm not superstitious, but it's like a birthday buff, you know? I don't know. It just worked out. God was on my side today or something. I don't know.
I have so much going right, and at the perfect time too, because I mean, it's playoffs. You now get to continue on in this upper bracket. Talk to me. It's been definitely a really stacked stage 3. How's the confidence level now heading into the rest of this playoffs, especially Ascension on the line?
I think we're on a little hot streak right now. A little 2 wins in a row. I think we'll take this. It's just the emphasis, right? Like play like scrims. We showed it today, so we have some, you know, positive results with it, just playing like scrims and keeping the comms up even if we're down, and we do that. I think we'll win our next match too.
Definitely looking forward to the streak continuing. Governor, go celebrate with everyone. Happy birthday yet again, and congrats on the win. Thanks for chatting.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Make sure everyone in the chat as well to wish Governor a happy birthday. And yeah, that birthday buff was absolutely incredible. A great series to be kicking off the day. But of course, we still have another playoff match. It's going to be TSM going up against Envy after a short break. Stay tuned. Everyone, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers in North America. A short break, but of course, because we got to get started with our next matchup of the day. If you're just tuning in, fantastic series between our two collegiate teams, with Winthrop University taking the victory 2-1. They'll be moving along within this upper bracket, but it's time to see who else will as well between Envy and TSM. And let's talk about this Envy team, because going into this, I mean, this is an Envy that's our stage 2 champs, Ash, and it's an Envy that maybe kind of got a little confident with that, a little stumble near the end of the regular stage 3, but I'm looking at what bounce back they can provide today.
Yeah, it feels like a repeat of history, right? I feel like that happened stage 1, happened stage 2, happened stage 3, where they end up getting really confident and are so confident in their gameplay that they say, okay, we got so like used to winning that we have to like get back into full form, because then they end up kind of like dropping, having maybe a little bit too much fun, as per the interviews that we've had from Egster, him talking about like some of the false calming, a little trolling and whatnot, and then getting back into that mentality of like, okay, let's lock in, let's take it seriously. And it was the longest Swiss stage run that they've had to do over the last 3 stages. Not having that 4-0 comfort straight into playoffs, definitely having to get more reps under their belt, but they did not slow down whatsoever. These players constantly putting numbers out there, that's for sure. And granted, they did lose out to the Qbert, who did go 4-0, right? So you got to forgive them for that.
I mean, I have to kind of like add on to what Ash said too. For a long time, right? Both this year and last year, this team has been winning nonstop, making an impression that they're, if not one of the best challengers teams in NA. So it really just goes to show. I mean, I would feel that confidence too, but everyone has their downfall. And what really worries me is we've seen that in teams that aren't here today, right? Shopify, Rebellion, Black, a team that was very, very strong that did fall out. So, you know, is this going to be the strongest team just having a lack of, or is this the start of maybe the end of Envy?
All right, let's hold on to our horses here. Let's hold on here, because for Envy, I mean, something about this team is I feel like when there is a bit of a stumble, you do get to see that bounce back. It was an Envy where, Ash, I feel like we got to see those nerves of being such a high-ranked team earlier on. That's where we started to see the fun arc coming on through. Then we get a little silly, goofy, and now they got to rein it back in. Like, I feel like the team, like, I don't think it's an end of anything right yet.
No, and it feels like any time that they've had that wake-up call of having to rein things back in, trying to really lock into being full form of Envy and not getting too carried away with things, that is when they come back full force to bite back at you. And you can already see, like in the quote below, Egster talking about how they have to get into the right form for playoffs mentally. They're already shifting into that kind of mindset. I think that core matchup was definitely a huge wake-up call for them. Didn't expect it to be such a stomp in favor of core, but that they got back right into Envy ways in that game up against Winthrop University. You guys can take a look at the history, the 6 rounds of Swiss stage that Envy had to fight through to get to playoffs today. It had been a little rocky towards the end there, but I feel like Envy are right back into the driver's seat. You cannot take away from the fact that they have insane shooters that constantly march to the beat of their own drum on this team.
And we just saw Winthrop University and how strong they are. So looking at that 2-0, I think it's good, especially too. Sometimes, like we've seen it before, they qualified too early in stage 1. They have a long break and all of a sudden it's, wow, we're a little rusty once we get into playoffs. So, hey, you know, maybe the extra reps, that little extra time, and to make sure they can have that mentality shift before we get into playoffs. I don't know. Maybe the losses was kind of a good thing here. That is to be seen, of course. But I don't know. I kind of got a feeling that this might be able to work out for them. But as well as their story has been evolving, we got to look at the team on the opposing end, because I'm so excited to see the growth of TSM and everything else, because you want to talk about an Envy that starts off strong, kind of dips. It was a TSM here, Ash, that started off the season quite rough, and then that TSM that's really been able to turn things around.
Yeah, but that's the thing that we have to keep in mind is the beginning of this stage, they had 2 new pieces coming into the roster in Alvin Boy and into Matino that they had to learn how to play with alongside this main core that we've seen, right? Those are huge adjustments to be replacing both your Sentinel and your Duelist player, getting used to timings as a squad, integrating these players into a new system. But that's why we saw kind of that growth trajectory throughout the Swiss stage. It was really this team learning how to gel together as Swiss went on.
And that's where I'm going to be super intrigued to see TSM today, because when you're calling out those additions, like we've gotten to see them Gompers originally on their own teams before.
Yeah.
And then, a lot of anticipation when they joined the team. But I love to hear from Seven that the team is collectively coming together how they should be. And I think that sparks a lot of confidence going into today.
I mean, I agree. And it really just goes into what Ash says too, of kind of like just trying to mesh and gel, but at the same time, like also, I think what's most interesting is that they've played pretty consistently with, the compositions in regards to their maps. They haven't necessarily tested anything out in the competitive space and seen really any deterrent to the comps that they play, which it just means like they have great shot calling going on for this team. They are fully aware of the positioning they want to take on, and it feels almost as though they were meant to be, and you can really see that throughout their gameplay within stage 3.
Yeah, and I think that is so exciting because TSM, I mean, when you're looking at that core roster, it's a team that we've been following throughout the season and throughout the year, apologies. And we've definitely a lot of hopes for. So to be able to see that bounce back that they've had afterward throughout the season has been really nice. I think the biggest question that I have though, Ash, when you look back at the results, we get to see the turnaround, we get to see the bounce back. But when you look at that history comparison between these two teams, I do think that there is a little bit of a different caliber of teams. So I think that this match today for TSM is going to be big to figure out where exactly they're skilled to.
I think that's the main takeaway point that you're talking about there, Ciara. It's a massive shout out. They had one of the easier runs through Swiss stage. When you look at the teams that we're seeing on the board here. Granted, kicking things off with an NBG 0-2, Nightblood has been a dark horse in the competition as well. But this NB matchup is going to be a huge litmus test to see what our expectations really are from this TSM that has now grown together throughout stage 3, considering how close this match was last time around that they faced off during Swiss of stage 2. It's been quite a while since then. There have been a lot of meta changes that TSM has leaned a little bit more into. And then there's also still the envy that are still rocking with what we've typically seen. I think I'm going to put a lot of emphasis on today's map, Vito, to see if TSM will have a little bit of a potential edge up today.
I definitely think that when we have seen these teams face off, that TSM has always been my pick for someone who could challenge Envy, considering that I just think they have so much skill. So I think that today I'm looking at the same thing. And I got to talk about players to watch from each of these teams. I think there's a couple head-to-heads that are especially interesting, but this is the one that we landed on. Ion, especially during this stage, has just been electric. I mean, he sometimes gets overshadowed because Kane is a crazy Ash, but we really need to give him his kudos. And GMD, you talk about someone who's been overlooked this stage. I mean, he's been awesome.
I know both of these players are so much fun to watch in the server. Ion, more of that hyper aggressive controller player, likes to take a lot of those risks, high risk, high reward situations, playing off that paranoia, getting into some cheeky positions with that shroud step there as well. For GMD, yes, he does use the Omen too, but I feel like it's a little bit more meticulous in the way that he looks to play around his utility. Definitely someone that we also look towards to being a playmaker, just not as necessarily flashy as the playstyle from Ion. Even though they both run the Omen the most, you've also got to consider the fact that GMD can pull out that Astra on some maps, such as like Bind as well. So very different play styles for these two players. GMD a little bit more reactive, a little bit more ratty, while Ion's a bit more in your face.
Yeah, and I feel like it's a play style that just works so well for their team as well, which I think just really gets to showcase these players even more and just really prove how valuable of assets they are to their respective teams. So to be able to highlight them ahead of today's match is big. And you know that heading into today's series, that they're going to be pivotal for their team to try and take this victory. But let's start narrowing in on today's match and talk about the map, especially too when you are looking at an Envy that there was a couple ups and downs. I was especially intrigued about the veto. I was very intrigued about that Corrode, but it will be banned out. And Ash, we're going to be kicking off the series with TSM taking us to bind.
Okay, I feel like it's no surprise that we're seeing TSM take us to bind. They play probably the most untraditional composition on this map within all of Challengers right now. Pulling out that, if they stick with it, the double Sentinel with the Chamber and the Vice, and then you've got that Astra and the Yoru there too. I really like this comp, and having us start out on bind for TSM feels really comfortable for this veto. However, you cannot take away the fact that this is also a map pool that is very comfortable for Envy on the other side of things. Things get a little bit dicey though when we lean into that sunset, because it just felt a little bit off kilter with that Neon Yoru composition. If Envy will be carrying that one through, I've got to lean TSM though here.
Also pretty unique, yes. Pretty unique too, because we do know, like Kane Zera did say, oh, I was just tired of playing Duelist. So I took the role of Brimstone this time around, sitting on Bind, and kind of leaving the Yoru play up to Agster is something I wouldn't say that's quite new, but something that's on the more unique side coming through from this team of Envy. So that's definitely something I'm interested to see, the solo Yoru composition that both teams like to play with, and how that's going to coincide with each other.
Especially with how different everything else on the team is, when you do get to see that, yeah, it's more of this guy that's leaned into in comparison to TSM, just, I mean, with the bias chambers. So to have Bind as the very first map in the series, I think is really exciting. But I mean, two teams that really have had different and kind of semi-difficult Swiss stages. I'm then really curious. I think the biggest thing at all is who has learned the most from all of that, Ash. And I think that's going to be the biggest deciding factor, everything else aside.
Yeah, I think that's a huge shout out. I feel like both these teams have been working so hard behind the scenes to make the adjustments necessary. For TSM, again, it was about working those two new players at the top of this season into this core and figuring out how they fit into their system. Seven talking about how confident they're feeling about the way that the team is now playing together makes me feel like they're in a really great spot in that kind of regard. I feel like their macro has always been really great on every single map. I've always been a huge fan of Vora's calling on the side of TSM, and so many strong voices on that team as well to help it with the mid-rounding. Meanwhile, for Envy, it's been about that, again, a different kind of mentality swap, because it was about, I guess, taking things a little bit too lax at times and really locking in, and I think being able to find that bounce back after the last two losses.
Yeah, and I know Vora has, tweeted that they've shown a lot of resilience since that Shopify Rebellion gold loss. So when you're looking all the way back till then, that's not something that's really easy, a pill that's easy to swallow. So to kind of recover from not only the mentality of that, but like Ash said, like really making the composition mesh, it's a skill that TSM definitely have, just really taken advantage of.
I think regardless, we are in for a great match. But I want to start getting into official predictions for today to kind of see, before we got all our maps and stuff, kind of where our heads were at or how this series was going to go. I mean, I look back at everything we've seen this year, and I always have to go with Envy. But Ash, during the maps, you said that, like, yeah, you kind of favored TSM in the maps, but you even felt that way before the map. So talk to me about that.
I think, okay, it was not easy to pick up against Envy here. I think that this is a team where we have to give Envy their flowers for how well and how consistently they have performed over the last three stages. They also have that added benefit of having had no roster changes as this season has gone on. For TSM though, I feel like this is where we're seeing them in final boss form here for playoffs of stage 3. They've now finally figured out that recipe for success with all of their new pieces coming into the fray. And I'm really excited to see how this matchup goes, especially now that I feel like that Matt Vito does lean heavily in their favor, especially for the later portion.
Man, through any trial that Envy has gone through, they've come out the other side stronger. And I look at this, Gomps, and I understand, like, I know that on the paper what's happened during the Switch stage for both these teams. And I do think that TSM, like, the level up has been great, but I'm still surprised it's just me and you up against everyone else. Like, I don't know.
I do think the two players they have added onto TSM have like dramatically just made TSM better. And I won't say that they aren't going to put up a very, very good fight, but I think in regards to Envy, it really is, the history's just there, and the fact that they're so, I would say both teams are incredibly resilient, but Envy just has this essence to them where it's just a game at the same time. And I feel like that in itself, and the fact that, you know, over 2 losses, it still hasn't made them lose that same egotistical side to them. It's stunning. And it honestly makes me feel as though that's the mentality going into this game that you really need in playoffs.
I mean, regardless, both teams have really been able to put in the work. And I guess who's going to be in the best playoff form is going to be it. So I'm really intrigued to see that. Reminder, this is going to be the upper bracket match that we see here in Challenger. So loser isn't quite out, but to be able to take this win now, be able to push on forward in such a stacked bracket, I think is going to be instrumental for these teams. And I think too, really good for that confidence when you're looking at, I mean, an Envy that's looking at a recent turnaround, and for TSM to really continue on that momentum that they've been building throughout this stage 3, Ash. That's going to be the biggest thing that I'm eyeing up here.
For sure. And then segueing, I guess, into locking in on our first map of Bind here as well. I think I'm really excited to see these two compositions going head to head. The expectation for me is that there shouldn't be any changes to either comp. On the side of TSM, we talked a little bit about how they had that double sentinel, can play that push and pull very, very nicely with the chamber and the Yoru. And I think the Fade just plays very well into that double controller composition on the side of Envy that we're expecting to come through as well, with all of that utility that can go for those reclears, expecting that post plant to be potent too with the Astra on the side of TSM. I'm looking forward to seeing how Envy do like to get active though on Bind. We know that they do love to go for some of those TP players, for some of those crunches over towards Showers and over at Hookah. I'm curious to see how quickly TSM are going to be able to respond.
I think, too, the biggest question when, I mean, you're talking about the comps and everything else and the response, when you're talking about Vora and the calling, and again, to just talk about how smart of an individual Vora is, I feel like we go back into what type of homework has TSM done, especially when you know that there's aggression from Envy. That is something that we've gotten to see punished when teams do play that little bit slower, to be able to kind of wait Envy out. And that could be something that TSM lean into today. They definitely have the tools with that current iteration of composition. And if that's where they want to go, Ash, that can make Envy, I mean, sweat a little bit.
You say TSM could lean into it. I feel like it's almost a staple in the pantry of TSM when it comes down to that slow, methodical kind of default, allowing their opponents to play into them on that attacking side. So I feel like it works really well. I feel like TSM is this team that I've always looked at being so good at changing how they're accelerating or taking the tempo in those rounds to either speed it up, slow it down, whatever the response is needed. And a lot of that coming from Vora's end.
I mean, we've talked about how the other teams have been able to adapt, and TSM, how they can respond. So maybe Envy can switch it up in terms of the play style, but heading into the agents, as we've called out, Gomps, not necessarily anticipating any switch up going into today, just two teams that, you know, something comfortable for them.
Yeah, and quite comfortable, honestly. I think for TSM, the big difference that we're starting to see, actually, my apologies for Envy, just sticking to what they know. Obviously, TSM with Vise, you know, playing with Alvin Boy, that's something I'm actually really excited to see. I know Vise has been a really big detriment on a map like Bind, especially kind of playing in cohesion with Chamber, which kind of allows for a more appropriate play of, you know, first engagement and also a solid hold towards site, going to that second half towards defense. So for me, I feel like this is such a good TSM comp to kind of keep going with, especially since, I don't know, it just feels super strong to me.
I'm going to take a look at, I think, Timotino here on the side of TSM, starting on the attack first. There's going to be a lot of pressure for him to try and break past a lot of the utility that Envy are going to be throwing to slow the rest of the team down. I'm looking for him to be able to get in and then get out if possible, and for that setup to really be coming through from Bora, because aside from his own utility, that's really the only help that you're really going to be seeing on the side of TSM as far as any utility that can be used extremely proactively, aside from some of those set plays with the stars to try and garner some of that showers control and deny those early peaks out from Exeter.
Ooh, a match that's going to be so exciting, and I have good news, everyone. Our players are finally ready. It's time to see, after some issues during their splits, what these teams have learned when it all comes down to playoffs. Let's head into Bind and find out, and send it over to your casters, Tenrek and Shift.
Should be a good one, and to no one's surprise, we're filled with a handful of maps that's gonna suffice for some Yoru. It's gonna be interesting, man. I think the thing about it is, you know, Envy, you had that opening matchup trying to go into a quick qualification against Qbert, doesn't work out for you, but then like this slippery slope takes them a little bit to get actually fully qualified, maybe longer than you would have expected, whereas TSM, I feel like they kind of floated under the radar a little bit during Swiss stage, and now find themselves in probably what is the more hotly contested match in terms of opening playoff games. There's something to say about the two colleges playing against each other, but these are two notable organizations, two teams with lots of, I think, expectations behind them, and not quite maybe fully meeting them when they had played notable adversaries before. So a chance to square up, and we got Bind here, Tenrek. Should be fun.
Two storied organizations in a more modern matchup than ever. If Envy wins this match, then they will guarantee themselves essentially a spot in North American Ascension without having to play in the play-in purely off of points, unless TSM outplaces them and makes it to second. This is a must-win match for either side. TSM dangling off of the third place cliff that they sit in points-wise, and Envy to fully secure a spot as a dominant North American contender.
Well, Envy on the defense to get things kicked off. Lots of questions about this TSM composition in terms of, is it just going to be essentially a one-dimensional burst and have to hit due to the fact that you've got a vice and a chamber on the offense? Questions to be answered, to be sure. Envy with a heavy stack inside of showers behind this smoke. And 7 may have a little bit more than he had bargained for, but Envy will back off, not seeing much or hearing much. Smoke will replace, and TSM will need to consider what they want to do.
Kanzera's Brimstone has continued to be beyond entertaining on this map, especially working in tandem with Ion, who has planted himself on the other side of the Showers cubby. But TSM going to start making noise up here in B main, force Envy to start doing some other talking.
Well, a little bit of noise doesn't really do too much besides pull Egg over to it.
No breakthrough.
No. And now the teleporter. So eyes on to this little crossfire setup. Prowler denied by Kane. No one sees Ion in the corner, and that's exactly what you drafted up if you're Envy. Now back to the site, and Ion may be on for more. Alvin being covered for a moment. Extra able to find one, and that may have been enough to steal away another ace on the night. Ion finding 4 of the 5.
I mean, that's practically exactly the play that literally every Envy fan would have hoped would go down. Ion executing everything and then some on that one crunch after TSM opt to go for the TP. Not making any headway on B main, but it was intentional. They wanted to purely pull Extra on over. Just didn't matter with this double controller. Ion even able to peek into that stim beacon to give him a little bit of an extra boost in the finality of that 2v3 that he single-handedly conquered. Huge start for Envy, of course. That's how they roll.
Great stuff. And I will say, not that you often look and put a lot of focus on the pistol, but that is one that is going to have, well, TSM really considering options with that heavy stack over towards Shower. Alvin able to get a little bit of clearance behind the decoy. Ion in some trouble. Nice little snap for one. Chased down, though, for another. Egg still holding on to this position. Try to gate crash to safety and will be able to. So it gives Envy a chance here, but serviceable position for TSM until GMD falls to the Ares. And now there's numbers with a flank on the way by Inspire for the side of Envy.
We're back at the start like we were with Winthrop versus Maryville, but it's only Envy that's seeing what they can get away with. TSM is just trying to see if they can get away. Envy have so much dominance, and they look like they're practically pugging to start this one out. Kanzera just stepping on top of his smoke. Why not? Let's just see if he can get one. He almost does. He almost gets that flick off. But shoot, rest of Envy got it covered. And I think that's the excuse they'll use for a lot of these rounds.
Win's a win, I think, if you were to ask
A
Envy.
win is a win.
So, you know, the old golf adage of there's no pictures on a scorecard. Same idea here. All you got to look back on and say, round one. I think the thing, too, is, like, you got the weapons that you wanted to bring into this round, this next bonus anyways. Like, you'd be able to keep the Ares, you'd be able to keep the Outlaw. Like, you still have all the weapons that you want. So there is a level of that on top of it in terms of how the bonus could be a little bit more formidable. That said, though, TSM is able to afford it a full shield, so that Outlaw may not pack as big of a punch. And yeah, this is what I was going to ask. Is TSM going to continue to try to show some force here to keep Envy interested at Showers? And yeah, they have to.
Yeah, they're going to continue to farm some noise over there. And Vora holding on to the spike as well. And again, nothing broken through on any other side. TSM continuing to take their sweet time. GMD a little disconnected, trying to search for some of these trap wires that are planted up on Hookah. Inspire might go for the peak. But in the meantime, TSM continuing to just make some passive space, and Timotino's found that on Showers.
Well, that space has been voluntarily given by Envy. They're going to stack the A box by playing up close with the Bucky. You got Poppin with the Ares, who can just rain hellfire from heaven.
Yeah.
Inspire in some trouble, but most importantly, his trap stays up. So he's shown some presence. It's going to force TSM to rotate, and they're going to rotate into the heavier stack of the two sides. So opportunity for Envy, but TSM will have the firepower and the numbers.
And bashing their head on a bit of a brick wall here in Hookah, so this one flood has got to work up on Truck. But Envy, again, like you said, they've given this space away. They're willing to play for the long haul.
We'll teleport up top. Envy gonna get the numbers back. Eggster's able to connect for one. Trade it back to the 4v4. Stim Beacon in play. TSM avoiding it, though. This is taking time for Envy. Most importantly, though, they do get some space to work with here at U-Haul, but Alvin, one of the last lines of defense behind the spike itself, will collect a couple, and it leaves Inspire into a 1v2 with nothing but a stinger. He'll know that Alvin is low. The problem is Timo. Maybe not so much anymore. But can't quite catch the angle, and Alvin will find 3 as TSM get their first round.
Close as close can be, but still able to escape with that bonus. But yeah, you have to appreciate TSM going right for the barricade the moment they understand their space that they've been handed has been free. Just willing to profit off of that and fight their way through those front lines until someone like Alvin Boy has enough space where he can get more than one on the way down. From there, you can collapse. So a good setup that TSM is able to end up manifesting here. Again, Envy going to be able to start grabbing guns now.
Operator most notably in the hand of Eggster. The same double stack over towards a Showers. Doesn't really do much besides trade utility. This is the big question. Will anyone peek this without a flash? The answer is yes. An Egg will find the connection. And that's the issue, right? I mean, I say without a flash, what are you going to throw? Like, you're just going to bounce a Timo flash deep over through B long? Like, that's the issue, and Eggster is really taking advantage early.
Yeah. Just finding the weak points before TSM even gets to him. And a lot of this util just hasn't made a single dent. The Prowlers have been... The Prowlers and Haunts have been pretty much burned. We haven't really seen too much get done with any of GMD's utils so far. I mean, even the Nebulas haven't been very impactful until, you know, just getting the spike down.
Yeah. This is a brilliant look at the defensive setup, though, for Envy. Yeah, that spy cam is perfect. Perfect timing for Poppin, who finds himself 2 for 1. Still in the play is going to be Inspire from elbow. He is smoked out for now. Teleport over to Hookah as Envy will completely envelop the B site and have to play a 3v2, pardon me, 4v2 retake.
This feels like a pretty comfy pinch for them. They'll just, I mean, you know what Envy's going to do. They're just going to walk into it. I don't have to tell you.
All right, then no. We'll just watch it happen.
Yeah.
And there it is. Okay.
There you go.
I mean, again, like, we're seeing the issues with this composition early. I know it is early, but I think the more that Envy create this upper hand with their economy, the more comfortable this half is going to be for them. So there is like a level of TSM, as soon as they start to collect some ultimates, Dimensional Drift, the Nightfall, like they better find value. Cosmic Divide could be huge as well in terms of how Envy are setting up their defense. Like there is a lot of stress on TSM to find efficiency with their ults and try to flip this economy around. And then if that happens, or when that happens, if you're a TSM fan, then you can start to establish some dominance. But the more that Eggster has the operator in hand, the more he's going to be able to do stuff like this, because there's just no way to push him off the angle unless you're going to use Fade utility.
Right. And you have to use so much just to take back the space that you thought you already had in the first place.
Exactly.
Envy just continuing to swipe the rug out from under you, and it's satisfying every time. Oh, he doesn't fall for that. Come on. He's played these games before.
Yeah, literally. Yeah. So now you've got Alvin trying to run through smoke. That's not going to work. And, yep, Seven's Lurk also gets shut down. So not much you would have expected for this round for TSM on just pistol upgrades, but the setup is still very convincing for Envy, and we need to see something in this next round really come to fruition for TSM.
Feels like Envy can just draw so much more value out of every ounce of their kits. Like even like a pop-in flash feels like it'll do miles more than anything TSM's been able to throw at the wall so far. And maybe it's just because Envy is so good at like early denial and catching TSM off guard to where they're like not able to fully execute. I feel like that's probably a lot of it, because TSM really love to set up shop when they're going through their plant, and then they sort of blossom out from there. They're very mechanical like that, but Envy, they know how to stick wrenches in the gears, and it seems like they can still do that despite how polished TSM's been.
Well, quick opportunity here for TSM. Decoy does actually proc the flash. Ion's still alive, though, as Inspire's able to help out. Viper's Pit will fall, but Zera steps up and finds everything in front of him. Now he's got the stim beacon and says, come into my web. But Alvin's happy to at least get the trade. Eggster, yikes. That is dominant from Envy. You've got all 5 ults available for TSM, but in a round that you would have expected them to put something together, that could not have fallen more short than that.
Yeah. These guys are looking beyond in form, and TSM have let slip one of the few chances they have left to keep this perpetual Envy from just continuing to truck on. Every moment that Envy decides to commit something feels so much more impactful at the moment.
Let's play.
Well, Tour de Force in play, as it's going to be a 5-man stack for TSM here. And Poppin is not going to care about that because he's got so much help around him. Same spy cam. Look at these traps.
It's
I know
so
that this was
gross.
It was something that like we saw in the rounds previous, or the couple of rounds previous from this angle. It's a really good look though, as far as how Inspire is setting himself to stay on site comfortably. And yeah, the spy cam.
Minimal changes to the wires too. He's like barely changing the angles.
Ooh. Leg gets a little bit caught right there. Spire still has all of his traps to play around this cyber cage with. Also has Poppin still playing inside of the octagon. Orbital strike and to follow up as Inspire finds 3. Unbelievable, dude. Inspire's setup, not to be trifled with. I'll say that much. And a little bit of shots through the wall will eventually finish Alvin off. And Envy is dominating.
Envy is as Envy does, and Envy is doing it. That is all that I can really say. They continue to frolic around this map like it's a pug stack, like it's a scrim, like they are just invincible. And honestly, they're getting to that point once again. If they can hit their stride. I mean, again, this is basically to guarantee themselves a free seed in Ascension. If not for this game, they would have to potentially play in the play-in.
Yeah. I guess I'm just like, we'll talk about this in a moment here. We got some action at Showers.
Yeah.
Kane, a little bit of issue dealing with the Prowler, but Timo, first blood, first time we could really have numbers for TSM. What I was going to ask is, like, this is TSM's map pick, and it's been less than convincing on the year, but they've played it a lot inside of Challengers, and to some great success. The curious point about this is, like, you know what Envy's going to bring to the party, and I'll tell you flat out, this Yoru into the Cypher is just not finding value. And again, without the ability to flash Eggster off of an angle, this is just all too free right now from Envy. I'm just surprised they didn't play something like a Raze or just get something that could be a little bit more bursty to get up and over these traps.
Yeah, Timotino does tend to stick to this Yoru when it comes to executes like this. He is primarily mobility forward when it comes to his duelist choices, and often it leads to his downfall. And lately, a lot of games have come down to if he can frag out.
Yeah. Well, we said the same thing about Exter in the past as well. This is a nice moment, though, for TSM. Most importantly, that opening shot from 7 is huge. Flash comes out, Chamber will teleport back, and Poppin will have to guess, is it left or is it right? And he guesses correctly. Still doable here, unless Inspire falls, in which case now this becomes extremely difficult. Smoke is down in place, or at least a star is down in place. That could be used as a vortex to pull Poppin off if he does go for it. Instead, he'll collect the operator and likely run away. Nice tag on the GMD, and Poppin is out for a little bit of blood here. Not gonna find it, and surely we try to back off. Keyword is try. The GMD will not allow him to. So big round there for TSM to get not just 2 on the board, but also keep 3 alive.
Yes, very important. They're able to hold on to actually 2 operators there. And I mean, that's the setup that they were looking for. That's, you know, why 7 is sticking on this chamber. He's looking for that secondary setup once TSM is able to quickly get on site. And that is so pivotal on Timatino's ability to get inside. And the Cypher util is like not been broken at all. And so Timatino has far less confidence than normal when it comes to getting onto these sites. They just haven't been able to put a pin in things. This round, they were able to sort of just barrel through and make it work. And 7 had his setup on showers. But again, yeah, setting up shop is so tough against Envy. They're going to find the moment every time.
And this is another key. We talked about it just a touch, but to put it into exemplification here, TSM now a chance to possibly do some serious damage to the economy of Envy as they have an op to play with of their own. So now Egg cannot really get as far forward as he had been prior. Instead, Ion tries to force the issue at mid. That doesn't work. And now numbers can start to develop towards B. Problem is you don't have the spike.
Yeah, it's still nothing more than poking the bear. At least don't throw anything just yet. That's what I was scared of, is that TSM is just going to overthrow util at this point and sell.
Ooh, good info here for Exter. This is the first shot. Teemo's going to get onto point. Dimensional drift, oh, just in the nick of time. Teemo cannot find the elimination. But will it make much of a difference? You don't have an orbital strike to stop this. Exter playing deep. Headhunter out, not going to work before for the trade. GMD makes sure no one else enters the site. Unless Inspire, goodness. Nearly able to get through with 2 of his own, but not the case. TSM get back to 3. Eco's still okay for Envy, but it's getting a little bit tighter, little by little.
He's starting to be able to close the gap and have a couple more resources to be able to continue to just drown out the noise that Envy try to make to interrupt these pushes. And again, it lets Timatino push on with far more confidence. It lets Alvin Boys start throwing out those vines and letting TSM really start to stretch their legs on these sites. Still takes a lot of clearing, still takes a lot of patience, and these 3 rounds are going to be no walk in the park.
This is a critical round right here, though. TSM a chance to bring this back to within 2, flip the economy around, and reset after a hot start from Envy. Same shower set up here for the defenders. Smoke gonna fade here in a moment. Kane happy to replace it. No peaks available for TSM. No challenges available for TSM, knowing they need to keep things like the Haunt and the Prowler if they eventually want to attack this site.
Double controller setup back on top of this smoke and showers. TSM, last time they played into this, they lost hard. Does Ion get red again? How much gets committed to taking him out?
Oh, they're going to wait out this timer. That's the last smoke for Kane. Teemo, other side. Problem is, you can't just peek this with the crossfire setup that's available. Prowler comes out. Eggster is watching this on the long angle. Cosmic Divide will really not stop him. He's not playing up high. Nightfall also going to go up empty. Teemo in the corner. Gets shut down by Ion. So now Showers is an issue for TSM, who have to commit to this. Molly comes down. Up and play. Nice shot from Eggster. TSM now stuck behind the site. Vort responds with 1. Alvin a second. And then the Steel Garden puts Ion a bit out of commission, having to wait for the defense to rotate over for the 3v3.
Spike planted.
At least a moment of silence as TSM can finally burst onto site. But again, how much space can they truly guarantee? Envy continuing to just walk it down.
Now Envy have to clear out U-Haul. They also have to clear out Long. First guiding light comes through. That will at least put little information to where Vora is positioned. Good review on the flip side. Vora follows up on that for one, make it two, and then the crossfire with Elvin is perfect. All three survive in the post plant. TSM back to within two.
Holding steady after Envy win once again. Those opening fights, they're able to restabilize, and they have enough confidence in their positions despite the pressure put on them to not overreact, not play into the hands of Envy too heavily. Instead, holding their ground just a little more steadfast and continuing to barrel down the fights when they came to them. Again, it takes so much setup. It takes getting onto that site and actually being able to achieve the game plan. And it was difficult. It took getting Vora actually to snake onto those boxes to be able to finally clear out the board a little bit, but it is enough. And TSM continuing to try to get over this line as Envy have this eco round.
A little bit of pre-fire over to Showers, but Envy looked like they want to stack and play this closer crossfire this time with the Stinger pistol combos that is brought for the 5 of them. But that's what we're talking about, you know? It's just like Envy off to a hot start. Extra gets that opening operator. There's no way to challenge him until you start to get a little bit of economy back in your own right. And what a difference a tour de force and then an operator makes for 7.
Yep.
A little pop flash action. Timo backing away, resets, does not expect Ion up close. And that's going to be a weapon potentially collected, but no confidence that TSM were only playing 1 on that position. So that will stay on the ground. And now it's up to Inspire to once again play off of his own setup to see if he can hold on to Hookah. And so far, he's done well.
He's close-knit this time around. Can stall things out yet again. TSM gonna head back over to short, see if they can continue to twist the knife into the ultimately weakest point of this map. But Envy this time, more stacked than ever for it.
Decoy gets triggered. Arc Rose also identifying that the defense is nearby. Here comes the approach. Ion in the corner, overwhelmed, too many to shoot at. Exter on the cross. Good flash over the top. He's able to connect somehow, some way with that spam. 7 gets traded by Gainzera, and then Poppin comes out of nowhere. Oh my goodness, it's just down to Vora. 1v3. Stingers and a classic is what's in front of him. And actually, you've also got someone with a Sheriff. Vora just head on a swivel, cannot find the Envy players he wanted to, and what a difference a round makes as Envy pull a Thrifty and have a chance to really run away with this first half.
That is how you slam the hammer down if you're Envy. So many great stalls. That first pack kill onto Timotino, as always, really starts to turn a lot of TSM's execs to static. They are forced to second guess so many times. Inspire single-handedly holding Hookah yet again closer than ever, and then Poppin rotating back in time to react with those flashes to give more than enough time for the rest of Envy to get their peaks and their wins.
Ooh. Okay, so now the identification should be pretty decent that Extra's playing this angle. They're gonna smoke it. Decoy will confirm. Prowler technically denied. Counter flash. Timo able to avoid it. And TSM will actually kind of win that angle at B long. It's expensive, but they do push Extra off the angle, and he's gonna have to reset playing inside the site. 7, do you have a pixel peek? No, Kainzera forces the teleport back.
It seems like Poppin might challenge this again. Now that Inspire's gotten the kill on GMD, they can. Timotino has to rush this in order to gain control back.
Oof, okay.
Okay.
Not much gain, not much lost. Ion, ooh. Feeling a little feisty. Arc Rose, once again, placed and triggered as the focus starts to develop over towards B, but Ion is in a position to possibly threaten. The decoy through the teleporter stops the play at Hookah, but it does not stop the offensive play at B long. So now it's just down to can you hit if you're Extra from inside the site, and he is just completely overwhelmed. Kane, Stim Beacon, does not reset off of the vines, but has the orbital strike to stop the plant.
18 seconds.
It's gonna be a 3v2. There will be enough time and space to plant here. And even more so as 7's op connects.
Eventually able to jumble up Envy as they twist him to and fro and win the long distance run back over to the B site after all is said and done. But So much passivity still forced to be played. As we swap sides now, though, I'm very confident that TSM is going to be able to twist rounds to their favor a lot more often. And I question if Eggster is going to have the same troubles that Timotino was running into on the attack, where you continuously just get stopped a little too early on maybe a contact you didn't realize would get challenged, or just simply being forced to be a trade away.
Yeah. I don't know, it's tough because like, I feel like a lot of that half is just determined by the fact that Envy starts off and gets the eco boost early. I mean, there was an operator in play by round 4.
So true.
So it's like,
so true.
You credit, I would say, 3 of the 7 rounds at least to the operator that was going unchallenged, but now we've got quick action downbeat long, potentially. Whoa. Flash pop, then you can recognize the threat, and it will be 1 for 1. 7 up top. Pushed off as he sees the angle being contested. And early orb for Kainzera, no indication that this is going to be a B or a teleport play back to A. Hard to say at the moment.
Yeah, TSM have been forced to lean, though, and now that TP will come through for Envy to make their way through showers and just try and overwhelm on the weak side. But 7 holding it down, gets a chip as well as 1.
No way to really challenge this plant. So the 3v3 develops. 2 classics in hand for TSM, where it's 3 ghosts for Envy. See if that plays much of a difference maker, as it's going to be a play through U-Haul. And Alvin almost has a chance for more. Right click, going to connect for Vora for a lot of damage, but Ion is out of there. Swap into the ghost now is Vora. Inspire over at Showers. Ion playing backside truck. Should just be a wait for him to hit the spike and then double peek it together. Doesn't need to. Inspire throws the shoulder, finds the freebie, and Envy take the second half pistol to go up 8-5.
Feels like TSM could have done a way better job of suffocating with the help of that shear that was set up on lamps after Envy made their way on, because they were very much trapped for a couple crucial seconds, and TSM they decide to go to lamps and try the majority of the fight afterwards there. Seems like you have enough time to set something better up on the site itself and take over from that point instead, but again, TSM, they're working with kind of minimal util after Vora has kind of tossed everything in the span of that early fight. So I understand that, you know, how frantic they may have felt in that moment.
Well, TSM from the defensive side can really only do so much. And by that, I mean what they choose to invest in, which is largely just their utility. Alvin, the first one to drop. GMD, goodness, can we pick a perspective? It's like, yeah, okay. Yeesh. No, go. Hold on to your horses. Hold on to your seats. We're going everywhere. Whoa. 9-5.
So, no question about whether or not Envy is going to have any lack of confidence in approaching any more of these fights. I think they're just, they consider every interaction in this game to be about on the same weight at this point. They really are just kind of playing it out. At TSM, they've got to just polish themselves again, force these hurdles that make Envy think.
Yeah.
Force them to have to actually achieve something.
Well, 7 is going to stay pretty far forward here at Shower. This is not a free angle. Eggster's on the corner. He's by himself, though, so I wouldn't figure he's going to peek this, at least not yet.
Yeah.
You hear some footsteps maybe from GMD running away through A, so that might give him an idea in terms of, do I try to flash this? There's a shoulder, and whoa, 7 teleports back. Eggster lucky to be alive. He needs to go find his sky and get healed, I'll tell you that much.
Well, I feel like the quickest way to do that might be for Kane and popping a TP over to him and to re-pressure Showers now that you forced out the P. Seems like A is the way to go, but TSM would have to read on that.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the case. If Egg was going to go to B and this is going to be a B hit, he would have gone over there by now. This is going to be a B hit, surely.
They're not going to take TP. They're going to walk.
And there's still a trademark in the way, so.
It just really seems like TSM should be reading this a little bit better, but they feel the confidence with the gun diff, I guess.
Ooh, Timo taking some early damage. 7, his focus pulled, has to teleport back once again. Teemo's still holding on over towards Lamps. GMD just barely alive inside the smoke, but the trades are now here for Envy as they try to commit for the plant. And now GMD was trying to win the round by finding the elimination there. Not gonna happen. Numbers for Envy. A couple of weapons are collected on top of that. A little bit of a reveal from Vora, but the same can be said for Inspire, who somehow gets a trap down. Little friendly fire comes through literally, but Kane Zero makes up for it, no problem. 10-5, Envy all over TSM on their map pick.
And he's cheesing the whole way through on top of that too, man. I'm telling you, Envy is just having fun with it. I fault TSM for that round. They did not expect the sudden execute when that's all Envy does. They expected the sudden execute from the TP potentially, but not the walk from short, despite the fact that the clock could have only preceded that. Just feels like a lack of preparation on the right site when you have all the intel you need to read that that's where they're heading. And I mean, like Kane is still holding on to his smokes. They guarantee the first half of site because nothing's been pressured now that Seven's been dialed out, despite winning the health trade against Egg.
Yeah.
Again, it just feels like TSM take an inch, Envy just take a mile.
Yeah. Yeah, they punch back so quickly. That's the thing. And you know, there's a level of like, the hardest part about that round was getting on the site with things like stingers.
It was quiet. That's how they changed it up. That's how they, like, they shut it down a bit. They cut noise, and then they started running on, trading their way through it. Then they set up the smokes from Kane. They dial up the fight from there, ease up the tempo, and Inspire goes absolutely insane.
Damn. Well, dire straits here for TSM. It's going to be a, obviously, lackluster purchase. And you got to keep in mind that as the economy starts to get a little bit bigger for Envy, like they could still pull some craziness out with a lot of rounds in front of them, including rounds that you would figure are a bit of a guarantee with things like Orbital Strike and, of course, Dimensional Drifts. Alvin trying to work off of a setup at B long doesn't work out for him at all. Teemo, hold on a second. This Bucky's, well, never mind. I was going to say, if he hits one, not the decoy, maybe he gets a couple, but not the case, and this will be a plant and a pretty stable post plant afterwards for Envy.
Really appreciate Egg's conservation of his decoy. He just really understands when he knows he can sell it, and I appreciate the value he's able to find out of it every time. It's really admirable.
Whoa, okay.
Whoa!
Little momentary flex from Seven, but again, not much lost from Envy as they get their 11th, and now a chance. TSM, it's must-win round coming up here. 2-4 is going to get called. You've got a Cosmic Divide close. Not that I think it would really deter too much of the execute from Envy, but regardless, this is a must-win round right here for TSM.
Yeah, this is mandatory. As must-win as this match probably feels for them. To get knocked into the lower bracket from the team that you are single-handedly making a little bit vulnerable at the moment. Certainly tough. And TSM, they would be on the chopping block if a team outside of the top 3 in points were to take this tournament.
Good point. Brawler. Well, Vort says, whoa, hold on a second. Seeker's also in the mix. Good wall here, though, for the Vice to stop any potential play. But it does get triggered by the decoy. Trailblazer waiting to go. Going to be sent over right onto the site itself. Teemo in some trouble here. Vora is the first one to drop. Teemo off the flash, trying to fall, but didn't have any ammunition? Interesting battle to be sure. It just didn't look like TSM were ready to receive that hit, even though the setup would have thought you maybe think that they did, but now you just got Seven trying to re-enter with a tour de force. It's clean for a shot. But how do you get deeper in the site? Because honestly, GMD is not coming to help, so...
No.
I just can't believe they're not even trying to give this much of a go.
I am also flabbergasted that they're not giving this a try. Okay,
I mean,
Seven steps in, like, you have no time.
Yeah, this would have been great 15 seconds ago. But Envy cleaned it up.
I
and
think
now
our minds are in
TSM's the
haven.
chopping block. It has to be, right?
Yeah.
Match point.
I mean, this is the Envy you want, right? This is the Envy you get. It's refreshing to see after the stumbles that we saw them come across from these sleeper teams coming from the Swiss stage. Now, to see business as usual against one of the teams that I think we all considered one of the biggest threats that was still developing to become even better coming into this tournament. It's got to feel good, especially being on TSM's map pick. You know, we're about to go to Haven. We're about to go to Envy's Playground. This is looking really good for our 1 seeds.
Look, I think there's just something that I can't get over right now as I'm just continuing to look up and down the scoreboard. It's just like, there's a level of, you picked into one of Envy's better maps because Yoru. Like, you know what Extra's going to do. He's played 15,000 games of Yoru in the last 2 months. So you know he's going to play Yoru. And you know that there's going to be a Cypher in the mix because Inspired doesn't really play. I won't say he doesn't play much else, but he loves Cypher on this map, as we've obviously been able to tell with his setups. But to sit there as TSM and say we're going to pick into one of Envy's stronger maps in this patch and try to out Yoru them with a chamber in the, I'm trying to get behind the thought process, and I can't put a finger on what the idea here was for TSM.
It's really tough, especially, and I hate saying this because I love her to death, but with the Astra as well, it just all feels so stilted. And against a team that's as speedy as Envy, like GMD, unfortunately, hasn't been able to like reach those tendrils out with the gravity wells and the Nova pulses as much as I'm sure he's wanted to. He's had to purely play preventatively with the smokes because Envy are just so fast.
Hi there, how are you? That will work, okay.
Spike down.
A little bit of a sneaky double agent to the back line. Timo is able to finally get a couple of eliminations. So 3v5, and Envy with 60 seconds to have a lot of problems to deal with. First and foremost is getting some ground back. The second is collecting the spike.
Kane doesn't throw a smoke in front of the spike. Oh, he just sprays through it instead.
Key 1v1 here.
One enemy remaining.
Vor is good for it. That should be the end of the round. TSM will keep a lot of economy on their side, which is huge considering that almost everybody zeroed out, so.
30 seconds left.
See if Iron can make this a little bit more costly with a couple of repurchases. Almost getting GMD. Alvin on the cross. Tilts the head up with the opening shots and finishes things off. So 4 weapons will remain. And TSM, 6 more to go.
Yeah, they got ways to keep him out, and now you have ways to keep him back in now that that tour de force is gone. It's hard to know how much TSM is going to be able to conserve, given that Envy also have a ton they can throw at these executes. And we know how willing they are to just toss a couple ultis in the basket and hightail it after the pressure's been made and just work their way through anyway. Envy holding 6 rounds worth of cards at the moment, as Exter probably dying to hit that drift.
Yeah, for sure.
He's like, please.
Yeah, dude.
Just this round, please.
Give me a chance, team. Timo, aggressive at mid, and a little bit of trouble here. Has to kind of fight for his life. And, well, dude, the stim beacon's kind of godly. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of godly.
I know exactly where you are.
Neural theft called, spike planted. GMD, Cosmic Divide surely. If he's allowed to, which he won't be. Shots over the top of the boxes. Put more pressure in the molly to stop the exit, brother. Envy is cooking right now.
It's so well strung. Everyone's just so intuitive. It's been the most attractive thing about this team from the moment that they were rankers. Like, they have been so understanding of how the game flows from a foundational level. Every piece of util, every interaction that every agent has with every single map, their understanding of it is so deep and conscious, and the way they play into it is magnificent, man.
A lot of question marks for me, I think, just in terms of what TSM were thinking they were seeing there. I just in terms of picking that map. Not that, again, like, Envy's got a pretty deep bag when it comes to their map selections. But it's still, like, just the results that they were able to find. And in particular, I think, when they played against Winthrop, makes you think, like, playing a map that Yoru thrives on against Yoru with the Yoru is a bit odd. But it just felt a little discombobulated. But regardless of how it happens and what goes on, that's TSM's map pick. So Envy feeling pretty solid after a comfortable win on map number 1. The egg is cooking, maybe a little hard boiled. We'll head to a break, come back and see what we have in store for map number 2.
First map of the series between Envy and TSM, two teams with very different stage 3 runs, both very deserving of the playoff spot, and two teams that very different compositional ideas coming into this. But heading into Bind, it's going to be none other than Envy to take the lead in the series 13-6. And I have to say, Ash, very strong start as well. Of course, there's going to be some questions when we see something strong for both teams and a TSM that pick into this map, but Envy just do the Envy things.
Yeah, that they do. And the Envy things really kicked off, it felt like, in that second half once they got, what was it, 5 rounds in a row right after the back of the pistol. So huge start, I think, for Envy in the first half, right? I think TSM, they had a tall task to try and claw back into that 5-7, but Envy really had a lock on that defensive side. It felt like there was a bit of a struggle on the macro when it came to the TSM end of things, as far as trying to re-clear through a lot of those smokes, through a lot of those angles. We saw Envy often fighting for those extremities, like that showers control, like that control over towards B long, but not overextending in that hyper aggressive way that I think we grew to know Envy as at the beginning of this season. It's really shown the maturity of this team and how they've grown as far as that discipline to be able to really play a lot more safely, not take as many of those risks as we're used to seeing with this squad, and it played out beautifully.
Yeah, and there was a big lack of response just coming out from TSM too. They could have gotten so many more rounds on their attacking half. But the fact that we were getting so many aggressive pushes on the defense from Envy, their response had to be using majority of their util to clear such early angles down in showers, you know, moving onto A site, B site. So it became almost difficult for them to keep site to the point where they had to just clear close A and plant as close as they could to even get post-plant positioning. So it was difficult, right, on that first half for TSM to kind of just pursue something. And I think Envy did a really, really good job at just securing space that way.
And even when things looked like they were kind of going right for TSM for a moment, I mean, Envy to just instantly respond, even the Thrifty, just taking the wins completely out from under their sails. And an Envy that across the board, I feel like when we talk about Envy, we normally Gomps get to see an individual player really lead the charge, talking about Kane or an Ion. But this, I feel, is like the closest the scoreboard has ever been across the board, which I think is really nice to see coming up from the squad.
Yeah, they're pulling out all the stops, right? But like you lose 2 games against teams that you were really feeling yourself. Like Envy, again, like are a team that we thought coming into this, we're going to win probably almost all of their games. So I feel like here is the best time to kind of show out down in playoffs against a team you haven't had the opportunity of playing against. And I guess the same goes for TSM. It wasn't an easy game, and now they're starting to really feel the fact that, okay, maybe we did have an easy Swiss run, and now we're going up against the top dogs. We have to step up our game as well.
Ooh, it'll be interesting to see the response TSM has going into the next map. But before we get into there, one player he did want to highlight going into this was Eggster. I mean, when you are looking at the Euro, there's going to be a lot of pressure on you, Gomps, but Eggster is willing to step up to the task.
Did absolutely amazing. And I feel like majority of the reason why they were able to push so heavily on their defensive half for Envy was Eggster with the up was incredible. They were abusing their gate crash in every single scenario, and they were rotating twice, if not, towards each and every site. You know, a really quick rotation towards A right after a play like that happened. You could see them transport straight to heaven and then have to play that angle and then rotate right back after they had replaced their gate crash again. So it was just a game of Eggster moving back and forth and being everywhere at runs, and it felt like there was no counter to it. And that's exactly why they had to play these close angles for TSM.
And now it's a TSM that are down a map, not just that, but their own map. And now we have to look forward into the series. And not only that response to now, well, heading into a map that wasn't your own map choice, but even within the server. Because again, when we have seen the TSM Ash that, my opinion, has been leveling up, George, the second half of this stage, I was a little surprised to see that result. And when we look at Haven, this is something that tends to be really strong for Envy, but it's also a map where teams have kind of picked them apart when we go back to that playstyle that Envy goes towards.
Yeah, I think Haven is going to get really interesting because we're anticipating that similar kind of ebb and flow game as we did on Bind, but different tools, right? For the side of TSM, it's also a big question of, okay, are they going to continue forward with that breach comp that we've been seeing a lot of teams kind of just leaning back into ever since Haven came back into the map pool and Teho left because of his huge nerfs that went through, right? And it's been a lot of like going back to like that original kind of Haven. For Envy, they haven't changed up their comp on this map except for one time, and that was, you know, Kane was having a little bit of fun with the harbor in the server there. But I think going back to that conversation that Gompers was having about Eggster on that Yoru, I think it's going to be a lot of a similar task for him here on Haven as well, right? Being able to play that push and pull, going for a little bit of that proactive information to kick things off, and helping with the mid-rounding off the back of that.
Yeah, and we have huge help too now that Kane Zero might be popping back into that ISO role that they tend to play on Haven. So it's not only that, it's also now having the extra deterrent of having the ISO ult, right? And having to take those 1v1s off force and just having a big clear for Envy to take on, while also then, again, like Ash said, having that proactiveness come through from Eggster. So again, that's exactly why that double duelist role really does work out for this team.
And I mean, it was the ISO and the Yoru that was really the staple, like the comp for Envy that they've really were just kind of known for. And of course, the One Harbor was a fun one, but we have seen some deviation on other maps. But the tried and true, something that's been oh so comfortable, is those two duelists. So I think when we're looking at a Haven, this looks something quite comfortable for them. So I'm curious with this response from TSM. It is a question we don't have an answer to quite yet, though, and have to wait a little bit for. We're unfortunately waiting for one of the players, which means we are taking a short break. Get a snack, get some water. We'll be right back. Heading into the second map of series of Haven and going into it, Gomp, I mean, we kind of highlighted it. How are we feeling about our agents?
I like it. I mean, it's exactly what I was expecting. I do think, though, with the breach of, obviously, I feel like breach is always very, very heavily useful on a map like Haven, especially with just keeping, you know, if you want to push up pretty aggressively on the defense, kind of keeping that tone. So I don't know, for me, starting off on defense, having 7 on that breach and kind of maybe working in cohesion with Timotina here. 17-year-old Prodigy, by the way, which can actually push out and really make a lot of damage in charge here. So I feel like just elevating that a bit is a very good play for TSM.
I think one thing that we have to keep in mind is with this being Envy's map pick, TSM opt to start on the defense first, right? That's because they have a 75% win rate this stage so far on defense. They're really comfortable on it. It's a lot of that has to do with Seven, like Gompers was talking about, expecting a lot of those trap plays to come through. GMD as well with the paranoia, setting up Timotina on those deep lines. It'll be harder to try and find the value out of that operator on the side of TSM. TSM going up against that ISO matchup with that shield. And then something else that we always have to keep in mind are going to be the backstabs coming out from Inspire. I'm really looking towards Alvin Boy being keen on Inspire's positioning, especially over towards mid when he looks for those late wraps.
A side start for TSM that's oh so comfortable, and the comp that Envy is known for. Going into the second map of the series, Envy is up 1. Time to see if Haven is where they're going to close this out. So let's get into the game and find out with your casters, Shift and Tenrek.
Yeah, Envy fans got to be foaming at the mouth right now, seeing a Haven come up. Now, to be fair, it's been quite a while since we've seen Envy really use this map as kind of a major map in the rotation. I think that's kind of part of, some of the caveat if you want to start to speak to the other direction, because a lot of this split has been, I think, more Lotus heavy. TSM, the other side, good stuff out of them. They're putting together a handful of wins in a row, including the Swiss stage here in stage 3. The big question for me always is Tenrek is like, can Kane and Exeter find value on the Euro ISU combination? Because if Kane can get into sight on the defense and pop that double tap shield and stay alive, Envy become indomitable. But there have been other moments where Kane kind of ends up becoming fodder for the battle, doesn't end up finding the one he needs, and Envy look a little bit, flat. So there's, I think, a big question around the efficiency that they can find off of Kane.
Yeah, very true. We just got to make sure the heads are fully strapped onto these chickens that are Envy as they run around Haven and try to make it their playground. The double duelist composition has been one of the most entertaining and fearful and almost consistent things to come out of Envy in the past year, and we'll see it fully fledged against what should be one of the most fully prepared and mechanical teams we have seen in North America this year. TSM should not be faltering. They should be slightly better aimers this game as well. This is not going to be a cakewalk. Envy still needs to be fully locked and loaded and make this attack a very loud and boisterous one.
And on the flip side, like the Ness was pointing towards, 7 on Breach is going to have to be all over the map. And another thing is, like, we've seen that before. Like, I remember at one particular TSM Haven game from the Swiss where 7 had like 13 assists in 1/2. So, like, he's good at getting the utility around the map. It just comes down to, is it in time to follow up after the burst that you expect to see from the UR and the ISO? So lots of little, I think, just kind of opening questions. There's also a level of like how aggressive does TSM want to be to see if they can pull that double tap shield maybe a little bit sooner, or some of the activation utility that Envy are going to need. Try to force them to use that in the choke points leading up to the sites and not deeper into the sites, which we know that Exeter wants, so he can teleport a little bit, in towards the backside of these defensive setups. So there's a lot of like little nuance to that. So I would definitely challenge you all at home to kind of keep your eye on the minimap to see how aggressively statured TSM are going to try to be in this opening defense.
100%. It'll be TSM trying to figure out how much they can get away with this game. It was Envy doing that last one. They already know, and they're going to try to fully connect on it this time. Get this done quickly. Winner of this match has to play the winner of Hubert versus Boxer Rockets, which will be playing tomorrow. So whoever, it's no less difficult from here all the way to Grands. And again, while both these teams, they're leading the pack at the moment when it comes to the running for Ascension, they would both kill to even get to the top 6 off of this match.
Yeah, it's an interesting playoff bracket. I'm not sure what the holdup is here, by the way, friends. Just kind of dealing with it as we go. But I mean, this has been a really interesting year for challengers, because you go back to like stage 1 and it's like, wow, we have a very clear-cut favorite. Until they get to playoffs, they get absolutely smoked. So it's like, does the name next to the roster really matter? And for Envy initially, the answer was no. Stage 2, obviously a very different story in terms of the success that they were able to find through the Swiss and then into the playoff bracket. But then here it's like, okay, it looks like Envy's going to kind of run it back and dominate until they ran into Hubert. And then there was like just a huge fall off. Just watching them lose that second match after that, it's just like, what happened? It kind of, at least for me, it led to like this level of like, is it a ride or die if Exeter plays well, like ride or die by the egg? But it does look like Envy have gotten back together, and it's been a more co-centric team effort. Whereas for like TSM, amidst a interesting a set of stages. I mean, stage 1, it's like TSM was obviously in the playoff hunt, but didn't really do as well. I mean, they were a major upset versus Winthrop in the
Yeah.
opening round, if I remember right. And I was just like, what's happening with this squad? But yeah, now they're kind of, back on the rails. It just comes down to two evenly matched teams early in the last chance, essentially, for the two of them.
And speaking about the process that TSM has been trying to make with this new team, I mean, Seven and GMD are the only OGs from last year's team that remain. And Vora is the only part of the new installment that is also still around.
Yeah.
Timo and Alvin, I mean, this was the most massive shift of all. Giving Vora fully those reins to enact the game plan that he knows, that he is aware is very intelligent. Vora, one of the best IGLs in the region at the moment. And again, Envy, it's just deny. They don't care about so much that you throw at them. And if they're going to run it down, they're going to run it down. If they're going to be better than you, then they're going to be better than you. And that's that.
Yeah, there is a level of we don't care for sure, it feels like, with this squad. But we'll see how things go. We are hearing that there is a little bit of an internet issue from one of our players. So instead of us yapping along, we'll go ahead and send it to a quick break. We'll come back when we're ready to go here for map number 2. back, and what seems to be ready to go. Envy, TSM, map number 2. You guys already know that. What am I doing framing it up like you haven't been here the whole time? If you got here late, just go home. Yeah, joke's on your brother. Yeah. TSM Envy, though, this should be fun. Again, just a reminder of what the comps are. We've already kind of broken it down just a touch. The big question mark here is the efficiency, the value that TSM will allow Envy to get with this Yoru ISO combination. Wow, that is a lot of damage from Vora. He's not going to know it until he dies or wins the round, but damn.
Yeah, already a great start for Vora, as he'll just double back and now stack up with GMD on the sewer hold that he loves so dearly. Inspire that line of defense there, and he's not going to be able to pick up anything.
Well, again, he was already low HP. The bigger issue now is Zera, who's also on low health. Extra will get one before falling. Teemo, whoa, a little bit of a mix-up here in terms of where he wants to go. Gives Ion a chance to follow for more, but not going to happen. And GM, damn. Yeah, pop off, my young man. Little 4-piece in the pistol gets TSM the opener.
Sacre bleu, GMD going crazy to start things out, just running it down himself on top of those opening frags that he was able to get for himself. And you just can't hold a candle to something like that, especially in as condensed a space as B. When the rest of TSM is starting to creep up on you, they're able to bring the hammer down nice and quick. And that's a good way to stifle the duelists, at least on the pistol.
Clean. And again, just that opening damage was whew, crazy. Something different. Inspire obviously tagged up, but so was Kane. And now you're into a one-stinger classic setup with a quick hit on to B. This is the power of this composition. Quick lurk also through C long as Kane's going to scale a little bit deeper over towards the A point. You don't even need to have to hold this here, but 7 may make them reconsider. Ion somehow he would still find 2. And how about Inspire? You want to battle? Come battle. Meet me on C site. And, well, Alvin says, all right. Plant comes through, though. A couple weapons are collected. This is a doable 2v2 for Envy and the anti-eco.
Ion's got the read, knows where they're snaking from, and popping with the outlaw, too.
May have missed timing, though, as GMD is already up top. Ion's holding this. Whoa! But the Phantom a little stronger than the Spectre. So now they'll get together. Poppin', outlaw. Gets the first. That's the hard one. Now it's on to Alvin, moving quickly. Spectre for him as well, trying to find a way to swing, and Poppin takes the 1v2 clutch and gives the anti-eco round to Envy.
An unbelievable duo of fights that Envy is able to take there. First on the link to A from B site. With that ISO Vuln throw, Ion is able to wrap up the rest of that crowd with just the shorty in hand and grab the remainder of the crowd, giving them A site control. And then the re-up on the fight from Poppin with the help of that outlaw. Just enough time and space to be able to reset and grab those last couple shots. Flipping the tables instantly on this attack site. The moment you thought TSM had the leg up, Envy have already found their way through the door.
And this is another point, you know, we talked about this on Bind, like having the ability to take the early eco advantage, not necessarily changes the narrative completely for Envy, but more so it just stops TSM from being able to pull it out with their own. GMD looking for something crazy through mid, doesn't find the timing he was hoping for. Crossing T's, dotting I's as Envy, making sure that no one's behind them. And they're gonna have to try to run in towards Teemo. One shot and then the dash back. Vora nearby, but this will likely be some sort of a pinch mechanism for TSM to try to get their way back into the site.
Envy trying to manifest a lot of action, but Inspire gets caught by Teemo, so Envy gonna have to re-extend. Zera taking the 1v2, and he'll manage it all.
Clean.
One enemy remaining.
No problems here for the post plant for Envy. So TSM, after the 4-piece from GMD, will be counteracted, and now they'll be into a round 4 purchase where, again, rifles and economy is going to look just as healthy for Envy. They have a chance to really take an early edge.
This is how you get the ball rolling. Only takes a couple more pieces to bring this all together and keep TSM from having everything at once. Their bank already looking a little sparse, and all light armors is like fish food for Envy. They'll swarm it like piranhas.
Do you own a fish, Tenric?
No.
Damn.
I have 5 cats.
Okay, fish wouldn't do well with 5 cats.
Yeah, I feel like they'd panic a lot.
Well, this is a little bit of Lambs of the Slaughter over through C long.
Yeah.
TSM just kind of heavy stacked on it. And it will lead to just Ion and Spire. Last 2 left alive already. And Spire will try to work into the site. Oh, nice snap. Does take down 7. That'll separate the defense a touch. Maybe an opportunity for Ion to finesse, but you got to get the spike. You got to work your way back over and find somewhere to go.
That smoke's at least given Ion enough confidence to be able to take the spike back. So Envy can reset for a 2v4. You still have 45 seconds once you've packed back in. So you're able to at least give this one more good old college try. But yeah, TSM, they can just sort of continue backing out, and Spire already spotted here, so you've got to sort of just play into the bid if you're Envy.
Yep. But Envy may get the 2v2.
30
GMD
seconds
does
left.
have the ability to teleport if he wants to. Vora is committed to playing on site, though. He's able to get a lot of damage onto Inspire. Teemo trying to follow up on that will have no problem. And then Ion is just really seeing what he can do for damage at this point with 14 seconds remaining. He does have the spike, but the shots will not land, and TSM will get us back to a 2-2 count and will reset us like none of those first 3 rounds really even happened.
Yeah, I mean, that was mainly just the spray down the C lane that Envy are just not fully ready for. Normally you have something like Kainzera's wall to just sort of not have to deal with any of that, but not really set up in time. Everyone just sort of floating around and having to try and just get whatever picks they can. Envy do have enough space to reset. They do own that attack. They do own that T site very well, but once they've started to sort of creep into sites, TSM, they're willing to just force them to go for these sequential clears. Yes, over and over and over again.
Yeah. Well, Poppin' Frisky trying to get the orb for the Hunter's Fury. It's the only real presence he's going to bring to this round is only having a Sheriff. So the idea is plant at B, let the Hunter's Fury stay a little bit deeper out of the picture, you would think. Kane is looking to get aggressive. The undercut does not really give much of an advantage, and Poppin's actually going to push up on this. Flash is going to allow them to get a little bit further forward. Egg only finding 1, and Poppin cannot connect. So all they'll get here is the plant. TSM quick to recover, only dropping 1. And now all of a sudden, you've got yourself a really solid reframe into the backside of this half after TSM with a massive bank.
Yeah, that was as opportunistic a round as you would expect Envy to go for. Buys, peaks, fights, and all. Spotting an opportunity, and Kainzera lives to throw that down A link. I swear to God, it's always where it ends up. And again, almost playing into the stack, it nearly works. But TSM, they have enough to get over that hurdle, and now Envy forced to make a really pivotal call of how heavily they commit to this next round. Do they think they can get away with just kind of ecoing their way with ultis into an easy economic springboard in just one round?
Yeah.
Or do you decide, let's buy some rifles, let's slow this down again, let's prove that we can play to our strengths more often than not?
Yeah, I'm happy with this timeout here for Envy early, largely due to that conversation, because it's not just, can we force into stingers, a bulldog, things of the nature, and then utilize our ultimates to give us win condition, but you have to try to put a little bit of a cost versus value conversation on that because of things like the rolling thunder that's on the other side.
And that's such a tough conversation to have with specifically Envy as well.
Well, we'll get to see what they talk about. Bucky's in hand for Eggster, so it does feel like they are going to force this one, and yeah, they are. And Papa with the Hunter's Fury, again, he doesn't need much. I mean, he could just go into something like a Sheriff and, again, play behind the play, but it's going to go to Stinger instead. And now the question kind of goes to TSM. What were they talking about at the timeout? Are they figuring that they need to set up some sort of reactionary setup in case this is some sort of a force and aggressive setup from Envy on what is going to be limited purchase?
Who's next?
Gonna use the drift early here. Make sure that GMD isn't hiding out in any of these cubbies, and Timo's already hightailed it. We get found out. Yeah, Eggster just putting his palm up forcing away everyone out of A site, and Envy's going to be happy with it.
I think this is going to work out great for Envy.
Yeah.
Hunter's Fury comes out first. That's actually kind of preemptive to see if the Rolling Thunder is being queued. And they will connect and find 7. So now there's no more Rolling Thunder. The play off the flank has to find value. Egg. Bucky still holding the angle. Inspire knows he's got threats, but Alvin's able to find one. The problem is, if Timo can't stay alive, this pinch essentially means nothing. But Timo has stayed alive. Now here comes the reframe. Alvin good for 1. Snaps to find the second. Hello comes. Timo now in from the front. Just down to KaneZera, who's got a lot of damage in. Has to try to stop the defuse and will be able to. 3 in the round. And 3 apiece will be our squads going to round 7.
And they do manage to not have to fully buy into this. And in fact, it only takes 2 ultimates, just that Drift and Hunter's Fury combo that Eggster and Poppin love pulling so much. That alone was enough to not only give away the A site, but also fully frag up that link and force TSM even further back. From them, it's a race against the clock that TSM lose when KaneZera has enough bullets in that classic. And we're tied back up again. Still a tough buy for Envy after all is lost.
It is, but at the same time, again, their ability to deny the Rolling Thunder could still come through again with a kill contract, especially with KaneZera finding 1 and staying alive. Inspire once again, playing off the flank. Oh boy, that's a difficult fight, still able to win it. It comes at the cost of tossing a hat, but there's the info. And do you use the kill contract off of this? Just to stop the retake before it can happen? Setting up for it would be Kane, but instead just shreds through the backside a window. And that puts the round out of question. What value these last 2 rounds have been for Envy?
Yeah. Very crucial going forward for that bottom line. GMD can at least pick up that op, though. And yeah, I mean, why contract there when you're already pressed up in Garage? Just go for the extra pick when you're up 1 player. Such is the nature of Envy. If they have more, just keep playing better.
That was a great sequence of rounds for Envy, though, for real.
Yeah. Still haven't drawn out the Rolling Thunder. So KaneZera, yeah, still just waiting to block out that counter push. But TSM haven't been able to explode as much as they've, I imagine, wanted to. And those are your 2 biggest reasons why. Your Cypher dying and then your Jet on the flank falling as well with those knives.
Okay. If you're trying to tally what should happen in this round, based on the ults we have available, TSM, even though they're on light armors, still have the op, still have the Rolling Thunder, still have the Hunter's Fury. Like, there's still a lot of tools here. And the kill contract is set initially down A long, trying to predict if there was going to be an op there. Not the case. So that kind of foils Envy's opening plans, and now they need to reconsider with a minute 15 on the clock.
Eyes down.
It's starting to understand how forward Inspire is going to be regardless of how long Envy is taking on the macro. And a good find by Timo, but that'll also have him stick here on the B site. Envy recognizing the vulnerability of C at this point. To toss that gate crash in, recon as well, guarantee it for themselves.
And this is good prediction from TSM, knowing that that gate crash is likely going to be committed to. So some decent damage onto Eggster. Plant going to come through. Hunter's Fury a little bit late, but it still connects on to 2. And then you follow up onto more. Neural Theft to follow with that. Now has Timo. Looking on the cross. They're going to see the return back to C-Long for Ion, but he only has a Phantom. So yeah, Poppin's going to need to find something, and that won't happen. Aftershock forces the teleport. TSM will jump on for the defuse and play, "Get down, Mr. President!" Don't let anyone spam him out. And they're still waiting, and Ion's not even going to bother sacrificing his life. Just going to hold the angle and see how much punish he can find. The answer is 1, and okay, finally Vor is able to connect through the smoke. 4-4.
And so TSM still holds on to that Rolling Thunder after still winning the round. KaneZera tossing out the kill contract. And the buy is still in their favor. Envy have been continuing to just claw at the ladder these past couple rounds, and they've made it work up until now. And
Yeah.
Ion is feeling the burn in particular.
So the Spectre for him. Op still out. Wall goes up. And Timo's not even queuing up the dash. Just going to stick for it. And luckily, he's caught Elvin with him because that first shot went right into the decoy. Extra for the trade. And then the follow-up as Timo just has no exit available. But how about this? GMD quickly back onto the side. Good flash from Extra. Yeah, that's absolutely perfect. And, I mean, that almost felt too easy, honestly, for Envy.
I mean, if you just overrun before the breach even gets there, then, yeah, it's pretty decisive. That's a very well-done approach on top of that ISO wall from Kane's area. You wonder why they don't do it more often. Because of that, just Extra's ability to immediately pop on while the entire rest of the team gets fully protected halfway up the lane. So clean. So, yeah, justified timeout called from TSM going into round number 10. Because now Envy finally can buy. They finally have a cushion.
The crazy thing about you saying that is I just soak that up is the fact that they haven't even needed the buy to keep this thing tight.
Right.
So you kind of wonder what happens when you start to really dominate in the economical department. You know, because let's be honest, like the last handful of rounds, it's been TSM with an operator. Some have connected, others have not, most notably that last round. But how does TSM get this half through the finish line if they start to suffer economically, especially with not having all the ultimates banked up?
Right. Yeah, those have been fully used up thanks to the other rounds that Envy has just been shilling their way. Just really impressive stuff to make this 5-4 seem a lot scarier than the scoreboard makes it seem. And I mean, Envy are no doubt going to have a field day on this defense, just running around these lanes wherever TSM isn't making noise. Party's not even started yet.
Good reveal from Envy, forces the op to be taken for granted. Rolling Thunder.
What?
And Kane still comes away with one. How about this little double stack at Garage? Confusion. I mean, you can see where the X's are. TSM thinking they've got Envy completely red, and they couldn't have been more wrong.
I mean, that's with such little knowledge and with so much time on the clock and with so many places where Envy can kind of just scattershot. That is a real head scratcher coming from Seven. It feels like they were almost in that timeout. They were just like, Seven, just use your ultimate this round. I don't care when, just use it.
Yeah, I don't
And it's
know.
like,
That felt like such a bad read right there.
Like they were
that
going
just-
for an interrupt because they understand that like the ball is really rolling, and they're like, okay, we have to fork the road here and now. Like we have to stop them from really getting confident at this point, especially after this timeout we call. And instead, it's like the first moment that Envy cracks a branch, TSM lets that last ult in their bank for the next, what, 2 rounds fly? I'm sorry, the half's about to end. So they're clean out. Like the well is dry.
I just, like, what a weird commitment
really
for
weird.
the Rolling Thunder there. Like, I just didn't feel like they had the info to call for that. Maybe just they heard footsteps and all that, but I don't know. Felt odd. I'm sure the desk is all over that round. Walls up, undercut through, and Envy still finding free kills. Oh, free kills, that's just a good 1v1 in the middle of the map. Everything else on the site unfolds as you see in the kill feed, just envy, envy, envy. So another plant comes out, and honestly, if you're Vora in 7, you really can't go for this. You need weapons for the last round of the half.
Yep. They have fallen that far. Vora's still going to peek it and get nothing.
Why?
I couldn't tell you. And 7 has a Guardian. And he's gonna, oh, okay.
I mean, it's just, I would have figured that if you're going to try to peek for an opening pick to try to give yourself a go, it would have been with the Guardian first. But
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. I just work here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, again, it's, I mean, how the tables have turned. TSM now have to play into the bit. Timotino on the Guardian, GMD on the Bulldog. Light armors galore. Envy holding all of the cards as the attack wraps up. And they head to what is no doubt the side of the map that they will be even more confident on, especially if they get to 8-4 from here.
I think the other thing about this is like TSM against formidable opponents have done better on defense than they have on offense. So it leaves you a little nervy, I think, if you're a TSM fan, if they don't get this 5th. They've got a decent purchase. The problem is no ultimates. On the other side, Hunter's Fury is at the ready for poppin'. He is the spike carrier, at least at the moment. There's the play forward. Undercut, recon bolt. Teemo not going to be revealed by this initiative. The Hunter's Fury cuts across the site. 4 falls, same with Teemo. And just nothing that 7 can do. I mean, that is chef's kiss from Envy.
Yeah, it's too much to deal with at that point. Envy fully knows it. They play into it like they know it.
Spike planted.
It's really, a lot of this, they just shrug off at this point. It's just like a regular game to them. They really, like, the magnitude with which each and every action Envy comes up with.
Yeah.
It's like it's a drop in the bucket for them. They can, because they just do it again and again and again and again.
Well, we've seen one pop off from GMD. This one would be merited if he pulls the 1v3.
Yeah.
Say that much, but he is being flanked and no one's peeking. GG. Well, good half. Go next.
You were days off of a point where TSM was like finally looking like they couldn't be at this point, where they couldn't have these like tough, just these tough goes, where they're able to just get turned into mincemeat like this. But Envy has really started to speed up the process towards the end of this half, making it look really easy. And I don't know if it's a mental game. I don't know if it's purely because Envy are just that mechanically ridiculous, which if the legends are true, I guess that's how it is. But how does TSM approach this any differently? How does TSM get enough of a blockade going against the firepower Envy has?
Yeah, I think, you know, well, first it starts with the pistol, right? And then we can dig into the conversation.
Yeah.
I think the thing here and what we've seen Envy falter on defensively is when they cannot predict the hit right and Kane's not in the right position. But that is immaculate from Poppin. I mean, just an absolute textbook display of utility efficiency out of the Sova.
Right,
so
yeah, he tossed out
4v3.
so much.
Yeah. No flashes. It's just the undercut that's available for Kane. Double tap as well in play, and how about that? Good little crossfire setup for TSM. The frenzy in the mix, that will work. Initially, it thought that Poppin had done enough, but TSM's post plant too strong and blends up Envy's retake.
7's going to be a really crucial part of that every single time, especially on such a vulnerable A site. Already saw gears turning and Envy trying to target him specifically when he started launching out those extra pieces of util to just stall away at the push and force Envy to just bob and weave as they made their way on. Just such a good setup despite that early interruption. The right kind of start to this half for TSM to get back on their feet.
But don't rule out a Bucky. Oh.
GMD insert.
Okay, that hurts.
I think everyone in the lobby's playing a little weird this round.
Especially from the Envy side, yeah, this is trying to trade. Get a one and done type situation, maybe.
Yeah.
TSM is going to make their move over to B. Eggs are able to see Teemo. That's a pretty good indication of where the hit's going to come from. So how do you choose to challenge this, especially with Inspire at a long? And also they're just going to 2-2 split hit the retake to B, but the problem is TSM's going to vacate the site and just play outside.
Yeah, they can just dip out. And GMD still inserted on this garage. The long-term plan actually made this position really viable for him. when Envy are trying to isolate. Oh, might not matter though. Ion might be the one guy who actually does win his fight. Okay, no. Everyone from TSM wraps it, except for Alvin.
Okay. All right, that resets the convo in a pretty good way because you've got 2 rifles and a Guardian that, well, I guess that means 3 rifles to make their way in. Repurchases will be rifles. So, yeah, I mean, TSM, you find a way to pull this round off, it's a tie game. And after a first half that looked a little bit, well, worse for wear in terms of the setup and how they were dealing with Envy's attack, again, there's something to be told about, like, if you can keep Envy from finding early information, getting Kane onto a site where the hit's going to come from, it becomes, you know, a little bit easier for TSM offensively, especially with the utility they had to execute with.
Envy's still just not really searching anymore. Just waiting for a member of TSM to give themselves away. Felt like maybe they could continue to find moments similar to that previous half where they can punish off of those. But TSM doing a great job of not overstepping. And even that owl drone, yeah, you can't pay too much disrespect to it. Ion's got to kind of just waver around that garage space and say, there may be someone here that may not.
I like this from TSM, though. Just don't give Envy any intel. But the problem is, the longer this round goes, the more Inspire starts to clear out C. And look at where this hit's starting to develop with 30 on the clock and who's in front. Here comes the check. Shoulders are wide.
30 seconds left.
Good paranoia. Allows an opening 1-for-1. Extra playing the backside of sight. Reveal coming through here in the footsteps. This should be a freebie, and it is anymore. Yeah, Extra gets the spike carrier. So now Timo's got to go absolutely galactic mode and is starting to provide it. Spike collected. Timo shut down though by Ion. 10 seconds of the clock. Alvin is not going to have a chance to win this in a 1v2. He needs to get the spike and plant now. Problem is, he's going to be contested up top, and he will be seen. There's the one elimination, but no time to finish the round. Envy will get 9, and we're going to get a really interesting round in the next one.
Yeah, this has been really touch and go at this point from either side. But Eggster able to plant himself for long enough to get away with the 2. Timotino having to do everything, which unfortunately, a couple of these TSM rounds feel a little over-reliant on that. And again, Envy still just playing purely off of that advantage when they find it. They can do that enough times. That is all they need.
Opening battle between the Omens.
Big damage.
Yeah, and the big problem here for TSM is they lose Timo, who had knives.
Right.
So how do you get onto site here? Who's giving the first one forward? You still have to, it's not even just getting on site. You got to clear every single choke point on the map. So this doesn't feel good. And honestly, if you're Envy, I think the call just means like, just don't sell a 1v1. Just like play your angles and let's just overwhelm them.
Kane is playing awfully boastful here, but I swear to God, if UMD is not, no one's looking at this, I'm gonna riot. Oh, Kane. He tossed the Vuln out solely to reposition, and now Extra's here for the double up. Still though, TSM have the crowd, and now the 2v1 as the Neural Theft will confirm that Poppin is miles away. So they'll be able to get the spike down and the reposition for Vora as well. This is the best setup they've had in a while. Oh, but Poppin's just gonna step right on! What? He just doesn't care! They don't care!
How? You have the Neural Theft. You know where he's coming from. How are we not playing a position to where we can play off each other at that point? You know he's running up. Maybe there's a level of like, you just don't expect him to peek that quickly before the recon bolt reveals.
They don't.
But like,
they don't.
Alvin just like stops in his track and like, I have to imagine he just watches that thing go by like a frisbee in the air. And his teammate's just like, bro, you coming or what? Yeah, he's looking at the reveal and Vor's just out in the middle of no man's land. Oh, what a mistake from TSM.
And for so much of that, Poppin still doesn't even fully know what he's peeking into. That's so instinctual, even so. For Vora to get found like that, playing right into his hands. That is unreal. Oh my God, that was awesome.
What a mistake. TSM can make up for it here, though. Full rifles, knives in play, one off of a Rolling Thunder. Lots of tools. This is before the kill contract and the Dimensional Drift has been earned. Poppin', a little bit of trouble here. Timo, wow, what a paranoia from Ion. Are you kidding me? Plus the reveal afterwards. Oh my goodness, Poppin' is finding everything. Great decoy, great follow-up. Alvin left alone, no chance. Envy get to 11. What a paranoia, though, from Ion. Holy cow.
I gotta see that one again. That is remarkable from Ion. And then, yeah, that recon from Poppin' right on top of it. It's just such a well-woven tapestry at this point. And again, the right time to call a timeout for TSM after a round like that, where you come from 0 to 100. You have everything, guns blazing, and it does absolutely nothing. You get denied by just one trip up. But that is all it takes so much of the time, no? Especially if it's Timo that's falling first. That redwood in this forest getting felled means that the rest of this TSM squad, they get that Atlantean weight before they even get the press onto the site.
Oh, man. It's just falling apart at the seam right now for TSM. They're going to have enough to purchase, and obviously at a 6-11, they're going to be trying to force from here on out. But now you've got win condition built in multitudes of ways for Envy. Dimensional Drift is ready. You're still one off the kill contract, which can stop a play in its tracks. And, ooh. This is a tall ask for TSM, who's going into it with light armor on top of it. So, not great news. Got to have something.
The direst straits. Still, of course, not a sudden death match here. TSM would only get knocked down to losers if they were to falter here. But still, it feels so integral that they place well in this tournament at the very least to guarantee that spot in Ascension the way that Envy already has. Rolling Thunder out to guarantee the A site. TSM are not playing bare bones one bit, and they'll do a lot of early clearing onto the site for util, plus that dark cover fully keeping Inspire away. Envy playing the long haul.
And he's still getting a tally of what's happening. Yeah, and now you got the Dimensional Drift, the Hunter's Fury. Dude, Envy is just taking advantage of TSM, giving away a little bit more too much space. I mean, you talk about just how this hit unfolds, rather, and you just wonder if we're gonna Aldro and Rolling Thunder A, why did we not do that in the last round? Now you're in a spot where you've got the Dimensional Drift, which they can stay off site to play retake with. Wow. It just feels a little bit out of sorts right now for TSM, and now their backs are against the wall.
6 more rounds of match point here for Envy to make it to that top 6 and almost guarantee that they do not have to play in the play-in. Again, every match mattering, even for these top dogs that continue to prove that they have so much higher to fly. TSM going through the lane. No ISO wall to help him out this time, though.
Well, it's going to be one of those old-fashioned heave-ho. Hit it hard. Inspire. Oh my gosh, I think we all went there, didn't we?
Yeah.
We all went there, but that's a valuable one-for-one trade. It keeps the C site a bit open. The only issue is, do you expect Kane's there to be here? Maybe not, but Timo's still able to find him. And the numbers advantage can now really start to develop for TSM, as Envy will have one member on either site.
You appreciate them slowing it back down after such a bolstered presence in one concentrated spot. Now TSM forcing Envy to second guess whatever implants they're trying to get away with. Y'all already see this A stack trying to form, while Exter has the world on his shoulders here.
Second corners, opening shoulder. That works for TSM. Should be the round here. 2v4 situation. plenty of bank. No reason to not try to make this a little bit more punishing on TSM. If you are Envy, may as well try to play for exits at worst, if not maybe even give this a go. So here come the opening darts. Recon up and over. Does get one reveal on Devora, who is subject to some spraying. Pops out, finds one, not bad. Ion able to respond for the trade. Would be a 1v4 if he decides to fully go for it. 3 left remaining, but this high-low setup will be the end of him. And TSM get to 7.
A long road, but one that TSM are more than willing to continue to take. And they clearly understand how much control they are able to have over the map, as long as they play with the clock a little better. That was a terrific start to the round that led to them being able to really start to pick apart different options. And that'll help them out in these next couple rounds that they need to win. So able to start conditioning that extra slowdown. Envy may start overstepping on lurks, may start second guessing the timing that TSM is going for.
Yeah.
Every bit of questioning counts against a team like this.
Oh, this is a nice idea. Little fault line with Hunter's Fury combo. Does tag one, but the most important part is it allows GMD to get up to heaven. Kane Zera, are you kidding me? Oh no, oh no. With the reveal, reset the double tap, put him in the kill contract. Just do it, just call it.
He wants it for the ace.
Oh
no.
So now it's on to Inspire. The neural theft will reveal that TSM are on site and the plant is on the backside, which actually makes this extremely difficult for Inspire to break back into.
Yeah, also likely cooked, and actually Envy's economy is a little bit screwed up after this round if they do lose it. So TSM, potential to get a springboard going here as long as everything is tidy from here.
Oh. Decent idea.
Yeah.
But little by little, my friend, little by little. Kill contract still available, and I think eventually before we get to 12-12, we'll have a little bit more for Envy to try to close this game out. But TSM, like you mentioned, able to do some economical damage, and they're also building ults of their own. So, I mean, in terms of like how you make this comeback happen, TSM are in the right spot. That initial play from Kane, you're thinking he's off to the races, but
yeah.
TSM are hanging.
Another opportunity here. There's the Odin. The immediate stopper, though. Timo was waiting for that one.
This should be a quick plant, and it will be. Well, maybe not. Second guessing the rotation against, maybe you're thinking there's shotguns or any other weirdness that could be there. But Poppin, has he maybe slithered into a decent spot here? Problem is he was in a good spot and now finds himself kind of in a position that TSM should clear. Now emphasis on should. That's a big old cape, tell you what. So TSM will get on to A. Pop the knives. Feels a little unnecessary, but you never know, especially with the Odin still in play.
Planted.
Yeah, now that Extra's got it, he's going to be pretty confident pushing with it. Still 2 blinds as well, so he's able to activate for the other pushes before he lets it go. It's going to be a little bit of a cavalcade, but Envy have enough time to make that work.
Waiting to pop the flash. There's the initial hit. Nice idea. But Timo says no flying. And now it's just looking for blood. Envy, a little bit of a gather, a little bit of a peek. But Ion will likely just back away from this as best as he can. And we'll only find one of the exits. So TSM down to within 3. Eco's still building with these eliminations plus the plants. Say what you will about the knives, not really the end of the world as you start to deal with, again, a lot of momentum building here. 3 in a row, and a lot of them very convincing.
Yeah, and you know what Envy is going to do? They're just going to keep clawing with whatever they've got left. They're going to make that work. They do actually, still have the right buy. So this is the real toppler for TSM, and they might have one ult to do it, if that.
Now looking for some early A pressure for the first time from Envy. That forces TSM over towards Garage. Gate crash back, teleport onto C. TSM, do you commit to this rotation? Aldrin doesn't see much. Kane, though, with the peak, 1 for 1. That's not bad news for TSM. Spike collected, and you still have a chance to reset, and you've also taken the kill contract off the table.
Yeah, continuously good reaction time, and you still, again, have plenty of time to play with. TSM playing to the strengths that have won them these past couple rounds very well. Envy having to stay more stalwart. The more they were fidgeting in these transfers, the more they got punished, and they're starting to learn from those mistakes. Eggster, the only one with any huge jitters. Ion just going to relocate to the lane.
Oof.
Oh, that's massive!
So now it's on to Inspire, getting into his cyber cage. Doesn't know exactly what the recon bolt is. Paranoia comes out, plus the shock dart right into the mix of it, but Inspire still finds one. Trying to reset. Not going to be able to. Vora good for another. Poppin trying to get away after his trade. Not allowed to. Ion for the 1v2 and the match. Has the first one in front, finds a shot. No, it's a 1v2 for Ion. Up and over, hopping on him. And TSM will be sent down to the lower bracket after a huge clutch from Ion.
Defenders win.
Just something about the way this team just makes it seem so trivial out of nowhere. In an instant, the game is once again theirs. And in an instant, they are one step closer to being fully immortalized in North American Valorant history. Envy looking as clean as a whistle against what we expected to be the cleanest of the whistles coming into this top 8 playoff bracket. It's a great day to be an Envy fan, Shift. It's a great day to love watching Envy.
I mean, it's a really interesting series, I think, because you look at both maps in different ways. The first one is TSM put Envy on one of their stronger maps where they're going to try to offer a Yoru versus Yoru battle against a guy who's played 25,000 games of Yoru in the last few months. Yes, that's 10,000 more than I said last time. But then you go to Haven, and it's riddled with mistakes on executes, which is so bizarre for a team like TSM. Just did not feel like they had it all together today, but they're not done. They have a chance to still play to the lower bracket, but the big news for Envy fans is they look like they are back, my friends. So we'll head things to a break, get the desk back involved, and wrap up day 1 of Stage 3 Challengers Playoffs.
Far back from it. The GMT has the perfect timing. Hop on the train, baby. Let's give Envy another ace. Back with 3, and there's your real.
Envy are back. A 2-0 victory over TSM for the first round here in the playoffs for them, and looking so strong. I mean, a little bit, there was some rounds for TSM Gompers that looked really strong, but at any point where TSM started to get an edge, it was an Envy that just came out with full confidence. And to close it out in an Ion clutch, I mean, come on.
They played so well. And again, like, I think it was just the cohesion there in that game, to be honest. They did lose it in the second half, I will say. I do think the retaliation coming through from TSM was a bit stronger in regards to the way they played with that breach. And like I said, allowing Timotino to really shine on that duelist was the mainstay of this whole entire game. And I felt like they really did that down in that second half, hence why it started to get really close. And match point, there was fear in the eyes of Envy, and they stopped playing as aggressively as they did before and started playing in a way that actually didn't suit their play style with that double duelist composition. All in all, though, it was a great matchup.
It really was. I was really impressed with that first half coming out from Envy. It felt like they were doing such a good job of honestly abusing that C side of the map. It was difficult for TSM. We saw like the solo anchor coming out from Alvin Boy over at C, and then it was just constant pressure that Envy was putting on him, whether it was the crunches through Garage, a split from B into C Link, alongside those long players. And we even saw some of that on that A pivot very early on into that first half as well, that netted them rounds 2 and 3. And I think Envy, this is a squad where once they do get that momentum going, it is so hard to slow them down.
They also prepped really well on site. I really did enjoy. There was one instance where I think Envy, you could see the way their brain worked and how well they were doing at keeping TSM almost like on the edge of their seat. For example, right, we did tend to see Cypher set up on C site, but there was one instance where we did actually have Breach Ultimate, right, ready and prepped. They used it on the side of TSM. Timotino pushing back site, but there it was Inspire holding the site, making sure that, you know, I knew this was going to happen. And it really just goes to show, like, they're studying this team while also playing against them.
I think the biggest thing for me is I look at this Envy composition, something they're obviously comfortable with. And I feel like, especially midway through the game, it's something that just really made sense. I mean, it was the Envy that we got to see dominating, the Envy that just is so explosive, just kind of crunches down on anyone, and you blink and the round is done, Ash. So to be able to see everyone have that step up, this just makes a lot of sense to me, and I think it was just well done. I feel like this is a great game for Envy to be able to continue on getting past that complacency era they had.
I think not even just a step up as far as everyone having, something to say when it comes to the frags, right? But even just like the positioning, it felt like very Envy, like you were saying. Like the fact that Inspire, the spikes planted, he's still in mid window, catching 2 on the rotation here and there. And we saw adaptations from TSM, right? They were doing a lot of work to try and take that A lobby control, but it felt like Envy had great answers to try and punish those early flanks that TSM were looking to take on them when they did go for those really fast hits. And a lot of that I also want to give credit over to Envy for has to do with Eggster. How well he was playing both on map 1 and map 2. I feel like Eggster is someone that we've talked about so consistently because of the fact that he's been this Yoru master for Envy, that they've built a lot of these compositions around, right? But today's series in particular, it felt like Eggster was doing so much work impact-wise. And I feel like it goes a little bit unsung at times because you always have everyone else popping off in the server, but he was such a thorn in the side of Alvin Boy, who's constantly trying to adapt that Cypher setup over on C to try and catch Exter out on those gate crashes into sight. And Exter wasn't even the one getting the opening frag half the time. He's just taking that space to allow King Zera and the rest of the team to look to follow up and get those trades coming through. He was really putting insane pressure across all portions of the map, both on Haven and on Bind.
SCRO in the world, right? So it just makes sense. And to be able to see the step up once we get into playoffs, I think is just really nice, not just for Extra, but from the team themselves. And I think too, when you look at Envy, they're the team that has been the favorites throughout, well, the entire year for a reason, right? No matter what kind of happens, it's always been Envy the top of the conversation, and Envy that's really been proving that they're able to bounce back. And I'm excited to hear from the team a little bit more because we have the guide man on the line and we have Poppin to talk to for the interview. Poppin, congratulations. Playoffs is here. You're starting off strong with a 2-0. How's it feel?
I mean, it feels great. You know, we started off slow this Swiss stage or we started off pretty good, 3-0 into 2 losses. And it really like kicked us into gear. It's always great to have like a loss before any important matches. So then the team can like actually get back into gear. Everyone's fully trying because like it's almost impossible to give your full effort if you're just winning everything.
You're yeah, a little muted.
Oh.
I apologize. I thought Stream can hear you and it was just not me. But
okay.
you might
Everyone
have to paraphrase a bit.
Okay.
I don't know. I couldn't, but I assumed
Okay.
Stream could. I am so sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I just said that basically we started off strong in Swiss stage and us losing twice, it really kicked us into gear. And it was actually a good thing, I think, that we lost when it didn't really matter as much.
And I'm glad to say that Stream did hear it, but I'm thank you so much for repeating so I can make sure to hear that as well, because that is really good to hear from the team. And I want to talk a little bit more about that because Envy, I feel like we've seen a lot of growth from the team throughout the year. There was back when the team all of a sudden had a lot more pressure and there was nerves and there was conversations from Extra like, yeah, we're just having more fun. Then obviously the little stumble in the end of stage 3 to then, all right, we got to overcome, you know, a little bit of complacency, right? So I want to talk about that journey for Envy and how you feel now moving on forward.
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. It's, like I said before, like losing, it really makes you view the game differently. When you're only winning, it's very hard to give your full effort. And that loss, it made us kind of go back to our roots. We were kind of leaving who we were as Envy in those 2 games. And we kind of changed our play style. But now we are back and we're just in form, doing what we always do, just running it down.
And when we look at Envy and when we've talked about Envy at the roots, we talk about this team with the confidence that has this identity that doesn't really care like what the current meta is. It's just Envy doing Envy. But I want to hear from you how you feel about the roots of the team and stuff and how that differs from any other team that we see here in Challengers.
I think the main difference is like the amount of hours that we put in. I think there's only probably one other team that comes close, and that really makes a difference. I've been saying it throughout the entire year. Every time I've been interviewed, time is what matters the most, and we put in the most time out of any team. And that's why we're the best. If you put in the more hours than anybody, you're going to be the best. That's how simple it is.
It's just that simple. And you said that there was one team that you think might be putting in just as much work. Are they in the playoffs? Which team is that?
I mean, I don't know for sure, but I've heard that Q-Bird's doing like many scrims a day, like 8-hour days of scrims. And if that's true, I mean, that is putting in some effort for sure.
Definitely effort. They've been definitely top of the conversation as well. I feel like it's the vie for the #1 spot between you and them right now. And I want to then talk about your confidence going forward into the rest of the playoffs. Seeing Q-Bert in that form, and I mean the other teams that have stepped up as well. Like, is there nerves about Ascension slot, or how are you feeling?
Oh, not at all. I mean, we are like by far the best team. I think that we fell short on the days that we lost to Q-Bert and Core. And also, like I said, we weren't putting in our full effort. But I am 100% sure that if everyone's giving it their all, we were going to just dominate every single team. And it won't even be close. It won't even be close.
Not even close. All right, chat. You heard it here first. I mean, based off the performance today, I definitely believe it. So, Bobbin, congrats on this victory. Best of luck moving towards in the rest of this bracket. And thanks for chatting.
Thanks. Have a good one.
You as well. Thank you. Back over to the desk for us. I mean, going into this, yeah, there was a couple of doubters. I won't name anybody from the predictions, but there was a couple of doubters, right, about Envy and everything else happening. But when it really came down to it, Ash, a team that's capable of bouncing back, hearing that, yeah, this was just a better thing for us, I think was nice as well. And yeah, I mean, I believe it when he says that this is an Envy that's the best team. Like, they showed up today and showed it.
They definitely did. And I think that this is something that they've proved over and over again throughout the last couple of stages, right? Being able to take those losses in stride and then always coming back with insane bite and fire lit underneath them. I think that this was a great win to kick off playoffs here for Envy. And it's no surprise that they came back extremely hungry.
Yeah, we got to see some great matches today. And looking at the bracket, that's going to be a great 2-0 to be moving along within this upper bracket. And there is this opportunity for them to be facing Qbert sooner rather than later. Looking at Box of Rockets that are facing off against them tomorrow. On the opposing end, Gompers, we got to see Winthrop University with a great victory over Maryville. And Cora and Nightblood, I've been really excited to watch their journeys. That's going to be a great one.
Yeah, I feel like we have honestly such a good opportunity to potentially see, like you said, those rematches. I'm obviously very excited for a potential Envy and Qbert rematch. If what Poppins says is true, where they felt like they were running away from who they were, the run it down sequence, then and now they're kind of back to it. I think that's going to be such an exciting matchup. But as for Winthrop, I don't know, that just to come back from a team that has consistently won against you and just proven that, hey, we're better, and to be able to prove everybody wrong, including that other team, is absolutely amazing. I think Winthrop, they've proven themselves so far throughout this stage, and now they're going to keep doing so.
I'm really excited for the rest of this week, right? The 2 upper bracket games that we've got left for tomorrow. Qbert, I think Boxer definitely have a very tall task ahead of them to face off against this iteration of Qbert Academy. Meanwhile, I'm really stoked, honestly, for that core MVG matchup as well. I think that one's going to be a heater. I think it's going to get scrappy. I think it's going to get kind of crazy in tomorrow's matchup. The 2 dark horses facing off each other extremely early.
Yeah, we can't have 2 dark horses. All right, we only have 1. So that's going to be a battle of who can rep that title going on forward. I mean, today has been so much fun. And you know that the matches tomorrow are going to be awesome. So make sure that you are tuning in. Remember, this is all to find out which teams will be making their way into Ascension. And the competition could not be more tight. So you cannot miss a single match. But that is it for us today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Good luck in your ranked games. You like me, you heard Boppin', you got to get grinding, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.
2v3, trying to retake his Maryville, and Ali is playing at mid-map. No noise given yet, though, by these 2 defenders. So Ali becomes more and more out of the picture, and we develop further and further into the 2v2. Governor, first one to check, sees the shot. There's the flank from Ali, who wins it, and whoa, just over his shoulder. But Maryville are gonna have the setup they want.
I'm gonna just push right in on top of it too.
Yeah, only way they can do it, and it's just not looking good. Glyph inside the poison cloud. Giza, right-click territory. Doesn't matter.
Can play a lot of different ideas.
Well, Winthrop again, gonna show a new level of force. Wow. And Verona drops at your spike down, and the rest of the team is separated. Not like this, not like this. Not like this, Governor for his second ace. Surely they let him go first. Please! Surely they let him go first! Let's go! Governor! The divide Surely, if he's allowed to, which he won't be. Shots over the top of the boxes. Put more pressure in the molly to stop the exit, brother. Envy is cooking right now.
It's so well strung. Everyone's just so intuitive.
Plus the shock dart right into the mix. Vip Inspired still finds one, trying to reset. Not gonna be able to. 4 are good for another. Poppin trying to get away after his trade. Not allowed to. Ion for the 1v2 and the match. Has the first one in front, finds the shots, and oh, it's a 1v2 for Ion. Up and over, hopping on him. And TSM will be sent down to the lower bracket after a huge clutch from Ion.